Chapter 19, North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne-Marie, South Tyneside, United Kingdom. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 19, Angel Visits. As angels in some brighter dreams call to the soul when man doth sleep, so some strange thoughts transcend our wonted themes, and into glory peep. Henry Vaughan. Mrs. Hale was curiously amused and interested by the idea of the Thornton dinner party. She kept wondering about the details, with something of the simplicity of a little child who wants to have all its anticipated pleasures described beforehand. But the monotonous life led by invalids often makes them like children, inasmuch as they have, neither of them, any sense of proportion in events, and seem each to believe that the walls and curtains which shut in their world and shut out everything else must of necessity be larger than anything hidden beyond. Besides, Mrs. Hale had had her vanities as a girl, had perhaps unduly felt their mortification when she became a poor clergyman's wife. They had been smothered and kept down, but they were not extinct. And she liked to think of seeing Margaret dressed for a party, and discussed what she should wear, with an unsettled anxiety that amused Margaret, who had been more accustomed to society in her 1 year in Harley Street than her mother in 25 years of Helston. "Then you think you shall wear your white silk? Are you sure it will fit? It's nearly a year since Edith was married." "Oh yes, mamma. Mrs. Murray made it, and it's sure to be right. It may be a straw's breadth shorter or longer waisted, according to my having grown fat or thin, but I don't think I've altered in the least." "Hadn't you better let Dixon see it? It may have gone yellow with lying by." "If you like, mamma. But if the worst comes to the worst, I've a very nice pink gauze which Aunt Shaw gave me, only 2 or 3 months before Edith was married. That can't have gone yellow." "No, but it may have faded." "Well, then I've a green silk. I feel more as if it was the embarrassment of riches." "I wish I knew what you ought to wear," said Mrs. Hale nervously. Margaret's manner changed instantly. "Shall I go and put them on one after another, mamma, and then you could see which you like best?" "But yes, perhaps that will be best." So off Margaret went. She was very much inclined to play some pranks when she was dressed up at such an unusual hour. To make her rich white silk balloon out into a cheese. To retreat backwards from her mother as if she were the queen. But when she found that these freaks of hers were regarded as interruptions to the serious business, and as such annoyed her mother, she became grave and sedate. What had possessed the world, her world, to fidget so about her dress, she could not understand. But that very afternoon, on naming her engagement to Bessie Higgins, apropos of the servant that Mrs. Thornton had promised to inquire about, Bessie quite roused up at the intelligence. "Dear, and are you going to dine at Thornton's at Marlborough Mills?" "Yes, Bessie. Why are you so surprised?" "Oh, I dunno, but they visit we all the first folk in Milton." "And you don't think we're quite the first folk in Milton, eh, Bessie?" Bessie's cheeks flushed a little at her thought being thus easily read. "Well," said she, "you see, they're thinking a deal of money here, and I reckon you've not getting much." "No," said Margaret, "that's very true. But we are educated people, and have lived amongst educated people. Is there anything so wonderful in our being asked out to dinner by a man who owns himself inferior to my father, by coming to him to be instructed? I don't mean to blame Mr. Thornton. Few draper's assistants, as he was once, could have made themselves what he is. But can you give dinners back in your small house? Thornton's house is 3 times as big." "Well, I think we could manage to give Mr. Thornton a dinner back, as you call it. Perhaps not in such a large room, nor with so many people. But I don't think we've thought about it at all in that way." "I never thought you'd be dining with Thorntons," repeated Bessie. Why, the Mary Cell dines there, and the members of Parliament and all. I think I could support the honour of meeting the Mayor of Milton. But them ladies dress so grand, said Bessie, with an anxious look at Margaret's print gown, which her Milton eyes appraised at 7 pence a yard. Margaret's face dimpled up into a merry laugh. Thank you, Bessie, for thinking so kindly about my looking nice among all the smart people. But I've plenty of grand gowns. A week ago I should have said they were far too grand for anything I should ever want again. But as I'm to dine at Mr. Thornton's, and perhaps to meet the Mayor, I shall put on my very best gown, you may be sure. What win you wear? Asked Bessie, somewhat relieved. White silk, said Margaret. A gown I had for a cousin's wedding a year ago. That'll do, said Bessie, falling back in her chair. I should be loath to have you looked down upon. Oh, I'll be fine enough if that will save me from being looked down upon in Milton. I wish I could see you dressed up, said Bessie. I reckon you're not what folk would call pretty. You've not red and white enough for that. But dun you know, I had dreamt of you long afore I ever seed you. Nonsense, Bessie. Aye, but I did. Your very face, looking with your clear steadfast eyes out of the darkness, with your hair blown off from your brow and going out like rays round your forehead, which was just as smooth and as straight as it is now, and you always came to give me strength, which I seemed to gather out from your deep comforting eyes. And you were dressed in shining raiment, just as you're going to be dressed. So you see, it was you. Nay, Bessie, said Margaret gently, it was but a dream. And why may I dream a dream in my affliction as well as others? Did not many a one in the Bible? Aye, and see visions too. Why, even me father thinks a deal of dreams. I tell you again, I saw you as plainly coming swiftly towards me with your hair blown back with the very swiftness of the motion, just like the way it grows, a little standing off like, and the white shining dress on you've getting to wear. Let me come and see you in it. I want to see you and touch you as in the very deed you were in my dream. My dear Bessie, it is quite a fancy of yours. Fancy or no fancy, you've come, as I knew you would, when I saw your movement in my dream. And when you hear about me, I reckon I feel easier in my mind and comforted, just as a fire comforts one on a dree day. You said it were on the 21st. Please God, I'll come and see you. Oh, Bessie, you may come and welcome, but don't talk so. It really makes me sorry, it does indeed. Then I'll keep it to myself if I bite my tongue out. Not but what it's true for all that. Margaret was silent. At last she said, let us talk about it sometimes, if you think it true, but not now. Tell me, how's your father turned out? Aye, said Bessie heavily, in a manner very different from that she had spoken in but a minute or two before. He and many another, all hampers men, and many a one besides. The women are as bad as the men in their savageness this time. Food is high, and the mun have food for their childer, I reckon. Suppose Thornton sent 'em their dinner out, the same money spent on potatoes and meal would keep many a crying babby quiet, and hush up its mother's heart for a bit. Don't speak so, said Margaret. You'll make me feel wicked and guilty in going to this dinner. No, said Bessie. Some's pre-elected to sumptuous feasts and purple and fine linen. Maybe you're on 'em. Others toil and moil all their lives long, and the very dogs are not pitiful in our days as they were in the days of Lazarus. But if you ask me to cool your tongue with the tip of me finger, I'll come across the great gulf to you, just for the thought of what you've been to me here. Bessie, you're very feverish. I can tell it in the touch of your hand, as well as in what you're saying. It won't be division enough in that awful day that some of us have been beggars here, and some of us have been rich. We shall not be judged by that poor accident, but by our faithful following of Christ. Margaret got up and found some water, and soaking her pocket handkerchief in it, she laid the cool wetness on Bessie's forehead and began to chafe the stone-cold feet. Bessie shut her eyes and allowed herself to be soothed. At last she said, "You'd have been deaved out of your 5 wits as well as me if you'd had one body after another coming in to ask for father and staying to tell me each one their tale. Some spoke of deadly hatred and made my blood run cold with the terrible things they said of the masters. But more, being women, kept plaining with the tears running down their cheeks and never wiped away nor heeded of the price of meat and how their children couldn't sleep at nights for the hunger." "And do they think the strike will mend this?" asked Margaret. "They say so," replied Bessie. "They do say trade has been good for long, and the masters has made no end of money. How much, father doesn't know, but in course the union does, and as is natural, they're wanting their share of the profits, now that the food is getting dear. And the union says they'll not be doing their duty if they don't make the masters give 'em their share. But masters is getting the upper hand somehow, and I'm feared they'll keep it now, and evermore. It's like the great battle at Armageddon, the way they keep on grinning and fighting at each other, till even while they fight, they are picked off into the pit." Just then Nicholas Higgins came in. He caught his daughter's last words. "Aye, and I'll fight on too, and I'll get it this time. It'll not take long for to make 'em give in, for they've getting a pretty lot of orders all under contract, and they'll soon find out they'd better give us our 5% than lose the profit they'll gain, let alone the fine for not fulfilling the contract. My masters, I know who'll win." Margaret fancied from his manner that he must have been drinking, not so much from what he said as from the excited way in which he spoke, and she was rather confirmed in this idea by the evident anxiety Bessie showed to hasten her departure. Bessie said to her, "The 21st, that's Thursday week. I may come and see you dressed for Thornton's, I reckon. What time is your dinner?" Before Margaret could answer, Higgins broke out. "Thornton's? Art going to dine at Thornton's? Ask him to give you a bumper to the success of his orders. By the 21st, I reckon he'll be potted in his brains how to get 'em done in time. Tell him the 700'll come marching into Marlborough Mills the morning after he gives the 5%, and will help him through his contract in no time. You'll have 'em all there. My master, Hamper, he's one of the old-fashioned sort. Ne'er meets a man bout an oath or a curse. I should think he were going to die if he spoke to me civil. But after all, his bark's worse than his bite, and you may tell him one of his turnouts said so if you like. But you'll have a lot of prize mill owners at Thornton's. I should like to get speech of them when they're a bit inclined to sit still after dinner, and couldn't have run for the life in 'em. I'd tell 'em me mind. I'd speak up again the hard way they're driving on us." "Goodbye," said Margaret hastily. "Goodbye, Bessie. I shall look to see you on the 21st, if you're well enough." The medicines and treatment which Dr. Donaldson had ordered for Mrs. Hale did her so much good at first that not only she herself but Margaret began to hope that he might have been mistaken, and that she could recover permanently. As for Mr. Hale, although he had never had an idea of the serious nature of their apprehensions, he triumphed over their fears with an evident relief, which proved how much his glimpse into the nature of them had affected him. Only Dickson croaked forever into Margaret's ear. However, Margaret defied the raven, and would hope. They needed this gleam of brightness indoors, for out of doors, even to their uninstructed eyes, there was a gloomy brooding appearance of discontent. Mr. Hale had his own acquaintances among the working men, and was depressed with their earnestly told tales of suffering and long endurance. They would have scorned to speak of what they had to bear to any one who might, from his position, have understood it without their words. But here was this man from a distant county, who was perplexed by the workings of the system into the midst of which he was thrown, and each was eager to make him a judge, and to bring witness of his own causes for irritation. Then Mr. Hale brought all his budget of grievances and laid it before Mr. Thornton, for him, with his experience as a master, to arrange them and explain their origin, which he always did on sound economical principles, showing that, as trade was conducted, there must always be a waxing and waning of commercial prosperity, and that in the waning a certain number of masters as well as of men must go down into ruin, and be no more seen among the ranks of the happy and prosperous. He spoke as if this consequence were so entirely logical that neither employers nor employed had any right to complain if it became their fate. The employer to turn aside from the race he could no longer run, with a bitter sense of incompetency and failure, wounded in the struggle, trampled down by his fellows in their haste to get rich, slighted where he once was honoured, humbly asking for instead of bestowing employment with a lordly hand. Of course, speaking so of the fate that, as a master, might be his own in the fluctuations of commerce, he was not likely to have more sympathy with that of the workmen, who were passed by in the swift, merciless improvement or alteration, who would fain lie down and quietly die out of the world that needed them not, but felt as if they could never rest in their graves, for the clinging cries of the beloved and helpless they would leave behind. Who envied the power of the wild bird, that can feed her young with her very heart's blood? Margaret's whole soul rose up against him while he reasoned in this way, as if commerce were everything and humanity nothing. She could hardly thank him for the individual kindness which brought him that very evening to offer her, for the delicacy which made him understand that he must offer her privately every convenience for illness that his own wealth or his mother's foresight had caused them to accumulate in their household, and which, as he learned from Dr. Donaldson, Mrs. Hale might possibly require. His presence, after the way he had spoken, his bringing before her the doom which she was vainly trying to persuade herself might yet be averted from her mother, all conspired to set Margaret's teeth on edge as she looked at him and listened to him. What business had he to be the only person, except Dr. Donaldson and Dickson, admitted to the awful secret which he held shut up in the most dark and sacred recess of her heart, not daring to look at it unless she invoked heavenly strength to bear the sight that, some day soon, she should cry aloud for her mother, and no answer would come out of the blank, dumb darkness. Yet he knew all. She saw it in his pitying eyes. She heard it in his grave and tremulous voice. How reconcile those eyes, that voice, with the hard, reasoning, dry, merciless way in which he laid down axioms of trade, and serenely followed them out to their full consequences? The discord jarred upon her inexpressibly, the more because of the gathering woe of which she heard from Bessie. To be sure, Nicholas Higgins, the father, spoke differently. He had been appointed a committee man, and said that he knew secrets of which the exoteric knew nothing. He said this more expressly and particularly on the very day before Mrs. Thornton's dinner party, when Margaret, going in to speak to Bessie, found him arguing the point with Boucher, the neighbour of whom she had frequently heard mention, as by turns exciting Higgins' compassion, as an unskilful workman with a large family depending upon him for support, and at other times enraging his more energetic and sanguine neighbour by his want of what the latter called spirit. It was very evident that Higgins was in a passion when Margaret entered. Boucher stood with both hands on the rather high mantelpiece, swaying himself a little on the support which his arms, thus placed, gave him, and looking wildly into the fire, with a kind of despair that irritated Higgins, even while it went to his heart. Bessie was rocking herself violently backwards and forwards, as was her wont, Margaret knew by this time, when she was agitated. Her sister Mary was tying on her bonnet, in great clumsy bows as suited her great clumsy fingers, to go to her fustian cutting, blubbering out loud the while, and evidently longing to be away from a scene that distressed her. Margaret came in upon this scene. She stood for a moment at the door, then, her finger on her lips, she stole to a seat on the squab near Bessie. Nicholas saw her come in, and greeted her with a gruff but not unfriendly nod. Mary hurried out of the house, catching gladly at the open door, and crying aloud when she got away from her father's presence. It was only John Boucher, that took no notice whatever, who came in and who went out. "It's no use, Higgins. Her canna live long at this, and her's just sinking away. Not for want of me to sell, but because I canna stand the sight of the little ones clemmin'. Aye, clemmin'. 5 shillin' a week may do well enough for thee, wi' but 2 mouths to fill, and one on 'em a wench who can well earn her own meat. But it's clemmin' to us. And I tell thee plain, if her dies, as I'm feared I will afore we've getten the 5%, I'll fling the money back at the master's face and say, be dommed to you, be dommed to the whole cruel world of you, that couldna leave me the best wife that ever bore childer to a man. And look thee, lad, I'll hate thee, and the whole pack of the Union. Aye, and chase you through heaven wi' me hatred. I will, lad, I will, if you're leading me astray of this matter. Thou saidst, Nicholas, on Wednesday se'night, and now it's Tuesday of the 2nd week, that afore a fortnight would ha' the masters coming a begging to us to take back our work at our own wage, and time's nearly up, and there's our little Jack lying abed, too weak to cry, but just every now and then sobbing up his heart for want of food. Our little Jack, I tell thee, lad, has never looked up sin he were born, and I loves him as if he were her very life, as he is, for I reckon he'll cost me that precious price. Our little Jack, who wakened me each morn with putting his sweet little lips to me great rough bull face, a seeking a smooth place to kiss. And he lies clemmin'." Here the deep sobs choked the poor man, and Nicholas looked up, with eyes brimful of tears, to Margaret, before he could gain courage to speak. "Hold up, man. Thy little Jack shall nor clem. I ha' getten brass, and we'll go buy the chap a sup of milk and a good £4 this very minute. What's mine's thine, sure enough, i' thou's to want. Only dunnot lose heart, man," continued he, as he fumbled in the teapot for what money he had. "I lay you my heart and soul will win for all this. It's but bearing on 1 more week, and you just see the way the masters'll come round, praying on us to come back to our mills. And the Union, that's to say will take care you've enough for the childer and the missus. So dunnot turn faint heart, and go to the tyrants a seeking work." The man turned round at these words, turned round a face so white and gaunt, and tear-furrowed, and hopeless, that its very calm forced Margaret to weep. "You know well that a worse a tyrant than e'er the masters were, says, clem to death, and see 'em all clem to death, ere you dare go again the Union. You know it well, Nicholas, for you're one on 'em. You may be kind hearts each separate, but once banded together, you've no more pity for a man than a wild hunger-maddened wolf." Nicholas had his hand on the lock of the door. He stopped and turned round on Boucher, close following. "So help me God, man alive, if I think not I'm doing best for thee and for all on us. If I'm going wrong when I think I'm going right, it's their sin who have left me where I am, in my ignorance. I have thought till my brains ached, believe me, John, I have. And I say again, there's no help for us but having faith i' the Union. They'll win the day. See if they done it." Not one word had Margaret or Bessie spoken. They had hardly uttered the sighing that the eyes of each called to the other to bring up from the depths of her heart. At last Bessie said, I never thought to hear father call on God again. But you heard him say, 'So help me God.'" "Yes," said Margaret. "Let me bring you what money I can spare. Let me bring you a little food for that poor man's children. Don't let them know it comes from any one but your father. It will be but little." Bessie lay back without taking any notice of what Margaret said. She did not cry. She only quivered up her breath. "My heart's drained dry of tears," she said. "Boucher's been in these days past, a-telling me of his fears and his troubles. He's but a weak kind of chap, I know, but he's a man for all that. And though I've been angry many a time afore now, with him and his wife, as knew no more nor him how to manage, yet, you see, all folks isn't wise, yet God lets 'em live, aye, and gives 'em someone to love and be loved by, just as good as Solomon. And if sorrow comes to them they love, it hurts 'em as sore as e'er it did Solomon. I can't make it out. Perhaps it's as well such a one as Boucher has the Union to see after him. But I'd just like for to see the men as make the Union, and put 'em one by one face to face with Boucher. I reckon if they heard him, they'd tell him if I cotched 'em one by one, he might go back and get what he could for his work, even if it weren't so much as they ordered." Margaret sat utterly silent. How was she ever to go away into comfort and forget that man's voice, with the tone of unutterable agony, telling more by far than his words of what he had to suffer? She took out her purse. She had not much in it of what she could call her own, but what she had she put into Bessie's hand without speaking. "Thank you. There's many of 'em gets no more, and is not so bad off. Leastways, does not show it as he does. But father won't let him want, now he knows. You see, Boucher's been pulled down with his childer, and her being so cranky, and all they could pawn is gone this last 12 month. You're not to think we'd a letting him clem, for all we're a bit pressed oursel. If neighbours doesn't see after neighbours, I don't know who will." Bessie seemed almost afraid lest Margaret should think that they had not the will, and to a certain degree the power of helping one whom she evidently regarded as having a claim upon them. "Besides," she went on, "father is sure and positive the masters must give in within these next few days, that they canna hold on much longer. But I thank you all the same. I thank you for mysel as much as for Boucher, for it just makes my heart warm to you more and more." Bessie seemed much quieter today, but fearfully languid and exhausted. As she finished speaking, she looked so faint and weary that Margaret became alarmed. "It's nowt," said Bessie. "It's not death yet. I had a fearful night with dreams, or somewhat like dreams, for I were wide awake, and I'm all in a swoon and daze today, only yon poor chap made me alive again. No, it's not death yet, but death is not far off. Aye, cover me up and I'll maybe sleep, if the cough will let me. Good night. Good afternoon, mappen I should say, but the light is dim and misty today." End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grovejade, England. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 20. Men and Gentlemen. Old and young boy, let 'em all eat, I have it. Let 'em have 10 tire of teeth apiece, I care not. Rollo, Duke of Normandy. Margaret went home, so painfully occupied with what she had heard and seen, that she hardly knew how to rouse herself up to the duties which awaited her. The necessity for keeping up a constant flow of cheerful conversation for her mother, who, now that she was unable to go out, always looked to Margaret's return from the shortest walk as bringing in some news. "And can your factory friend come on Thursday to see you dressed?" "She was so ill, I never thought of asking her," said Margaret dolefully. "Dear, everybody is ill now, I think," said Mrs. Hale, with a little of the jealousy which one invalid is apt to feel of another. "But it must be very sad to be ill in one of those little back streets," her kindly nature prevailing, and the old Helston habits of thought returning. "It's bad enough here. What could you do for her, Margaret? Mr. Thornton has sent me some of his old port wine since you went out. Would a bottle of that do her good, think you?" "No, mamma, I don't believe they are very poor. At least they don't speak as if they were. And at any rate, Bess's illness is consumption. She won't want wine. Perhaps I might take her a little preserve made of our dear Helston fruit. No, there's another family to whom I should like to give. Oh, mamma, mamma, how am I to dress up in my finery and go off and away to smart parties after the sorrow I have seen to-day?" exclaimed Margaret, bursting the bounds she had preordained for herself before she came in, and telling her mother of what she had seen and heard at Higgins Cottage. It distressed Mrs. Hale excessively. It made her restlessly irritated till she could do something. She directed Margaret to pack up a basket in the very drawing-room, to be sent there and then to the family, and was almost angry with her for saying that it would not signify if it did not go till morning, as she knew Higgins had provided for their immediate wants, and she herself had left money with Bessie. Mrs. Hale called her unfeeling for saying this, and never gave herself breathing time till the basket was sent out of the house. Then she said, "After all, we may have been doing wrong. It was only the last time Mr. Thornton was here that he said those were no true friends who helped to prolong the struggle by assisting the turnouts. And this Boucher man was a turnout, was he not?" The question was referred to Mr. Hale by his wife when he came upstairs, fresh from giving a lesson to Mr. Thornton, which had ended in conversation as was their wont. Margaret did not care if their gifts had prolonged the strike. She did not think far enough for that in her present excited state. Mr. Hale listened, and tried to be as calm as a judge. He recalled all that had seemed so clear not half an hour before, as it came out of Mr. Thornton's lips, and then he made an unsatisfactory compromise. His wife and daughter had not only done quite right in this instance, but he did not see for a moment how they could have done otherwise. Nevertheless, as a general rule, it was very true what Mr. Thornton said, that as the strike, if prolonged, must end in the masters bringing hands from a distance, if indeed the final result were not, as it had often been before, the invention of some machine which would diminish the need of hands at all, why, it was clear enough that the kindest thing was to refuse all help which might bolster them up in their folly. But as to this Boucher, he would go and see him the first thing in the morning and try and find out what could be done for him. Mr. Hale went the next morning, as he proposed. He did not find Boucher at home, but he had a long talk with his wife, promised to ask for an infirmary order for her, and seeing the plenty provided by Mrs. Hale, and somewhat lavishly used by the children, who were masters downstairs in their father's absence, he came back with a more consoling and cheerful account than Margaret had dared to hope for. Indeed, what she had said the night before had prepared her father for so much worse a state of things that, by a reaction of his imagination, he described all as better than it really was. "But I will go again and see the man himself," said Mr. Hale. "I hardly know as yet how to compare one of these houses with our Helston cottages. I see furniture here which our labourers would never have thought of buying, and food commonly used which they would consider luxuries. Yet for these very families there seemed to be no other resource, now that their weekly wages are stopped, but the pawn-shop. One had need to learn a different language and measure by a different standard up here in Milton. Bessie, too, was rather better this day. Still, she was so weak that she seemed to have entirely forgotten her wish to see Margaret dressed, if indeed that had not been the feverish desire of a half-delirious state. Margaret could not help comparing this strange dressing of hers to go where she did not care to be, her heart heavy with various anxieties, with the old merry girlish toilettes that she and Edith had performed scarcely more than a year ago. Her only pleasure now in decking herself out was in thinking that her mother would take delight in seeing her dressed. She blushed when Dixon, throwing the drawing-room door open, made an appeal for admiration. "Miss Hale looks well, ma'am, doesn't she? Mrs. Shaw's curl couldn't have come in better. It just gives the right touch of colour, ma'am. Otherwise, Miss Margaret, you would have been too pale." Margaret's black hair was too thick to be plaited. It needed rather to be twisted round and have its fine silkiness compressed into massive coils that encircled her head like a crown, and then were gathered into a large spiral knot behind. She kept its weight together by 2 large coral pins, like small arrows, for length. Her white silk sleeves were looped up with strings of the same material, and on her neck, just below the base of her curved and milk-white throat, there lay heavy coral beads. "Oh, Margaret, how I should like to be going with you to one of the old Barrington assemblies, taking you as Lady Beresford used to take me." Margaret kissed her mother for this little burst of maternal vanity, but she could hardly smile at it, she felt so much out of spirits. "I would rather stay at home with you, much rather, mamma." "Nonsense, darling. Be sure you notice the dinner well. I shall like to hear how they manage these things in Milton, particularly the second course, dear. Look what they have instead of game." Mrs. Hale would have been more than interested. She would have been astonished if she had seen the sumptuousness of the dinner-table and its appointments. Margaret, with her London cultivated taste, felt the number of delicacies to be oppressive. 1/2 of the quantity would have been enough, and the effect lighter and more elegant. But it was one of Mrs. Thornton's rigorous laws of hospitality that of each separate dainty enough should be provided for all the guests to partake if they felt inclined. Careless to abstemiousness in her daily habits, it was part of her pride to set a feast before such of her guests as cared for it. Her son shared this feeling. He had never known, though he might have imagined, and had the capability to relish, any kind of society but that which depended on an exchange of superb meals, and even now, though he was denying himself the personal expenditure of an unnecessary 6pence, and had more than once regretted that the invitations for this dinner had been sent out, still, as it was to be, he was glad to see the old magnificence of preparation. Margaret and her father were the first to arrive. Mr. Hale was anxiously punctual to the time specified. There was no one upstairs in the drawing-room but Mrs. Thornton and Fanny. Every cover was taken off, and the apartment blazed forth in yellow silk damask and a brilliantly flowered carpet. Every corner seemed filled up with ornament, until it became a weariness to the eye, and presented a strange contrast to the bald ugliness of the lookout into the great mill yard, where wide folding gates were thrown open for the admission of carriages. The mill loomed high on the left-hand side of the windows, casting a shadow down from its many stories, which darkened the summer evening before its time. "My son was engaged up to the last moment on business. He will be here directly, Mr. Hale. May I beg you to take a seat?" Mr. Hale was standing at one of the windows as Mrs. Thornton spoke. He turned away, saying, "Don't you find such close neighbourhood to the mill rather unpleasant at times?" She drew herself up. "Never. I am not become so fine as to desire to forget the source of my son's wealth and power. Besides, there is not such another factory in Milton. One room alone is 220 square yards. I meant that the smoke and the noise, the constant going out and coming in of the work-people might be annoying." "I agree with you, Mr. Hale," said Fanny. "There is a continual smell of steam and oily machinery, and the noise is perfectly deafening." "I have heard noise that was called music far more deafening. The engine-room is at the street end of the factory. We hardly hear it, except in summer weather, when all the windows are open. And as for the continual murmur of the work-people, it disturbs me no more than the humming of a hive of bees. If I think of it at all, I connect it with my son, and feel how all belongs to him, and that his is the head that directs it. Just now there are no sounds to come from the mill. The hands have been ungrateful enough to turn out, as perhaps you have heard. But the very business of which I spoke when you entered had reference to the steps he is going to take to make them learn their place." The expression on her face, always stern, deepened into dark anger as she said this, nor did it clear away when Mr. Thornton entered the room, for she saw in an instant the weight of care and anxiety which he could not shake off, although his guest received from him a greeting that appeared both cheerful and cordial. He shook hands with Margaret. He knew it was the first time their hands had met, though she was perfectly unconscious of the fact. He inquired after Mrs. Hale, and heard Mr. Hale's sanguine, hopeful account, and glancing at Margaret to understand how far she agreed with her father, he saw that no dissenting shadow crossed her face. And as he looked with this intention, he was struck anew with her great beauty. He had never seen her in such dress before, and yet now it appeared as if such elegance of attire was so befitting her noble figure and lofty serenity of countenance that she ought to go always thus apparelled. She was talking to Fanny, about what he could not hear, but he saw his sister's restless way of continually arranging some part of her gown, her wandering eyes, now glancing here, now there, but without any purpose in her observation, and he contrasted them uneasily with the large soft eyes that looked forth steadily at one object, as if from out their light beamed some gentle influence of repose, the curving lines of the red lips, just parted in the interest of listening to what her companion said, the head a little bent forwards, so as to make a long sweeping line from the summit, where the light caught on the glossy raven hair, to the smooth ivory tip of the shoulder. The round white arms and taper hands, laid lightly across each other, but perfectly motionless in their pretty attitude. Mr. Thornton sighed, as he took in all this with one of his sudden comprehensive glances, and then he turned his back to the young ladies and threw himself with an effort, but with all his heart and soul, into a conversation with Mr. Hale. More people came, more and more. Fanny left Margaret's side and helped her mother to receive her guests. Mr. Thornton felt that in this influx no one was speaking to Margaret, and was restless under this apparent neglect. But he never went near her himself. He did not look at her. Only he knew what she was doing or not doing, better than he knew the movements of anyone else in the room. Margaret was so unconscious of herself and so much amused by watching other people that she never thought whether she was left unnoticed or not. Somebody took her down to dinner. She did not catch the name, nor did he seem much inclined to talk to her. There was a very animated conversation going on among the gentlemen. The ladies for the most part were silent, employing themselves in taking notes of the dinner and criticising each other's dresses. Margaret caught the clue to the general conversation, grew interested, and listened attentively. Mr. Horsfall, the stranger, whose visit to the town was the original germ of the party, was asking questions relative to the trade and manufactures of the place, and the rest of the gentlemen, all Milton men, were giving him answers and explanations. Some dispute arose, which was warmly contested. It was referred to Mr. Thornton, who had hardly spoken before, but who now gave an opinion, the grounds of which were so clearly stated that even the opponents yielded. Margaret's attention was thus called to her host. His whole manner, as master of the house and entertainer of his friends, was so straightforward, yet simple and modest, as to be thoroughly dignified. Margaret thought she had never seen him to so much advantage. When he had come to their house, there had always been something either of over-eagerness or of that kind of vexed annoyance which seemed ready to presuppose that he was unjustly judged, and yet felt too proud to try and make himself better understood. But now, among his fellows, there was no uncertainty as to his position. He was regarded by them as a man of great force of character, of power in many ways. There was no need to struggle for their respect. He had it, and he knew it, and the security of this gave a fine, grand quietness to his voice and ways, which Margaret had missed before. He was not in the habit of talking to ladies, and what he did say was a little formal. To Margaret herself he hardly spoke at all. She was surprised to think how much she enjoyed this dinner. She knew enough now to understand many local interests, nay, even some of the technical words employed by the eager mill-owners. She silently took a very decided part in the question they were discussing. At any rate, they talked in desperate earnest, not in the used-up style that wearied her so in the old London parties. She wondered that, with all this dwelling on the manufactures and trades of the place, no allusion was made to the strike then pending. She did not yet know how coolly such things were taken by the masters, as having only one possible end. To be sure, the men were cutting their own throats, as they had done many a time before, but if they would be fools, and put themselves into the hands of a rascally set of paid delegates, they must take the consequence. One or two thought Thornton looked out of spirits, and of course he must lose by this turn-out. But it was an accident that might happen to themselves any day, and Thornton was as good to manage a strike as any one, for he was as iron a chap as any in Milton. The hands had mistaken their man in trying that dodge on him, and they chuckled inwardly at the idea of the workmen's discomfiture and defeat in their attempt to alter one iota of what Thornton had decreed. It was rather dull for Margaret after dinner. She was glad when the gentlemen came, not merely because she caught her father's eye to brighten her sleepiness up, but because she could listen to something larger and grander than the petty interests which the ladies had been talking about. She liked the exaltation in the sense of power which these Milton men had. It might be rather rampant in its display and savour of boasting, but still they seemed to defy the old limits of possibility in a kind of fine intoxication, caused by the recollection of what had been achieved and what yet should be. If in her cooler moments she might not approve of their spirit in all things, still there was much to admire in their forgetfulness of themselves and the present, in their anticipated triumphs over all inanimate matter at some future time which none of them should live to see. She was rather startled when Mr. Thornton spoke to her close at her elbow. "I could see you were on our side in our discussion at dinner, were you not, Miss Hale?" "Certainly, but then I know so little about it. I was surprised, however, to find from what Mr. Horsfall said that there were others who thought in so diametrically opposite a manner as the Mr. Morrison he spoke about. He cannot be a gentleman, is he?" "I am not quite the person to decide on another's gentlemanliness, Miss Hale. I don't quite understand your application of the word. But I should say that this Morrison is no true man. I don't know who he is. I merely judge him from Mr. Horsfall's account." "I suspect my gentleman includes your true man." "And a great deal more, you would imply. I differ from you. A man is to me a higher and a completer being than a gentleman." "What do you mean?" asked Margaret. "We must understand the words differently." "I take it that gentleman is a term that only describes a person in his relation to others, but when we speak of him as a man, we consider him not merely with regard to his fellow men, but in relation to himself, to life, to time, to eternity. A castaway lonely as Robinson Crusoe, a prisoner immured in a dungeon for life, nay, even a saint in Patmos has his endurance, his strength, his faith, best described by being spoken of as a man. I'm rather weary of this word gentlemanly, which seems to me to be often inappropriately used, and often, too, with such exaggerated distortion of meaning, while the full simplicity of the noun man and the adjective manly are unacknowledged, that I am induced to class it with the cant of the day." Margaret thought a moment, but before she could speak her slow conviction, he was called away by some of the eager manufacturers, whose speeches she could not hear, though she would guess at their import by the short, clear answers Mr. Thornton gave, which came steady and firm as the boom of a distant minute-gun. They were evidently talking of the turnout, and suggesting what course had best be pursued. She heard Mr. Thornton say, "That has been done." Then came a hurried murmur, in which 2 or 3 joined. "All those arrangements have been made." Some doubts were implied, some difficulties named by Mr. Slickson, who took hold of Mr. Thornton's arm the better to impress his words. Mr. Thornton moved slightly away, lifted his eyebrows a very little, and then replied, "I take the risk. You need not join in it unless you choose." Still some more fears were urged. "I'm not afraid of anything so dastardly as incendiarism. We are open enemies, and I can protect myself from any violence that I apprehend. I will assuredly protect all others who come to me for work. They know my determination by this time as well and as fully as you do." Mr. Horsfall took him a little on one side, as Margaret conjectured, to ask him some other question about the strike, but in truth it was to inquire who she herself was, so quiet, so stately, and so beautiful. "A Milton lady?" asked he, as the name was given. "No, from the south of England, Hampshire, I believe," was the cold, indifferent answer. Mrs. Slickson was catechising Fanny on the same subject. "Who is that fine, distinguished-looking girl? A sister of Mr. Horsfall's?" "Oh dear, no. That is Mr. Hale, her father, talking now to Mr. Stevens. He gives lessons. That's to say, he reads with young men. My brother John goes to him twice a week, and so he begged mamma to ask them here in hopes of getting him known. I believe we have some of their prospectuses if you would like to have one." "Mr. Thornton! Does he really find time to read with a tutor in the midst of all his business? And this abominable strike in hand as well!" Fanny was not sure, from Mrs. Slickson's manner, whether she ought to be proud or ashamed of her brother's conduct, and like all people who try and take other people's "ought" for the rule of their feelings, she was inclined to blush for any singularity of action. Her shame was interrupted by the dispersion of the guests. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Red Queen, London, England. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 21. The Dark Night. On earth is known to none the smile that is not sister to a tear. Eliot. Margaret and her father walked home. The night was fine, the streets clean, and with her pretty white silk, like Leesy Lindsay's gown of green satin in the ballad, kilted up to her knee, she was off with her father, ready to dance along with the excitement of the cool, fresh night air. I rather think Thornton is not quite easy in his mind about this strike. He seemed very anxious tonight." "I should wonder if he were not. But he spoke with his usual coolness to the others when they suggested different things just before we came away." "So he did after dinner as well. It would take a good deal to stir him from his cool manner of speaking. But his face strikes me as anxious." "I should be if I were he. He must know of the growing anger and hardly smothered hatred of his work people, who all look upon him as what the Bible calls a hard man, not so much unjust as unfeeling, clear in judgment, standing upon his rights as no human being ought to stand, considering what we and all our petty rights are in the sight of the Almighty. I am glad you think he looks anxious. When I remember Boucher's half-mad words and ways, I cannot bear to think how coolly Mr. Thornton spoke." "In the first place, I am not so convinced as you are about that man Boucher's utter distress. For the moment he was badly off, I don't doubt. But there is always a mysterious supply of money from these unions, and from what you said, it was evident the man was of a passionate, demonstrative nature, and gave strong expression to all he felt." "Oh, papa!" "Well, I only want you to do justice to Mr. Thornton, who is, I suspect, of an exactly opposite nature, a man who is far too proud to show his feelings. Just the character I should have thought beforehand you would have admired, Margaret." "So I do, so I should. But I don't feel quite so sure as you do of the existence of those feelings. He is a man of great strength of character, of unusual intellect considering the few advantages he has had." "Not so few. He has led a practical life from a very early age, has been called upon to exercise judgment and self-control. All that develops one part of the intellect. To be sure, he needs some of the knowledge of the past, which gives the truest basis for conjecture as to the future. But he knows this need, he perceives it, and that is something. You are quite prejudiced against Mr. Thornton, Margaret." "He is the first specimen of a manufacturer, of a person engaged in trade, that I had ever the opportunity of studying, papa. He is my first olive. Let me make a face while I swallow it. I know he is good of his kind, and by I shall like the kind. I rather think I am already beginning to do so. I was very much interested by what the gentlemen were talking about, although I did not understand half of it. I was quite sorry when Miss Thornton came to take me to the other end of the room, saying she was sure I should be uncomfortable at being the only lady among so many gentlemen. I had never thought about it, I was so busy listening. And the ladies were so dull, papa. Oh, so dull! Yet I think it was clever too. It reminded me of our old game of having each so many nouns to introduce into a sentence." "What do you mean, child?" asked Mr. Hale. "Why, they took nouns that were signs of things which gave evidence of wealth, housekeepers, under gardeners, extent of glass, valuable lace, diamonds, and all such things, and each one formed her speech so as to bring them all in the prettiest accidental manner possible. You will be as proud of your one servant when you get her, if all is true about her that Mrs. Thornton says." "To be sure I shall. I felt like a great hypocrite to-night, sitting there in my white silk gown, with my idle hands before me, when I remembered all the good thorough housework they had done to-day. They took me for a fine lady, I'm sure." "Even I was mistaken enough to think you looked like a lady, my dear," said Mr. Hale, quietly smiling. But smiles were changed to white and trembling looks when they saw Dixon's face as she opened the door.
"Oh, master! Oh, Miss Margaret! Thank God you are come! Dr. Donaldson is here. The servant next door went for him, for the charwoman is gone home. She's better now, but oh, sir, I thought she'd have died an hour ago."
Mr. Hale caught Margaret's arm to steady himself from falling. He looked at her face, and saw an expression upon it of surprise and extremest sorrow, but not the agony of terror that contracted his own unprepared heart. She knew more than he did, and yet she listened with that hopeless expression of awed apprehension.
"Oh, I should not have left her, wicked daughter that I am!"
moaned forth Margaret, as she supported her trembling father's hasty steps upstairs. Dr. Donaldson met them on the landing. "She is better now," he whispered. "The opiate has taken effect. The spasms were very bad. No wonder they frightened your maid, but she'll rally this time." "This time? Let me go to her."
Half an hour ago Mr. Hale was a middle-aged man. Now his sight was dim, his senses wavering, his walk tottering as if he were 70 years of age. Dr. Donaldson took his arm and led him into the bedroom. Margaret followed close. There lay her mother with an unmistakable look on her face. She might be better now, she was sleeping. But death had signed her for his own, and it was clear that ere long he would return to take possession. Mr. Hale looked at her for some time without a word. Then he began to shake all over, and turning away from Dr. Donaldson's anxious care, he groped to find the door. He could not see it, although several candles brought in the sudden affright were burning and flaming there. He staggered into the drawing-room and felt about for a chair. Dr. Donaldson wheeled one to him and placed him in it. He felt his pulse. "Speak to him, Miss Hale. We must rouse him."
"Papa!"
said Margaret, with a crying voice that was wild with pain.
"Papa, speak to me!"
The speculation came again into his eyes, and he made a great effort. "Margaret, did you know of this? Oh, it was cruel of you." "No, sir, it was not cruel," replied Dr. Donaldson with quick decision. "Miss Hale acted under my directions. There may have been a mistake, but it was not cruel. Your wife will be a different creature to-morrow, I trust. She has had spasms, as I anticipated, though I did not tell Miss Hale of my apprehensions. She has taken the opiate I brought with me. She will have a good long sleep, and to-morrow that look which has alarmed you so much will have passed away." "But not the disease?" Dr. Donaldson glanced at Margaret. Her bent head, her face raised with no appeal for a temporary reprieve, showed that quick observer of human nature that she thought it better that the whole truth should be told. "Not the disease. We cannot touch the disease with all our poor vaunted skill. We can only delay its progress, alleviate the pain it causes. Be a man, sir, a Christian. Have faith in the immortality of the soul, which no pain, no mortal disease can assail or touch." But all the reply he got was in the choked words, "You have never been married, Dr. Donaldson. You do not know what it is," and in the deep, manly sobs which went through the stillness of the night like heavy pulses of agony. Margaret knelt by him, caressing him with tearful caresses. No one, not even Dr. Donaldson, knew how the time went by. Mr. Hale was the first to dare speak of the necessities of the present moment. "What must we do?" asked he. "Tell us both. Margaret is my staff, my right hand." Dr. Donaldson gave his clear, sensible directions. No fear for to-night, nay, even peace for to-morrow, and for many days yet, but no enduring hope of recovery. He advised Mr. Hale to go to bed, and leave only one to watch the slumber, which he hoped would be undisturbed. He promised to come again early in the morning, and with a warm and kindly shake of the hand he left them. They spoke but few words. They were too much exhausted by their terror to do more than decide upon the immediate course of action. Mr. Hale was resolved to sit up through the night, and all that Margaret could do was to prevail upon him to rest on the drawing-room sofa. Dickson stoutly and bluntly refused to go to bed, and as for Margaret, it was simply impossible that she should leave her mother, let all the doctors in the world speak of husbanding resources, and one watcher only being required. So Dickson sat and stared and winked and drooped and picked herself up again with a jerk, and finally gave up the battle and fairly snored. Margaret had taken off her gown and tossed it aside with a sort of impatient disgust, and put on her dressing-gown. She felt as if she never could sleep again, as if her whole senses were acutely vital, and all endued with double keenness for the purposes of watching. Every sight and sound, nay, even every thought, touched some nerve to the very quick. For more than 2 hours she heard her father's restless movements in the next room. He came perpetually to the door of her mother's chamber, pausing there to listen till she, not hearing his close unseen presence, went and opened it to tell him how all went on, in reply to questions his baked lips could hardly form. At last he too fell asleep, and all the house was still. Margaret sat behind the curtain thinking. Far away in time, far away in space, seemed all the interests of past days. Not more than 36 hours ago she cared for Bessie Higgins and her father, and her heart was wrung for Boucher. Now that was all like a dreaming memory of some former life. Everything that had passed out of doors seemed dissevered from her mother, and therefore unreal. Even Harley Street appeared more distinct. There she remembered, as if it were yesterday, how she had pleased herself with tracing out her mother's features in her Aunt Shaw's face, and how letters had come, making her dwell on the thoughts of home with all the longing of love. Helston itself was in the dim past. The dull grey days of the preceding winter and spring, so eventless and monotonous, seemed more associated with what she cared for now above all price. She would fain have caught at the skirts of that departing time, and prayed it to return, and give her back what she had too little valued while it was yet in her possession. What a vain show life seemed! How unsubstantial and flickering and flitting! It was as if from some aerial belfry, high up above the stir and jar of the earth, there was a bell continually tolling, all are shadows, all are passing, all is past. And when the morning dawned cool and grey, like many a happier morning before, when Margaret looked one by one at the sleepers, it seemed as if the terrible night were unreal as a dream. It too was a shadow, it too was past. Mrs. Hale herself was not aware when she awoke how ill she had been the night before. She was rather surprised at Dr. Donaldson's early visit, and perplexed by the anxious faces of husband and child. She consented to remain in bed that day, saying she certainly was tired, but the next she insisted on getting up, and Dr. Donaldson gave his consent to her returning into the drawing-room. She was restless and uncomfortable in every position, and before night she became very feverish. Mr. Hale was utterly listless, and incapable of deciding on anything. "What can we do to spare mamma such another night?" asked Margaret on the third day. "It is, to a certain degree, the reaction after the powerful opiates I have been obliged to use. It is more painful for you to see than for her to bear, I believe. But I think if we could get a water-bed it might be a good thing. Not but what she will be better to-morrow. Pretty much like herself, as she was before this attack. Still, I should like her to have a water-bed. Mrs. Thornton has one, I know. I'll try and call there this afternoon." "Stay," said he, his eye catching on Margaret's face, blanched with watching in a sick-room. "I'm not sure whether I can go. I've a long round to take. It would do you no harm to have a brisk walk to Marlborough Street, and ask Mrs. Thornton if she can spare it." "Certainly," said Margaret. "I could go while mamma is asleep this afternoon. I'm sure Mrs. Thornton would lend it to us." Dr. Donaldson's experience told them rightly. Mrs. Hale seemed to shake off the consequences of her attack, and look brighter and better this afternoon than Margaret had ever hoped to see her again. Her daughter left her after dinner, sitting in her easy-chair, with her hand lying in her husband's, who looked more worn and suffering than she by far. Still he could smile now, rather slowly, rather faintly, it is true, but a day or two before Margaret never thought to see him smile again. It was about 2 miles from their house in Crampton Crescent to Marlborough Street. It was too hot to walk very quickly. An August sun beat straight down into the street at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Margaret went along without noticing anything very different from usual in the first mile and a half of her journey. She was absorbed in her own thoughts, and had learnt by this time to thread her way through the irregular stream of human beings that flowed through Milton streets. But by and by she was struck with an unusual heaving among the mass of people in the crowded road on which she was entering. They did not appear to be moving on so much as talking and listening and buzzing with excitement, without much stirring from the spot where they might happen to be. Still, as they made way for her, and wrapped up in the purpose of her errand and the necessities that suggested it, she was less quick of observation than she might have been if her mind had been at ease. She had got into Marlborough Street before the full conviction forced itself upon her that there was a restless, oppressive sense of irritation abroad among the people, a thunderous atmosphere, morally as well as physically, around her. From every narrow lane opening out on Marlborough Street came up a low, distant roar, as of myriads of fierce, indignant voices. The inhabitants of each poor, squalid dwelling were gathered round the doors and windows, if indeed they were not actually standing in the middle of the narrow ways,
all with looks intent towards one point. Marlborough Street itself was the focus of all those human eyes, that betrayed intensest interest of various kinds, some fierce with anger, some lowering with relentless threats, some dilated with fear or imploring entreaty. And as Margaret reached the small side entrance by the folding doors in the great dead wall of Marlborough Mill Yard, and waited the porter's answer to the bell, she looked round and heard the first long far-off roll of the tempest, saw the first slow-surging wave of the dark crowd come, with its threatening crest, tumble over and retreat at the far end of the street, which a moment ago seemed so full of repressed noise, but which now was ominously still. All these circumstances forced themselves on Margaret's notice, but did not sink down into her preoccupied heart. She did not know what they meant, what was their deep significance, while she did know, did feel, the keen, sharp pressure of the knife that was soon to stab her through and through by leaving her motherless. She was trying to realize that, in order that, when it came, she might be ready to comfort her father. The porter opened the door cautiously, not nearly wide enough to admit her. "It's you, is it, ma'am?" said he, drawing a long breath, and widening the entrance, but still not opening it fully. Margaret went in. He hastily bolted it behind her. "The folk are all coming up here, I reckon?" asked he. "I don't know. Something unusual seemed going on, but this street is quite empty, I think." She went across the yard and up the steps to the house door. There was no near sound, no steam engine at work with beat and pant, no click of machinery or mingling and clashing of many sharp voices, but far away the ominous gathering roar, deep clamouring. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is Sue, also known as Classics Fan, from Hackney, London. I'm reading North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell, Chapter 22. A Blow and Its Consequences. But work grew scarce while bread grew dear, and wages lessened too. For Irish hordes were bidders here, our half-paid work to do. Corn Law Rhymes. Margaret was shown into the drawing-room. It had returned to its normal state of bag and covering. The windows were half open because of the heat, and the Venetian blinds covered the glass, so that a grey, grim light reflected from the pavement below threw all the shadows wrong, and combined with the green-tinged upper light to make even Margaret's own face, as she caught it in the mirrors, look ghastly and wan. She sat and waited. No one came. Every now and then the wind seemed to bear the distant multitudinous sound nearer, and yet there was no wind. It died away into profound stillness between whiles. Fanny came in at last. "Mamma will come directly, Miss Hale. She desired me to apologise to you as it is. Perhaps you know my brother has imported hands from Ireland, and it has irritated the Milton people excessively. As if he hadn't a right to get labour where he could, and the stupid wretches here wouldn't work for him. And now they've frightened those poor Irish starvelings so with their threats that we daren't let them out. You may see them huddled in that top room in the mill, and they're to sleep there to keep them safe from those brutes who will neither work nor let them work. And mamma is seeing about their food, and John is speaking to them, for some of the women are crying to go back. Ah, here's mamma." Mrs. Thornton came in with a look of black sternness on her face, which made Margaret feel she had arrived at a bad time to trouble her with her request. However, it was in compliance with Mrs. Thornton's expressed desire that she would ask for whatever they might want in the progress of her mother's illness. Mrs. Thornton's brow contracted and her mouth grew set, while Margaret spoke with gentle modesty of her mother's restlessness and Dr. Donaldson's wish that she should have the relief of a waterbed. She ceased. Mrs. Thornton did not reply immediately. Then she started up and exclaimed, "They're at the gates! Call John! Fanny! Call him in from the mill! They're at the gates! They'll batter them in. Call John, I say." And simultaneously the gathering tramp to which she had been listening, instead of heeding Margaret's words, was heard just right outside the wall, and an increasing din of angry words raged behind the wooden barrier, which shook as if the unseen maddened crowd made battering rams of their bodies, and retreated a short space, only to come with more united steady impetus against it, till their great beaks made the strong gates quiver like reeds before the wind. The women gathered round the windows, fascinated to look on the scene which terrified them. Mrs. Thornton, the women servants, Margaret, all were there. Fanny had returned, screaming, upstairs, as if pursued at every step, and had thrown herself in hysterical sobbing on the sofa. Mrs. Thornton watched for her son, who was still in the mill. He came out, looked up at them, the pale cluster of faces, and smiled good courage to them before he locked the factory door. Then he called to one of the women to come down and undo his own door, which Fanny had fastened behind her in her mad flight. Mrs. Thornton herself went. The sound of his well-known and commanding voice seemed to have been like the taste of blood to the infuriated multitude outside. Hitherto they had been voiceless, wordless, needing all their breath for their hard-laboured efforts to break down the gates. But now, hearing him speak inside, they set up such a fierce, unearthly groan that even Mrs. Thornton was white with fear as she preceded him into the room. He came in a little flushed, but his eyes gleamed as in answer to the trumpet call of danger, and with a proud look of defiance on his face that made him a noble, if not a handsome man. Margaret had always dreaded lest her courage should fail her in any emergency, and she should be proved to be, what she dreaded least she was, a coward. But now, in this real time of reasonable fear and nearness of terror, she forgot herself, and felt only an intense sympathy, intense to painfulness, in the interests of the moment. Mr. Thornton came frankly towards. "I'm sorry, Miss Hale, you have visited us at this unfortunate moment, when I fear you may be involved in whatever risk we have to bear. Mother, hadn't you better go into the back rooms? I'm not sure whether they may not have made their way from Pinner's Lane into the stable yard, but if not, you will be safer there than here. Go, Jane," continued he, addressing the upper servant, and she went, followed by the others. "I stop here," said his mother. "Where you are, there I stay." And indeed, retreat into the back rooms was of no avail. The crowd had surrounded the outbuildings at the rear, and were sending forth their awful threatening roar behind. The servants retreated into the garrets, and with many a cry and shriek. Mr. Thornton smiled scornfully as he heard them. He glanced at Margaret, standing all by herself at the window nearest the factory. Her eyes glittered, her colour was deepened in cheek and lip. As if she felt his look, she turned to him and asked a question that had been for some time in her mind. "Where are the poor imported workpeople? In the factory there?" "Yes, I left them cowed up in a small room at the head of a back flight of stairs, bidding them run all risks and escape down there if they heard any attack made on the mill doors. But it is not them, it is me they want." "When can the soldiers be here?" asked his mother in a low but not unsteady voice. He took out his watch with the same steady composure with which he did everything. He made some little calculation. Supposing Williams got straight off when I told him, and hadn't to dodge about amongst them, it must be 20 minutes. 20 minutes, said his mother, for the first time showing her terror in the tones of her voice. "Shut down the windows instantly, mother," explained he. "The gates won't bear such another shock. Shut down that window, Miss Hale." Margaret shut her window and then went to assist Mrs. Thornton's trembling fingers. For some cause or other there was a pause of several minutes in the unseen street. Mrs. Thornton looked up with wild anxiety at her son's countenance, as if to gain the interpretation of the sudden stillness from him. His face was set into rigid lines of contemptuous defiance. Neither hope nor fear could be read there. Fanny raised herself up. "Are they gone?" asked she in a whisper. "Gone?" replied he. "Listen." She did listen. They all could hear the one great straining breath, the creak of wood slowly yielding, the wrench of iron, the mighty fall of the ponderous gates. Fanny stood up, tottering, made a step or two towards her mother, and fell forwards into her arms in a fainting fit. Mrs. Thornton lifted her up with a strength that was as much that of will as of the body, and carried her away. "Thank God," said Mr. Thornton as he watched her out. "Had you not better go upstairs, Miss Hale?" Margaret's lips formed a "no," but he could not hear her speak, for the tramp of innumerable steps right under the very wall of the house, and the fierce growl of low, deep, angry voices that has a ferocious murmur of satisfaction in them, more dreadful than their baffled cries not many minutes before. "Never mind," said he, thinking to encourage her. "I am very sorry that you should have been entrapped into all this alarm, but it cannot last long now. A few minutes more and the soldiers will be here." "Oh God!" cried Margaret suddenly, "there is Boucher. I know his face, though he is livid with rage. He's fighting to get to the front. Look, look!" "Who is Boucher?" asked Mr. Thornton coolly, and coming close to the window to discover the man in whom Margaret took such an interest. As soon as they saw Mr. Thornton, they set up a yell. To call it not human is nothing. It was as the demoniac desire of some terrible wild beast for the food that is withheld from his ravening. Even he drew back for a moment, dismayed at the intensity of the hatred he had provoked. "Let them yell," said he. "In 5 minutes more. I only hope my poor Irishmen are not terrified out of their wits by such a fiend-like noise. Keep up your courage. 5 minutes, Miss Hale." "Don't be afraid for me," she said hastily. "But what in 5 minutes? Can you do nothing to soothe these poor creatures? It is awful to see them." "The soldiers will be here directly, and that will bring them to reason." "To reason?" said Margaret quickly. "What kind of reason?" "The only reason that does with men that make themselves into wild beasts. By heaven, they've turned to the mill door." "Mr. Thornton," said Margaret, shaking all over with her passion, "go down this instant, if you are not a coward. Go down and face them like a man. Save these poor strangers whom you have decoyed here. Speak to your workmen as if they were human beings. Speak to them kindly. Don't let the soldiers come in and cut down poor creatures who are driven mad. I see one there who is. If you have any courage or noble quality in you, go down and speak to them man to man." He turned and looked at her while she spoke. A dark cloud came over his face while he listened. He set his teeth as he heard her words. "I will go. Perhaps I may ask you to accompany me downstairs and bar the door behind me. My mother and sister will need that protection." "Oh, Mr. Thornton, I do not know. I may be wrong. Only—" But he was gone. He was downstairs in the hall. He had unbarred the front door. All she could do was to follow him quickly and fasten it behind him and clamber up the stairs again with a sick heart and a dizzy head. Again she took her place by the farthest window. He was on the steps below. She saw that by the direction of the 1,000 angry eyes, but she could neither see nor hear anything save the savage satisfaction of the rolling angry murmur. She threw the window wide open. Many in the crowd were mere boys, cruel and thoughtless, cruel because they were thoughtless. Some were men, gaunt as wolves and mad for prey. She knew how it was. They were like Boucher with starving children at home, relying on ultimate success in their efforts to get higher wages, and enraged beyond measure at discovering that Irishmen were to be brought in to rob their little ones of bread. Margaret knew it all. She read it in Boucher's face, forlornly desperate and livid with rage. If Mr. Thornton would but say something to them, let them hear his voice only. It seemed as if it would be better than this wild beast beating and raging against the stony silence that vouchsafed them no word, even of anger or reproach. But perhaps he was speaking now. There was a momentary hush of their noise, inarticulate as that of a troop of animals. She tore her bonnet off and bent forward to hear. She could only see, for if Mr. Thornton had indeed made the attempt to speak, the momentary instinct to listen to him was past and gone, and the people were raging worse than ever. He stood with hands folded, still as a statue, his face pale with repressed excitement. They were trying to intimidate him, to make him flinch. Each was urging the other on to some immediate act of personal violence. Margaret felt instinctively that in an instant all would be uproar, that the first touch would cause an explosion in which, among such hundreds of infuriated men and reckless boys, even Mr. Thornton's life would be unsafe. That in another instant the stormy passions would have passed their bounds and swept away all barriers of reason or apprehension of consequence. Even while she looked, she saw lads in the background stooping to take off their heavy wooden clogs, the readiest missiles they could find. She saw it with the spark of the gunpowder, and with a cry which no one heard, she rushed out of the room downstairs. She had lifted the great iron bar of the door with an imperious force, had thrown the door open wide, and was there, in face of that angry sea of men, her eyes smiting them with flaming arrows of reproach. The clogs were arrested in the hands that held them. The countenances, so fell not a moment before, now looked irresolute, and as if asking what this meant. For she stood between them and their enemy. She could not speak, but held out her arms towards them till she could recover breath. "Oh, do not use violence! He is one man, and you are many!" But her words died away, for there was no tone in her voice, it was but a hoarse whisper. Mr. Thornton stood a little on one side. He had moved away from behind her, as if jealous of anything that should come between him and danger. "Go!" she said once more, and now her voice was like a cry. "The soldiers are sent for, are coming. Go peaceably, go away. You shall have relief from your complaints, whatever they are." "Shall them Irish blackguards be packed back again?" asked one from out the crowd, with fierce threatening in his voice. "Never for your bidding!" exclaimed Mr. Thornton, and instantly the storm broke. The hootings rose and filled the air, but Margaret did not hear them. Her eyes were on the crowd of lads who had armed themselves with their clogs some time before. She saw their gesture, she knew its meaning, she read their aim. Another moment and Mr. Thornton might be smitten down, he whom she had urged and goaded to come to this perilous place. She only thought how she could save him. She threw her arms around him, she made her body into a shield from the fierce people below. Still with his arms folded, he shook her off. "Go away," he said in his deep voice. "This is no place for you." "It is," she said. "You did not see what I saw." If she thought her sex would be a protection, if with shrinking eyes she had turned away from the terrible anger of these men, in any hope that ere she looked again they would have paused and reflected and slunk away and vanished, she was wrong. Their reckless passion had carried them too far to stop. At least had carried some of them too far. For it is always the savage lads with their love of cruel excitement who heed the riot, reckless to what bloodshed it may lead. A clog whizzed through the air. Margaret's fascinated eyes watched its progress. It missed its aim, and she turned sick with affright, but changed not her position, only hid her face onto Mr. Thornton's arm. There she turned and spoke again. "For God's sake, do not damage your cause by this violence. You do not know what you are doing." She strove to make her words distinct. A sharp pebble flew by her, grazing forehead and cheek, and drawing a blinding sheet of light before her eyes. She lay like one dead on Mr. Thornton's shoulder. Then he unfolded his arms and held her encircled in one for an instant. "You do well," he said. "You come to oust the innocent stranger. You fall, you hundreds, on one man, and when a woman comes before you, to ask you for your own sakes to be reasonable creatures. Your cowardly wrath falls upon her. You do well." They were silent while he spoke. They were watching, open-eyed and open-mouthed, the thread of dark red blood which wakened them up from their trance of passion. Those nearest the gate stole out ashamed. There was a movement through all the crowd, a retreating movement. Only one voice cried out, "The stone were meant for thee, but thou wert sheltered behind a woman." Mr. Thornton quivered with rage. The blood flowing had made Margaret conscious, dimly, vaguely conscious. He placed her gently on the doorstep, her head leaning against the frame. "Can you rest there?" he asked. But without waiting for her answer, he went slowly down the steps right into the middle of the crowd. "Now kill me if it is your brutal will. There is no woman to shield me here. You may beat me to death. You will never move me from what I have determined upon, not you." He stood amongst them with his arms folded, in precisely the same attitude as he had been in on the steps. But the retrograde movement towards the gate had begun, as unreasoningly, perhaps as blindly as the simultaneous anger. Or perhaps the idea of the approach of soldiers and the sight of that pale upturned face with closed eyes, still and sad as marble, though the tears welled out of the long entanglement of eyelashes and dropped down, and heavier, slower plash than even tears came the drip of blood from her wound. Even the most desperate, Boucher himself, drew back, faltered away, scowled, and finally went off, muttering curses on the master, who stood in his unchanging attitude, looking after their retreat with defiant eyes. The moment that retreat had changed into a flight, as it was sure from its very character to do, he darted up the steps to Margaret. She tried to rise without his help. "It is nothing," she said with a sickly smile. "The skin is grazed, and I was stunned at the moment. Oh, I'm so thankful they're gone." And she cried without restraint. He could not sympathise with her. His anger had not abated. It was rather rising the more as his sense of immediate danger was passing away. The distant clank of the soldiers was heard, just 5 minutes too late to make this vanished mob feel the power of authority and order. He hoped they would see the troops and be quelled by the thought of their narrow escape. While these thoughts crossed his mind, Margaret clung to the doorpost to steady herself. But a film came over her eyes. He was only just in time to catch her. "Mother! Mother!" cried he. "Come down! They are gone, and Miss Hale is hurt." He bore her into the dining room and laid her on the sofa there, laid her down softly, and looking at her pure white face, the sense of what she was to him came so keenly that he spoke it out in pain. "Oh, my Margaret, my Margaret! No one can tell what you are to me. Dead cold as you lie there, you are the only woman I ever loved. Oh, Margaret, Margaret!" Inarticulately as he spoke, kneeling by her, and rather moaning than saying the words, he started up, ashamed of himself, as his mother came in. She saw nothing but her son, a little paler, a little sterner than usual. "Miss Hale is hurt, mother. A stone has grazed her temple. She has lost a good deal of blood, I'm afraid." "She looks very seriously hurt. I could almost fancy her dead," said Mrs. Thornton, a good deal alarmed. "It is only a fainting fit. She has spoken to me since." But all the blood in his body seemed to rush inwards to his heart as he spoke, and he absolutely trembled. "Go and call Jane. She can find me the things I want. And do you go to your Irish people, who are crying and shouting as if they were mad with fright." He went. He went away as if weights were tied to every limb that bore him from her. He called Jane, he called his sister. She should have all womanly care, all gentle tendance. but every pulse beat in him as he remembered how she had come down and placed herself in foremost danger. Could it be to save him? At the time he had pushed her aside and spoken gruffly. He had seen nothing but the immediate danger she had placed herself in. He went to the Irish people, with every nerve in his body thrilling at the thought of her, and found it difficult to understand enough of what they were saying to soothe and comfort away their fears. There they declared they would not stop. They claimed to be sent back. And so he had to think and talk and reason. Mrs. Thornton bathed Margaret's temples with eau de cologne. As the spirit touched the wound, which till then neither Mrs. Thornton nor Jane had perceived, Margaret opened her eyes. But it was evident she did not know where she was nor who they were. The dark circles deepened, the lips quivered and contracted, and she became insensible once more. "She has had a terrible blow," said Mrs. Thornton. "Is there anyone who will go for a doctor?" "Not me, ma'am, if you please," said Jane, shrinking back. "Them rabble may be all about. I don't think the cut is so deep, ma'am, as it looks." "I will not run the chance. She was hurt in our house." "If you are a coward, Jane, I am not. I will go." "Pray, ma'am, let me send one of the police. There's ever so many come up, and soldiers too." "And yet you're afraid to go." "I will not have their time taken up with our errands. They'll have enough to do to catch some of the mob." "You will not be afraid to stop in this house," she asked contemptuously, "and go on bathing Miss Hale's forehead, shall you? I shall not be 10 minutes. "Can't Hannah go, ma'am?" "Why Hannah? Why any but you?" "No, Jane, if you don't go, I do." Mrs. Thornton went first to the room in which she had left Fanny stretched on the bed. She started up as her mother entered. "Oh, mamma, how you terrified me! I thought you were a man that had got into the house." "Nonsense. The men are all gone away. There are soldiers all round the place seeking for their work now it is too late. Miss Hale is lying on the dining-room sofa, badly hurt. I'm going for the doctor." "Oh, don't, mamma, they'll murder you!" She clung to her mother's gown. Mrs. Thornton wrenched it away with no gentle hand. "Find me someone else to go, but that girl must not bleed to death." "Bleed? Oh, how horrid! How has she got hurt?" "I don't know. I have no time to ask. Go down to her, Fanny, and do try and make yourself of use. Jane is with her, and I trust it looks worse than it is. Jane has refused to leave the house, cowardly woman, and I won't put myself in the way of any more refusals from my servants, so I am going myself." "Oh, dear, dear," said Fanny, crying and preparing to go down rather than be left alone, with the thought of wounds and bloodshed in the very house. "Oh, Jane," she said, creeping into the dining-room. "What is the matter? How white she looks! How did she get hurt? Did they throw stones into the drawing-room?" Margaret did indeed look white and wan, although her senses were beginning to return to her. But the sickly daze of the swoon made her still miserably faint. She was conscious of movements around her, and of refreshment from the eau de cologne, and a craving for the bathing to go on without intermission. But when they stopped to talk, she could no more have opened her eyes or spoken to ask for more bathing than the people who lie in death-like trance can move or utter sound to arrest the awful preparations for their burial, while they are yet fully aware, not merely of the actions of those around them, but of the idea that is the motive for such actions. Jane paused in her bathing to reply to Mrs. Thornton's question. "She'd have been safe enough, miss, if she'd stayed in the drawing-room or come up to us. We were in the front garret and could see it all, out of harm's way." "Where was she then?" said Fanny, drawing nearer by slow degrees as she became accustomed to the sight of Margaret's pale face. "Just before the front door with master," said Jane significantly. "With John? With my brother? How did she get there?" "Nay, miss, that's not for me to say," answered Jane with a slight toss of her head. "Sarah did—" "Sarah what?" said Fanny with impatient curiosity. Jane resumed her bathing as if what Sarah did or said was not exactly the thing she liked to repeat. "Sarah what?" asked Fanny sharply. "Don't speak in these half sentences or I can't understand you." Well, miss, since you will have it, Sarah, you see, was in the best place for seeing, being at the right-hand window, and she says, and said at the very time too, that she saw Miss Hale with her arms about master's neck, hugging him before all the people. I don't believe it, said Fanny. I know she cares for my brother. Anyone can see that. And I dare say she'd give her eyes if he'd marry her, which he never will, I can tell her. But I don't believe she'd be so bold and forward as to put her arms round his neck. Poor young lady, she's paid for it dearly if she did. It's my belief that the blow has given her such an ascendancy of blood to the head as she'll never get the better from. She looks like a corpse now. Oh, I wish mamma could come, said Fanny, wringing her hands. I never was in the room with a dead person before. Stay, miss, she's not dead. Her eyelids are quivering, and here's wet tears are coming down her cheeks. Speak to her, Miss Fanny. Are you better now? Asked Fanny in a quavering voice. No answer, no sign of recognition, but a faint pink colour returned to her lips, although the rest of her face was ashen pale. Mrs. Thornton came hurriedly in with the nearest surgeon she could find. How is she? Are you better, my dear? As Margaret opened her filmy eyes and gazed dreamily at her. Here is Mr. Lowe come to see you. Mrs. Thornton spoke loudly and distinctly, as to a deaf person. Margaret tried to rise and drew her ruffled, luxuriant hair instinctively over the cut. I am better now, she said in a very low, faint voice. I was a little sick. She let him take her hand and feel her pulse. The bright colour came for a moment into her face when he asked to examine the wound in her forehead, and she glanced up at Jane as if shrinking from her inspection more than from the doctor's. It is not much, I think. I am better now. I must go home. Not until I've applied some strips of plaster and you have rested a little. She sat down hastily without a word and allowed it to be bound up. Now, if you please, said she, I must go. Mamma will not see it, I think. It is under the hair, is it not? Quite. No one could tell. But you must not go, said Mrs. Thornton impatiently. You are not fit to go. I must, said Margaret decidedly. Think of mamma. If she should hear... Besides, I must go, said she vehemently. I cannot stay here. May I ask for a cab? You are quite flushed and feverish, observed Mr. Lowe. It is only with being here when I do so want to go. The air getting away would do more good than anything, she pleaded. I really believe it is as she says, Mr. Lowe replied. If her mother is so ill as you told me on the way here, it may be very serious if she hears of this riot and does not see her daughter back at the time she expects. The injury is not deep. I will fetch a cab if your servants are still afraid to go out. Oh, thank you, said Margaret. It will do me more good than anything. It is the air of this room that makes me feel so miserable. She leant back on the sofa and closed her eyes. Fanny beckoned her mother out of the room and told her something that made her equally anxious with Margaret for the departure of the latter. Not that she fully believed Fanny's statement, but she credited enough to make her manner to Margaret appear very much constrained at wishing her good-bye. Mr. Lowe returned in the cab. If you will allow me, I will see you home, Miss Hale. The streets are not very quiet yet. Margaret's thoughts were quite alive enough to the present to make her desirous of getting rid of both Mr. Lowe and the cab before she reached Crampton Crescent, for fear of alarming her father and mother. Beyond that one aim she would not look. That ugly dream of insolent words spoken about herself could never be forgotten, but could be put aside till she was stronger. For oh, she was very weak, and her mind sought for some present fact to steady itself upon, and keep it from utterly losing consciousness in another hideous, sickly swoon. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 23. Mistakes. Which when his mother saw, she in her mind was troubled sore, nay wist well what to wean. Spenser. Margaret had not gone 5 minutes when Mr. Thornton came in, his face all aglow. "I could not come sooner, the superintendent would. Where is she?" He looked around the dining room, and then almost fiercely at his mother, who was quietly rearranging the disturbed furniture, and did not instantly reply. "Where is Miss Hale?" asked he again. "Gone home," said she, rather shortly. "Gone home?" "Yes, she was a great deal better. Indeed, I don't believe it was so very much of a hurt, only some people faint at the least thing." "I am sorry she is gone home," said he, walking uneasily about. "She could not have been fit for it." "She said she was, and Mr. Lowe said she was. I went for him myself." "Thank you, mother." He stopped and partly held out his hand to give her a grateful shake. But she did not notice the movement. "What have you done with your Irish people?" "Sent to the Dragon for a good meal for them, poor wretches. And then luckily I caught Father Grady, and have asked him in to speak to them, and dissuade them from going off in a body." "How did Miss Hale go home? I am sure she could not walk." "She had a cab. Everything was done properly, even to the paying. Let us talk of something else. She has caused disturbance enough." "I don't know where I should have been but for her." "Are you become so helpless as to have to be defended by a girl?" asked Mrs. Thornton scornfully. He reddened. "Not many girls would have taken the blows on herself which were meant for me, meant with right down goodwill too." "A girl in love will do a good deal," replied Mrs. Thornton shortly. "Mother!" He made a step forwards, stood still, heaved with passion. She was a little startled at the evident force he used to keep himself calm. She was not sure of the nature of the emotions she had provoked. It was only their violence that was clear. Was it anger? His eyes glowed, his figure was dilated, his breath came thick and fast. It was a mixture of joy, of anger, of pride, of glad surprise, of panting doubt. But she could not read it. Still, it made her uneasy, as the presence of all strong feeling of which the cause is not fully understood or sympathized in always has this effect. She went to the sideboard, opened a drawer, and took out a duster, which she kept there for any occasional purpose. She had seen a drop of eau de cologne on the polished arm of the sofa, and instinctively sought to wipe it off. But she kept her back turned to her son much longer than was necessary, and when she spoke her voice seemed unusual and constrained. "You have taken some steps about the rioters, I suppose. You don't apprehend any more violence, do you? Where were the police? Never at hand when they are wanted." "On the contrary, I saw 3 or 4 of them when the gates gave way, struggling and beating about in fine fashion. And more came running up just when the yard was clearing. I might have given some of the fellows in charge then, if I had my wits about me. But there will be no difficulty. Plenty of people can identify them." "But won't they come back tonight?" "I am going to see about a sufficient guard for the premises. I have appointed to meet Captain Hanbury in half an hour at the station." "You must have some tea first." "Tea? Yes, I suppose I must. It's 6:30, and I may be out for some time. Don't sit up for me, mother." "You expect me to go to bed before I have seen you safe, do you?" "Well, perhaps not." He hesitated for a moment. "But if I have time, I shall go round by Crampton, after I have arranged with the police and seen Hamper and Clarkson." Their eyes met. They looked at each other intently for a minute. Then she asked, "Why are you going round by Crampton?" "To ask after Miss Hale." "I will send. Williams must take the waterbed she came to ask for. He shall inquire how she is." "I must go myself." "Not merely to ask how Miss Hale is?" "No, not merely for that. I want to thank her for the way in which she stood between me and the mob." "What made you go down at all? It was putting your head into the lion's mouth." He glanced sharply at her, saw that she did not know what had passed between him and Margaret in the drawing room, and replied by another question. "Shall you be afraid to be left without me until I can get some of the police? Or had we better send Williams for them now, and they could be here by the time we have done tea? There's no time to be lost. I must be off in a quarter of an hour." Mrs. Thornton left the room. Her servants wondered at her directions, usually so sharply cut and decided, now confused and uncertain. Mr. Thornton remained in the dining room, trying to think of the business he had to do at the police office, and in reality thinking of Margaret. Everything seemed dim and vague behind, besides the touch of her arms around his neck, the soft clinging which made the dark colour come and go in his cheek as he thought of it. The tea would have been very silent, but for Fanny's perpetual description of her own feelings, how she had been alarmed, and then thought they were gone, and then felt sick and faint and trembling in every limb. "There, that's enough," said her brother, rising from the table. "The reality was enough for me." He was going to leave the room when his mother stopped him with her hand upon his arm. "You will come back here before you go to the Hales," said she, in a low, anxious voice. "I know what I know," said Fanny to herself. "Why, will it be too late to disturb them?" "John, come back to me for this one evening. It will be late for Mrs. Hale, but that is not it. Tomorrow you will. Come back tonight, John." She had seldom pleaded with her son at all. She was too proud for that. But she had never pleaded in vain. "I will return straight here after I have done my business. You will be sure to inquire after her." Mrs. Thornton was by no means a talkative companion to Fanny, nor yet a good listener while her son was absent. But on his return, her eyes and ears were keen to see and to listen to all the details which he could give, as to the steps he had taken to secure himself, and those whom he chose to employ, from any repetition of the day's outrages. He clearly saw his object. Punishment and suffering were the natural consequences to those who had taken part in the riot. All that was necessary in order that property should be protected, and that the will of the proprietor might cut to his end, clean and sharp as a sword. "Mother, you know what I have got to say to Miss Hale tomorrow?" The question came upon her suddenly, during a pause in which she, at least, had forgotten Margaret. She looked up at him. "Yes, I do. You can hardly do otherwise." "Do otherwise? I don't understand you." "I mean that, after allowing her feelings so to overcome her, I consider you bound in honour." "Bound in honour?" said he scornfully. "I am afraid honour has nothing to do with it. Her feelings overcome her? What feelings do you mean?" "Nay, John, there is no need to be angry. Did she not rush down and cling to you to save you from danger?" "She did," said he. "But, mother," continued he, stopping short in his walk right in front of her, "I dare not hope. I never was faint-hearted before, but I cannot believe such a creature cares for me." "Don't be foolish, John. Such a creature? Why, she might be a duke's daughter, to hear you speak. And what proof more would you have, I wonder, of her caring for you? I can believe she has had a struggle with her aristocratic way of viewing things, but I like her the better for seeing clearly at last." "It is a good deal for me to say," said Mrs. Thornton, smiling slowly, while the tears stood in her eyes. "For after tonight I stand second. It was to have you to myself, all to myself, a few hours longer, that I begged you not to go till tomorrow." "Dearest mother!" Still, love is selfish, and in an instant he reverted to his own hopes and fears in a way that drew the cold creeping shadow over Mrs. Thornton's heart. "But I know she does not care for me. I shall put myself at her feet. I must. If it were but one chance in 1,000 or 1,000,000, I should do it." "Don't fear," said his mother, crushing down her own personal mortification at the little notice he had taken of the rare ebullition of her maternal feelings, of the pang of jealousy that betrayed the intensity of her disregarded love. "Don't be afraid," she said coldly. "As far as love may go, she may be worthy of you. It must have taken a good deal to overcome her pride. Don't be afraid, John," said she, kissing him, as she wished him good night, and she went slowly and majestically out of the room. But when she got into her own, she locked the door and sat down to cry unwanted tears. Margaret entered the room, where her father and mother still sat, holding low conversation together, looking very pale and white. She came close up to them before she could trust herself to speak. "Mrs. Thornton will send the water-bed, mamma." "Dear, how tired you look. Is it very hot, Margaret?" "Very hot, and the streets are rather rough with the strike." Margaret's colour came back vivid and bright as ever, but it faded away instantly. "Here has been a message from Bessie Higgins asking you to go to her," said Mrs. Hale. "But I am sure you look too tired." "Yes," said Margaret. "I am tired. I cannot go." She was very silent and trembling while she made tea. She was thankful to see her father so much occupied with her mother as not to notice her looks. Even after her mother went to bed, he was not content to be absent from her, but undertook to read her to sleep. Margaret was alone. "Now I will think of it. Now I will remember it all. I could not before. I dared not." She sat still in her chair, her hands clasped on her knees, her lips compressed, her eyes fixed as one who sees a vision. She drew a deep breath. "I, who hate scenes, I, who have despised people for showing emotion, who have thought them wanting in self-control, I went down and must needs throw myself into the melee like a romantic fool. Did I do any good? They would have gone away without me, I dare say." But this was overleaping the rational conclusion, as in an instant her well-poised judgment felt. "No, perhaps they would not. I did some good. But what possessed me to defend that man as if he were a helpless child?" "Ah," said she, clenching her hands together, "it is no wonder those people thought I was in love with him, after disgracing myself in that way. I in love, and with him too!" Her pale cheeks suddenly became one flame of fire, and she covered her face with her hands. When she took them away, her palms were wet with scalding tears. "Oh, how low I am fallen that they should say that of me! I could not have been so brave for anyone else, just because he was so utterly indifferent to me, if indeed I do not positively dislike him. It made me the more anxious that there should be fair play on each side, and I could see what fair play was. It was not fair," said she vehemently, "that he should stand there sheltered, awaiting the soldiers, who might catch those poor maddened creatures as in a trap, without an effort on his part to bring them to reason. And it was worse than unfair for them to set on him as they threatened. I would do it again, let who will say what they like of me. If I saved one blow, one cruel angry action that might otherwise have been committed, I did a woman's work. Let them insult my maiden pride as they will. I walk pure before God." She looked up, and a noble peace seemed to descend and calm her face, till it was stiller than chiselled marble. Dixon came in. "If you please, Miss Margaret, here's the water-bed from Mrs. Thornton's. It's too late for tonight, I'm afraid, for Mrs. is nearly asleep, but it will do nicely for tomorrow." "Very," said Margaret. "You must send her best thanks." Dixon left the room for a moment. "If you please, Miss Margaret, he says he is to ask particular how you are. I think he must mean Mrs. But he says his last words were to ask how Miss Hale was." "Me?" said Margaret, drawing herself up. "I'm quite well. Tell him I'm perfectly well." But her complexion was as deadly white as her handkerchief, and her head ached intensely. Mr. Hale now came in. He had left his sleeping wife, and wanted, as Margaret saw, to be amused and interested by something that she was to tell him. With sweet patience did she bear her pain without a word of complaint, and rummaged up numberless small subjects for conversation, all except the riot, and that she never named once. It turned her sick to think of it. "Good night, Margaret. I have every chance of a good night myself, and you are looking very pale with your watching. I shall call Dixon if your mother needs anything. Do you go to bed and sleep like a top, for I am sure you need it. Poor child. Good night, Papa." She let her colour go, the forced smile fade away, the eyes grow dull with heavy pain. She released her strong will from its laborious task. Till morning she might feel ill and weary. She lay down and never stirred. To move hand or foot, or even so much as one finger, would have been an exertion beyond the powers of either volition or motion. She was so tired, so stunned, that she thought she never slept at all. Her feverish thoughts passed and repassed the boundary between sleeping and waking, and kept their own miserable identity. She could not be alone, prostrate and powerless as she was. A cloud of faces looked up at her, giving her no idea of fierce vivid anger or of personal danger, but a deep sense of shame that she should thus be the object of universal regard. A sense of shame so acute that it seemed as if she would fain have burrowed into the earth to hide herself, and yet she could not escape out of that unwinking glare of many eyes. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 24. Mistakes Cleared Up. Your beauty was the first that won the place, and scaled the walls of my undaunted heart, which, captive now, pines in a cative case, unkindly met with rigour for desert. Yet not the less your servant shall abide, in spite of rude repulse or silent pride. William Fowler. The next morning Margaret dragged herself up, thankful that the night was over, unrefreshed yet rested. All had gone well through the house. Her mother had only wakened once. A little breeze was stirring in the hot air, and though there were no trees to show the playful tossing movement caused by the wind among the leaves, Margaret knew how, somewhere or another, by wayside, in copses, or in thick green woods, there was a pleasant, murmuring, dancing sound, a rushing and falling noise, the very thought of which was an echo of distant gladness in her heart. She sat at her work in Mrs. Hale's room. As soon as that forenoon slumber was over, she would help her mother to dress. After dinner she would go and see Bessie Higgins. She would banish all recollection of the Thornton family. No need to think of them till they absolutely stood before her in flesh and blood. But of course the effort not to think of them brought them only the more strongly before her, and from time to time the hot flush came over her pale face, sweeping it into colour as a sunbeam from between watery clouds comes swiftly moving over the sea. Dickson opened the door very softly, and stole on tiptoe up to Margaret, sitting by the shaded window. "Mr. Thornton, Miss Margaret. He is in the drawing-room." Margaret dropped her sewing. "Did he ask for me? Isn't Papa come in?" "He asked for you, miss, and master is out." "Very well, I will come," said Margaret quietly. But she lingered strangely. Mr. Thornton stood by one of the windows, with his back to the door, apparently absorbed in watching something in the street. But in truth, he was afraid of himself. His heart beat thick at the thought of her coming. He could not forget the touch of her arms around his neck, impatiently felt as it had been at the time, but now the recollection of her clinging defence of him seemed to thrill him through and through, to melt away every resolution, all power of self-control, as if it were wax before a fire. He dreaded lest he should go forwards to meet her, with his arms held out in mute entreaty that she would come and nestle there, as she had done, all unheeded the day before, but never unheeded again. His heart throbbed loud and quick. Strong man as he was, he trembled at the anticipation of what he had to say, and how it might be received. She might droop and flush, and flutter to his arms as to her natural home and resting-place. One moment he glowed with impatience at the thought that she might do this. The next he feared a passionate rejection, the very idea of which withered up his future with so deadly a blight that he refused to think of it. He was startled by the sense of the presence of someone else in the room. He turned around. She had come in so gently that he had never heard her. The street noises had been more distinct to his inattentive ear than her slow movements in her soft muslin gown. She stood by the table, not offering to sit down. Her eyelids were dropped half over her eyes, her teeth were shut, not compressed. Her lips were just parted over them, allowing the white line to be seen between their curves. Her slow, deep breathings dilated her thin and beautiful nostrils. It was the only motion visible on her countenance. The fine-grained skin, the oval cheek, the rich outline of her mouth, its corners deep set in dimples, were all wan and pale to-day, the loss of their usual natural healthy colour being made more evident by the heavy shadow of the dark hair brought down upon the temples to hide all sign of the blow she had received. Her head, for all its drooping eyes, was thrown a little back in the old, proud attitude. Her long arms hung motionless by her sides. Altogether she looked like some prisoner, falsely accused of a crime that she loathed and despised, and from which she was too indignant to justify herself. Mr. Thornton made a hasty step or two forwards, recovered himself, and went with quiet firmness to the door, which she had left open, and shut it. Then he came back, and stood opposite to her for a moment, receiving the general impression of her beautiful presence, before he dared to disturb it, perhaps to repel it, by what he had to say.
"Miss Hale, I was very ungrateful yesterday."
"You had nothing to be grateful for," said she, raising her eyes, and looking full and straight at him. "You mean, I suppose, that you believe you ought to thank me for what I did." In spite of herself, in defiance of her anger, the thick blushes came all over her face, and burnt into her very eyes, which fell not, nevertheless, from their grave and steady look. It was only a natural instinct. Any woman would have done just the same. We all feel the sanctity of our sex as a high privilege when we see danger. "I ought rather," she said hastily, "to apologize to you for having said thoughtless words which sent you down into the danger."
"It was not your words. It was the truth they conveyed, pungently as it was expressed. But you shall not drive me off upon that, and so escape the expression of my deep gratitude, my—"
He was on the verge now. He would not speak in the haste of his hot passion. He would weigh each word. He would. And his will was triumphant. He stopped in mid-career. "I do not try to escape from anything," said she. "I simply say that you owe me no gratitude, and I may add that any expression of it will be painful to me, because I do not feel that I deserve it. Still, if it will relieve you from even a fancied obligation, speak on."
"I do not want to be relieved from any obligation," said he, goaded by her calm manner. "Fancied or not fancied. I question not myself to know which. I choose to believe that I owe my very life to you. Smile and think it an exaggeration if you will. I believe it because it adds a value to that life to think— Oh, Miss Hale," continued he, lowering his voice to such a tender intensity of passion that she shivered and trembled before him, "to think circumstance so wrought that whenever I exult in existence henceforward, I may say to myself, all this gladness in life, all honest pride in doing my work in the world, all this keen sense of being, I owe to her. And it doubles the gladness. It makes the pride glow. It sharpens the sense of existence, till I hardly know if it is pain or pleasure to think that I owe it to one— Nay, you must, you shall hear," said he, stepping forwards with stern determination, "to one whom I love, as I do not believe man ever loved woman before." He held her hand tight in his. He panted as he listened for what should come. He threw the hand away with indignation as he heard her icy tone, for icy it was, though the words came faltering out as if she knew not where to find them. "Your way of speaking shocks me. It is blasphemous. I cannot help it if that is my first feeling. It might not be so, I dare say, if I understood the kind of feeling you describe. I do not want to vex you, and besides we must speak gently, for mamma is asleep. But your whole manner offends me." "How?" exclaimed he. "Offends you? I am indeed most unfortunate."
"Yes," said she, with recovered dignity, "I do feel offended, and I think justly. You seem to fancy that my conduct of yesterday," again the deep carnation blush, but this time with eyes kindling with indignation rather than shame, "was a personal act between you and me, and that you may come and thank me for it, instead of perceiving as a gentleman would— Yes, a gentleman," she repeated, in allusion to their former conversation about that word— "that any woman worthy of the name of woman would come forward to shield with her reverenced helplessness a man in danger from the violence of numbers."
"And the gentleman thus rescued is forbidden the relief of thanks," he broke in contemptuously. I am a man. I claim the right of expressing my feelings. And I yielded to the right, simply saying that you gave me pain by insisting upon it, she replied proudly. But you seem to have imagined that I was not merely guided by womanly instinct, but— and here the passionate tears, kept down for long, struggled with vehemently, came up into her eyes and choked her voice— but that I was prompted by some particular feeling for you. You! Why, there was not a man, not a poor desperate man in all that crowd, for whom I had not more sympathy, for whom I should not have done what little I could more heartily. You may speak on, Miss Hale. I am aware of all these misplaced sympathies of yours. I now believe that it was only your innate sense of oppression, yes, I, though a master, may be oppressed, that made you act so nobly as you did. I know you despise me. Allow me to say it is because you do not understand me. I do not care to understand, she replied, taking hold of the table to steady herself, for she thought him cruel, as indeed he was, and she was weak with her indignation. No, I see you do not. You are unfair and unjust. Margaret compressed her lips. She would not speak in answer to such accusations, but for all that, for all his savage words, he could have thrown himself at her feet and kissed the hem of her garment. She did not speak. She did not move. The tears of wounded pride fell hot and fast. He waited a while, longing for her to say something, even a taunt, to which he might reply. But she was silent. He took up his hat. One more word. You look as if you thought it tainted you to be loved by me. You cannot avoid it. Nay, I, if I would, cannot cleanse you from it. But I would not, if I could. I have never loved any woman before. My life has been too busy, my thoughts too much absorbed with other things. Now I love, and will love. But do not be afraid of too much expression on my part. I am not afraid, she replied, lifting herself straight up. No one yet has ever dared to be impertinent to me, and no one ever shall. But, Mr. Thornton, you have been very kind to my father, said she, changing her whole tone and bearing to a most womanly softness. Don't let us go on making each other angry. Pray don't. He took no notice of her words. He occupied himself in smoothing the nap of his hat with his coat sleeve for half a minute or so, and then, rejecting her offered hand, and making as if he did not see her grave look of regret, he turned abruptly away and left the room. Margaret caught one glance at his face before he went. When he was gone, she thought she had seen the gleam of unshed tears in his eyes, and that turned her proud dislike into something different and kinder, if nearly as painful. Self-reproach for having caused such mortification to anyone. But how could I help it? Asked she of herself. I never liked him. I was civil, but I took no trouble to conceal my indifference. Indeed, I never thought about myself or him, so my manners must have shown the truth. All that yesterday he might mistake, but that is his fault, not mine. I would do it again, if need were, though it does lead me into all this shame and trouble. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hedvig, Denmark. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 25. Frederick. Revenge may have her own. Roused discipline aloud proclaims their cause, and injured navies urge their broken laws. Byron. Margaret began to wonder whether all offers were as unexpected beforehand, as distressing at the time of their occurrence, as the two she had had. An involuntary comparison between Mr. Lennox and Mr. Thornton arose in her mind. She had been sorry that an expression of any other feeling than friendship had been lured out by circumstances from Henry Lennox. That regret was the predominant feeling on the first occasion of her receiving a proposal. She had not felt so stunned, so impressed as she did now, when echoes of Mr. Thornton's voice yet lingered about the room. In Lennox's case, he seemed for a moment to have slid over the boundary between friendship and love, and the instant afterwards to regret it nearly as much as she did, although for different reasons. In Mr. Thornton's case, as far as Margaret knew, there was no intervening stage of friendship. Their intercourse had been one continued series of opposition. Their opinions clashed, and, indeed, she had never perceived that he had cared for her opinions, as belonging to her, the individual. As far as they defied his rock-like power of character, his passion's strength, he seemed to throw them off from him with contempt, until she felt the weariness of the exertion of making useless protests. And now he had come, in this strange, wild, passionate way, to make known his love for her, although at first it had struck her that his offer was forced and goaded out of him by sharp compassion for the exposure she had made of herself, which he, like others, might misunderstand. Yet, even before he left the room, and certainly not 5 minutes after, the clear conviction dawned upon her, shined bright upon her, that he did love her, that he had loved her, that he would love her. And she shrank and shuddered as under the fascination of some great power, repugnant to her whole previous life. She crept away, and hid from his idea. But it was of no use. To parody a line out of Fairfax's Tasso, his strong idea wandered through her thought. She disliked him the more for having mastered her inner will. How dared he say that he would love her still, even though she shook him off with contempt? She wished she had spoken more, stronger. Sharp, decisive speeches came thronging into her mind, now that it was too late to utter them. The deep impression made by the interview was like that of a horror in a dream, that will not leave the room although we waken up, and rub our eyes, and force a stiff-writted smile upon our lips. It is there covering and gibbering, with fixed, ghastly eyes in some corner of the chamber, listening to hear whether we dare to breathe of its presence to any one, and we dare not, poor cowards that we are. And so she shuddered away from the threat of his enduring love. What did he mean? Had she not the power to daunt him? She would see. It was more daring than became a man to threaten her so. Did he ground it upon the miserable yesterday? If need were, she would do the same to-morrow, by a crippled beggar, willingly and gladly, but by him she would do it, just as bravely, in spite of his deductions, and the cold slime of women's impertinence. She did it because it was right, and simple, and true, to save where she could save, even to try to save. Fais ce que doit, advienne que pourra. Hitherto she had not stirred from where he had left her. No outward circumstances had roused her out of the trance of thought in which she had been plunged by his last words, and by the look of his deep, intent, passionate eyes, as their flames had made her own fall before them. She went to the window, and threw it open to dispel the oppression which hung around her. Then she went and opened the door with a sort of impetuous wish to shake off the recollection of the past hour in the company of others, or in active exertion. But all was profoundly hushed in the noonday stillness of a house where an invalid catches the unrefreshing sleep that is denied to the night hours. Margaret would not be alone. What should she do? Go and see Bessie Higgins, of course, thought she, as the recollection of the message sent the night before flashed into her mind. And away she went. When she got there, she found Bessie lying on the settle, moved close to the fire, though the day was sultry and oppressive. She was laid down quite flat, as if resting languidly after some paroxysm of pain. Margaret felt sure she ought to have the greater freedom of breathing which a more sitting posture would procure, and without a word she raised her up, and so arranged the pillows that Bessie was more at ease, though very languid. "I thought I should not have seen you again," said she, at last, looking wistfully in Margaret's face. "I'm afraid you are much worse. But I could not have come yesterday, my mother was so ill, for many reasons," said Margaret, colouring. "You might have 'em think I went beyond my place in sending Mary for you. But the wrangling and the loud voices had just torn me to pieces, and I thought when father left, oh, if I could just hear her voice reading me some words of peace and promise, I could die away into the silence and rest to God, lost as a baby is hushed up to sleep by its mother's lullaby." "Shall I read you a chapter now?" "Aye, do. Might happen I shan't listen to the sense at first. It will seem far away, but when you come to words I like, to the comforting texts, it'll seem close in my ear and going through me as it were." Margaret began. Bessie tossed to and fro. If by an effort she attended for one moment, it seemed as though she were convulsed into double restlessness the next. At last she burst out, "Don't go on reading, it's no use. I'm blaspheming all the time in my mind with thinking angrily on what cannot be helped. You'd hear the riot, maybe, yesterday at Marlborough Mills. Thornton's factory, you know." "Your father was not there, was he?" said Margaret, colouring deep. "Not he. He'd have given his right hand if it had never come to pass. It's that that's fretting me. He's fairly knocked down by it in his mind. It's no use telling him. Fools will always break out of bounds. You never saw a man so downhearted as he is." "But why?" asked Margaret. "I don't understand." "Why, you see, he's a committee man on this special strike. The union appointed him because, though I say it as shouldn't say it, he's reckoned a deep chap and true to the backbone. And he and the other committee men laid their plans. They were to out together, through thick and thin, what the major part thought the others were to think, whether they would or not. And above all, there was to be no going again the law of the land. Folk would go with them if they saw them striving and starving with dumb patience, but if there was once any noise of fighting and struggling, even with knobsticks, all was up, as they knew by the experience of many and many a time before. They would try and get speech of the knobsticks, and coax them and reason with them and maybe warn 'em off, but whatever came, the committee charged all members of the union to lay down and die if need were, without striking a blow. And then they reckoned they were sure carrying the public with them. And beside all that, committee knew they were right in their demand, and they didn't want to have right all mixed up with wrong till folk can't separate it. No more nor I can the physic powder from the jelly you gave me to mix it in. Jelly's much the biggest, but powder tastes it all through. Well, I've told you at length about this, but I'm tired out. You just think for yourself what it must be for father to have all his work undone, and by such a fool as Boucher, who must needs go right again the orders of committee, and ruin the strike, just as bad as if he meant to be a Judas. But father gifted him last night. He went so far as to say he'd go and tell police where they might find the ringleader of the riot. He'd give him up till the mill owners to do what they would with him. He'd show the world that the real leaders of the strike were not such as Boucher, but steady, thoughtful men, good hands and good citizens, who were friendly to law and judgment and would uphold order, who only wanted their right wage and wouldn't work, even though they starved till they got them, but who'd never injure property or life, for," dropping her voice, "they do say that Boucher threw a stone at Thornton's sister that nearly killed her." "That's not true," said Margaret. "It was not Boucher that threw the stone." She went first red, then white. "You'd be there then, were you?" asked Bessie languidly, for indeed she had spoken with many pauses, as if speech was unusually difficult to her. "Yes." "Never mind. Go on. Only it was not Boucher that threw the stone. But what did he answer to your father?" "He didna speak words. He were all in such a tremble with spent passion, I could not bear to look at him. I heard his breath coming quick, and at one time I thought he was sobbing. But when father said he'd give him up to police, he gave a great cry and struck father on the face with his closed fist, and he off like lightning. Father was stunned with the blow at first, for all Boucher were weak with passion and with clemming. He sat down a bit and put his hand afore his eyes, and then made for the door. I don't know where I got strength, but I threw myself off the settle and clung to him. 'Father, father,' said I. Thou'll never go peaching that poor clemmed man. I'll never leave go on thee till thou says thou will not." "Don't be a fool," says he. "Words come readier than deeds to most men. I never thought of telling the police on him, though by God he deserves it, and I should not have minded if some one else had done the dirty work and got him clapped up. But now he has strucken me, I could do it less nor ever, for it would be getting other men to take up my quarrel. But if ever he gets well o'er this clemming, and is in good condition, he and I'll have an up and down fight, purring and all, and I'll see what I can do for him." And so father shook me off, for indeed I was low and faint enough, and his face was all clay white where it weren't bloody, and turned me sick to look at. And I know not if I slept or waked, or were in a dead swoon, till Mary come in, and I telled her to fetch you to me. And now don't talk to me, but just read out the chapter. I'm easier in my mind for having spit it out, but I want some thoughts of the world that's far away to take the weary taste of it out of my mouth. Read me, not a sermon chapter, but a story chapter, the pictures in them which I see when my eyes are shut. Read about the new heavens and the new earth, and maybe I'll forget this." Margaret read in her soft, low voice. Though Bessie's eyes were shut, she was listening for some time, for the moisture of tears gathered heavy on her eyelashes. At last she slept, with many starts and muttered pleadings. Margaret covered her up and left her, for she had an uneasy consciousness that she might be wanted at home, and yet, until now, it seemed cruel to leave the dying girl. Mrs. Hale was in the drawing-room on her daughter's return. It was one of her better days, and she was full of praises of the water-bed. It had been more like the beds at Sir John Beresford's than anything she had slept on since. She did not know how it was, but people seemed to have lost the art of making the same kind of beds as they used to in her youth. One would think it was easy enough. There was the same kind of feathers to be had, and yet somehow, till this last night, she did not know when she had had a good sound resting sleep. Mr. Hale suggested that something of the merits of the feather beds of former days might be attributed to the activity of youth, which gave a relish to rest. But this idea was not kindly received by his wife. "No, indeed, Mr. Hale. It was those beds at Sir John's. Now, Margaret, you're young enough, and go about in the day. Are the beds comfortable? I appeal to you. Do they give you a feeling of perfect repose when you lie down upon them? Or rather, don't you toss about, and try in vain to find an easy position, and waken in the morning as tired as when you went to bed?" Margaret laughed. "To tell the truth, mamma, I never thought about my bed at all, what kind it is. I'm so sleepy at night that if I only lay down anywhere I nap off directly. So I don't think I'm a competent witness. But then, you know, I never had the opportunity of trying Sir John Beresford's beds. I never was at Oxenham." Were you not?" "Oh, no, to be sure. It was poor darling Fred I took with me, I remember. I only went to Oxenham once after I was married, to your Aunt Shaw's wedding, and poor little Fred was the baby then. And I know Dixon did not like changing from lady's maid to nurse, and I was afraid that if I took her near her old home, and amongst her own people, she might want to leave me. But poor baby was taken ill at Oxenham with his teething, and, what with my being a great deal with Anna just before her marriage, and not being very strong myself, Dixon had more of the charge of him than she ever had before, and it made her so fond of him. And she was so proud when he would turn away from every one and cling to her, that I don't believe she ever thought of leaving me again, though it was very different from what she'd been accustomed to. Poor Fred! Everybody loved him. He was born with the gift of winning hearts. It makes me think very badly of Captain Reed when I know that he disliked my own dear boy. I think it a certain proof he had a bad heart. Ah, your poor father, Margaret. He has left the room. He can't bear to hear Fred spoken of." "I love to hear about him, mamma. Tell me all you like. You never can tell me too much. Tell me what he was like as a baby." "Why, Margaret, you must not be hurt, but he was much prettier than you were. I remember when I first saw you in Dixon's arms, I said, 'Dear, what an ugly little thing!' and she said, 'It's not every child that's like Master Fred, bless him.' Dear, how well I remember it. Then I could have had Fred in my arms every minute of the day, and his cot was close by my bed. And now, Margaret, I don't know where my boy is, and sometimes I think I shall never see him again." Margaret sat down by her mother's sofa on a little stool and softly took hold of her hand, caressing it and kissing it as if to comfort. Mrs. Hale cried without restraint. At last she sat straight, stiff up on the sofa, and turning round to her daughters she said with tearful, almost solemn earnestness, "Margaret, if I can get better, if God lets me have a chance of recovery, it must be through seeing my son Frederick once more. It will waken up all the poor springs of health left in me." She paused, and seemed to try and gather strength for something more yet to be said. Her voice was choked as she went on, was quavering, as with the contemplation of some strange, yet closely present idea. "And, Margaret, if I am to die, if I am one of those appointed to die before many weeks are over, I must see my child first. I cannot think how it must be managed, but I charge you, Margaret, as you yourself hope for comfort in your last illness, bring him to me that I may bless him. Only for 5 minutes, Margaret. There could be no danger in 5 minutes. Oh, Margaret, let me see him before I die." Margaret did not think of anything that might be utterly unreasonable in this speech. We do not look for reason or logic in the passionate entreaties of those who are sick unto death. We are stung with the recollection of 1,000 slighted opportunities of fulfilling the wishes of those who will soon pass away from among us. And do they ask us for the future happiness of our lives, we lay it at their feet and will it away from us. But this wish of Mrs. Hale's was so natural, so just, so right to both parties, that Margaret felt as if, on Frederick's account as well as on her mother's, she ought to overlook all intermediate chances of danger, and pledge herself to do everything in her power for its realization. The large, pleading, dilated eyes was fixed upon her wistfully, steady in their gaze, though the poor white lips quivered like those of a child. Margaret gently rose up and stood opposite to her frail mother, so that she might gather the secure fulfilment of her wish from the calm steadiness of her daughter's face. "Mamma, I will write to-night and tell Frederick what you say. I am as sure that he will come directly to us as I am sure of my life. Be easy, mamma, you shall see him as far as anything earthly can be promised. You will write to-night? Oh, Margaret! The post goes out at 5. You will write by it, won't you? I have so few hours left. I feel, dear, as if I should not recover, though sometimes your father overpersuades me into hoping. You will write directly, won't you? Don't lose a single post, for just by that very post I may miss him. But, mamma, papa is out. Papa is out? And what then? Do you mean that he would deny me this last wish, Margaret? Why, I should not be ill, be dying, if he had not taken me away from Helstone to this unhealthy, smoky, sunless place. Oh, mamma, said Margaret. Yes, it is so indeed. He knows it himself. He has said so many a time. He would do anything for me. You don't mean he would refuse me this last wish? Prayer, if you will. And indeed, Margaret, the longing to see Frederick stands between me and God. I cannot pray till I have this one thing. Indeed, I cannot. Don't lose time, dear, dear Margaret. Write by this very next post. Then he may be here in 22 days, for he is sure to come. No cords or chains can keep him. In 22 days I shall see my boy. She fell back, and for a short time she took no notice of the fact that Margaret sat motionless, her hand shading her eyes. You are not writing, said her mother at last. Bring me some pens and paper. I will try and write myself. She sat up, trembling all over with feverish eagerness. Margaret took her hand down and looked at her mother sadly. Only wait till papa comes in. Let us ask him how best to do it. You promised, Margaret, not a quarter of an hour ago. You said he should come. And so he shall, mamma. Don't cry, my own dear mother. I'll write here, now. You shall see me write, and it shall go by this very post. And if papa thinks fit, he can write again when he comes in. It is only a day's delay. Oh, mamma, don't cry so pitifully. It cuts me to the heart. Mrs. Hale could not stop her tears. They came hysterically, and in truth she made no effort to control them, but rather called up all the pictures of the happy past and the probable future, painting the scene when she should lie a corpse, with the son she had longed to see in life weeping over her, and she unconscious of his presence, till she was melted by self-pity into a state of sobbing and exhaustion that made Margaret's heart ache. But at last she was calm, and greedily watched her daughter as she began her letter, wrote it with swift, urgent entreaty, sealed it up hurriedly, for fear her mother should ask to see it, and then, to make security most sure, at Mrs. Hale's own bidding, took it herself to the post-office. She was coming home when her father overtook her. "And where have you been, my pretty maid?" asked he. "To the post-office, with a letter to Frederick. Oh, papa, perhaps I have done wrong, but mamma was seized with such a passionate yearning to see him. She said it would make her well again, and then she said that she must see him before she died. I cannot tell you how urgent she was. Did I do wrong?" Mr. Hale did not reply at first. Then he said, "You should have waited till I came in, Margaret." I tried to persuade her, and then she was silent. "I don't know," said Mr. Hale after a pause. "She ought to see him if she wishes it so much, for I believe it would do her much more good than all the doctor's medicine, and perhaps set her up altogether. But the danger to him, I am afraid, is very great." "All these years since the mutiny, papa?" "Yes. It is necessary, of course, for government to take very stringent measures for the repression of offences against authority, more particularly in the navy, where a commanding officer needs to be surrounded in his men's eyes with a vivid, consciousness of all the power there is at home to back him, and take up his cause, and avenge any injuries offered to him, if need be. It's no matter to them how far their authorities have tyrannized, galled hasty tempers to madness, or if that can be any excuse afterwards. It is never allowed, for in the first instance they spare no expense, they send out ships, they scour the seas to lay hold of the offenders. The lapse of years does not wash out the memory of the offence. It is a fresh and vivid crime on the Admiralty books till it is blotted out by blood. Oh, papa, what have I done? And yet it seemed so right at the time. I'm sure Frederick himself would run the risk. So he would. So he should. Nay, Margaret, I'm glad it is done, though I durst not have done it myself. I'm thankful it is as it is. I should have hesitated till, perhaps, it might have been too late to do any good. Dear Margaret, you have done what is right about it, and the end is beyond our control. It was all very well, but her father's account of the relentless manner in which mutinies were punished made Margaret shiver and creep. If she had decoyed her brother home to blot out the memory of his error by his blood, she saw her father's anxiety lay deeper than the source of his latter jeering words. She took his arm and walked home pensively and wearily by his side. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 26. Mother and Son. I have found that holy place of rest still changeless. Mrs. Hemans. When Mr. Thornton had left the house that morning he was almost blinded by his baffled passion. He was as dizzy as if Margaret, instead of looking and speaking and moving like a tender, graceful woman, had been a sturdy fishwife and given him a sound blow with her fists. He had positive bodily pain, a violent headache and a throbbing intermittent pulse. He could not bear the noise, the garish light, the continued rumble and movement of the street. He called himself a fool for suffering so, and yet he could not, at the moment, recollect the cause of his suffering, and whether it was adequate to the consequences it had produced. It would have been a relief to him if he could have sat down and cried on a doorstep by a little child, who was raging and storming through his passionate tears at some injury he had received. He said to himself that he hated Margaret, but a wild, sharp sensation of love cleft his dull, thunderous feeling like lightning, even as he shaped the words expressive of hatred. His greatest comfort was in hugging his torment, and in feeling, as he had indeed said to her, that though she might despise him, condemn him, treat him with her proud sovereign indifference, he did not change one whit. She could not make him change. He loved her, and would love her, and defy her, and this miserable bodily pain. He stood still for a moment to make this resolution firm and clear. There was an omnibus passing, going into the country. The conductor thought he was wishing for a place, and stopped near the pavement. It was too much trouble to apologise and explain, so he mounted upon it and was borne away, past long rows of houses, then past detached villas with trim gardens, till they came to real country hedgerows, and by to a small country town. Then everybody got down, and so did Mr. Thornton, and because they walked away, he did so too. He went into the fields, walking briskly, because the sharp motion relieved his mind. He could remember all about it now. The pitiful figure he must have cut, the absurd way in which he had gone and done the very thing he had so often agreed with himself in thinking would be the most foolish thing in the world, and had met with exactly the consequences which, in these wise moods, he had always foretold were certain to follow if he ever did make such a fool of himself. Was he bewitched by those beautiful eyes, that soft, half-open, sighing mouth which lay so close upon his shoulder only yesterday? He could not even shake off the recollection that she had been there, that her arms had been round him, once, if never again. He only caught glimpses of her. He did not understand her altogether. At one time she was so brave, and at another so timid, now so tender, and then so haughty and regal proud. And then he thought over every time he had ever seen her once again, by way of finally forgetting her. He saw her in every dress, in every mood, and did not know which became her best. Even this morning, how magnificent she had looked, her eyes flashing out upon him at the idea that, because she had shared his danger yesterday, she had cared for him the least. If Mr. Thornton was a fool in the morning, as he assured himself at least 20 times he was, he did not grow much wiser in the afternoon. All that he gained in return for his 6-penny omnibus ride was a more vivid conviction that there never was, never could be, anyone like Margaret, that she did not love him and never would, but that she, no, nor the whole world, should never hinder him from loving her. And so he returned to the little market-place, and remounted the omnibus to return to Milton. It was late in the afternoon when he was set down near his warehouse. The accustomed places brought back the accustomed habits and trains of thought. He knew how much he had to do, more than his usual work, owing to the commotion of the day before. He had to see his brother magistrates. He had to complete the arrangements, only half made in the morning, for the comfort and safety of his newly imported Irish hands. He had to secure them from all chance of communication with the discontented workpeople of Milton. Last of all, he had to go home and encounter his mother. Mrs. Thornton had sat in the dining-room all day, every moment expecting the news of her son's acceptance by Miss Hale. She had braced herself up many and many a time at some sudden noise in the house, had caught up the half-dropped work and begun to ply her needle diligently, though through dimmed spectacles, and with an unsteady hand, and many times had the door opened and some indifferent person entered on some insignificant errand. Then her rigid face unstiffened from its grey, frost-bound expression, and the features dropped into the relaxed look of despondency, so unusual to their sternness. She wrenched herself away from the contemplation of all the dreary changes that would be brought about to herself by her son's marriage. She forced her thoughts into the accustomed household grooves. The newly married couple-to-be would need fresh household stocks of linen, and Mrs. Thornton had clothes-basket upon clothes-basket full of tablecloths and napkins brought in, and began to reckon up the store. There was some confusion between what was hers, and consequently marked G.H.T. for George and Hannah Thornton, and what was her son, bought with his money, marked with his initials. Some of those marked G.H.T. were Dutch damask of the old kind, exquisitely fine. None were like them now. Mrs. Thornton stood looking at them long. They had been her pride when she was first married. Then she knit her brows, and pinched and compressed her lips tight, and carefully unpicked the G.H. She went so far as to search for the turkey-red marking thread to put in the new initials, but it was all used, and she had no heart to send for any more just yet. So she looked fixedly at vacancy, a series of visions passing before her, in all of which her son was the principal, the sole object, her son, her pride, her property. Still he did not come. Doubtless he was with Miss Hale. The new love was displacing her already from her place as first in his heart. A terrible pain, a pang of vain jealousy, shot through her. She hardly knew whether it was more physical or mental, but it forced her to sit down. In a moment she was up again as straight as ever, a grim smile upon her face for the first time that day, ready for the door opening, and the rejoicing, triumphant one, who should never know the sore regret his mother felt at his marriage. In all this there was little thought enough of the future daughter-in-law as an individual. She was to be John's wife. To take Mrs. Thornton's place as mistress of the house was only one of the rich consequences which decked out the supreme glory. All household plenty and comfort, all purple and fine linen, honour, love, obedience, troops of friends would all come as naturally as jewels on a king's robe, and be as little thought of for their separate value. To be chosen by John would separate a kitchen wench from the rest of the world. And Miss Hale was not so bad. If she had been a Milton lass, Mrs. Thornton would have positively liked her. She was pungent, and had taste and spirit and flavour in her. True, she was sadly prejudiced and very ignorant, but that was to be expected from her southern breeding. A strange sort of mortified comparison of Fanny with her went on in Mrs. Thornton's mind, and for once she spoke harshly to her daughter, abused her roundly, and then, as if by way of penance, she took up Henry's Commentaries and tried to fix her attention on it, instead of pursuing the employment she took pride and pleasure in, and continuing her inspection of the table linen. His step at last! She heard him, even while she thought she was finishing a sentence, while her eye did pass over it, and her memory could mechanically have repeated it word for word. She heard him come in at the hall door. Her quickened sense could interpret every sound of motion. Now he was at the hat-stand, now at the very room door. Why did he pause? Let her know the worst. Yet her head was down over the book. She did not look up. He came close to the table and stood there waiting till she should have finished the paragraph which apparently absorbed her. By an effort she looked up. "Well, John?" He knew what that little speech meant, but he had steeled himself. He longed to reply with a jest. The bitterness of his heart could have uttered one, but his mother deserved better of him. He came round behind her so that she could not see his looks, and bending over her grey, stony face, he kissed it, murmuring, "No one loves me. No one cares for me but you, mother." He turned away and stood leaning his head against the mantelpiece, tears forcing themselves into his manly eyes. She stood up. She tottered. For the first time in her life the strong woman tottered. She put her hands on his shoulders. She was a tall woman. She looked into his face. She made him look at her. "Mother's love is given by God, John. It holds fast for ever and ever. A girl's love is like a puff of smoke. It changes with every wind. And she would not have you, my own lad, would not she?" She set her teeth. She showed them like a dog for the whole length of her mouth. He shook his head. "I am not fit for her, mother. I knew I was not." She ground out words between her closed teeth. He could not hear what she said, but the look in her eyes interpreted it to be a curse, if not as coarsely worded, as fell in intent as ever was uttered. And yet her heart leapt up light to know he was her own again. "Mother," said he hurriedly, "I cannot hear a word against her. Spare me, spare me. I am very weak in my sore heart. I love her yet. I love her more than ever." "And I hate her," said Mrs. Thornton in a low, fierce voice. "I tried not to hate her when she stood between you and me, because I said to myself, she will make him happy, and I would give my heart's blood to do that. But now I hate her for your misery's sake. Yes, John, it's no use hiding up your aching heart from me. I am the mother that bore you, and your sorrow is my agony, and if you don't hate her, I do. Then, mother, you make me love her more. She is unjustly treated by you, and I must make the balance even. But why do we talk of love or hatred? She does not care for me, and that is enough, too much. Let us never name this subject again. It is the only thing you can do for me in the matter. Let us never name her. With all my heart. I only wish that she and all belonging to her were swept back to the place they came from." He stood still, gazing into the fire for a minute or two longer. Her dry, dim eyes filled with unwonted tears as she looked at him, but she seemed just as grim and quiet as usual when he next spoke. "Warrants are out against 3 men for conspiracy, mother. The riot yesterday helped to knock up the strike." And Margaret's name was no more mentioned between Mrs. Thornton and her son. They fell back into their usual mode of talk, about facts, not opinions, far less feelings. Their voices and tones were calm and cold. A stranger might have gone away and thought that he had never seen such frigid indifference of demeanour between such near relations. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Isla Jane, North Cumbria, United Kingdom. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 27. Fruit Piece. For never anything can be amiss when simpleness and duty tender it. Midsummer Night's Dream. Mr. Thornton went straight and clear into all the interests of the following day. There was a slight demand for finished goods, and as it affected his branch of the trade he took advantage of it, and drove hard bargains. He was sharp to the hour at the meeting of his brother magistrates, giving them the best assistance of his strong sense and his power of seeing consequences at a glance, and so coming to a rapid decision. Older men, men of long standing in the town, men of far greater wealth, realized and turned into land while his was all floating capital engaged in his trade, looked to him for prompt, ready wisdom. He was the one deputed to see and arrange with the police, to lead in all the requisite steps. And he cared for their unconscious deference no more than for the soft west wind that scarcely made the smoke from the great tall chimneys swerve in its straight upward course. He was not aware of the silent respect paid to him. If it had been otherwise, he would have felt it as an obstacle in his progress to the object he had in view. As it was, he looked to the speedy accomplishment of that alone. It was his mother's greedy ears that sucked in from the womenkind of these magistrates and wealthy men how highly Mr. This or Mr. That thought of Mr. Thornton, that if he had not been there things would have gone on very differently, very badly indeed. He swept off his business right and left that day. It seemed as though his deep mortification of yesterday, and the stunned, purposeless course of the hours afterwards, had cleared away all the mists from his intellect. He felt his power and revelled in it. He could almost defy his heart. If he had known it, he could have sang the song of the miller who lived by the River Dee. I care for nobody, nobody cares for me. The evidence against Boucher and other ringleaders of the riot was taken before him. That against the three others for conspiracy failed. But he sternly charged the police to be on the watch, for the swift right arm of the law should be in readiness to strike as soon as they could prove a fault. And then he left the hot, reeking room in the Borough Court, and went out into the fresher but still sultry street. It seemed as though he gave way all at once. He was so languid that he could not control his thoughts. They would wander to her. They would bring back the scene, not of his repulse and rejection the day before, but the looks, the actions of the day before that. He went along the crowded streets mechanically, winding in and out among the people, but never seeing them, almost sick with longing for that 1/2 hour, that one brief space of time when she clung to him and her heart beat against his, to come once again. "Why, Mr. Thornton, you're cutting me very coolly, I must say. And how is Mrs. Thornton? Brave weather this. We doctors don't like it, I can tell you." "I beg your pardon, Dr. Donaldson, I really didn't see you. My mother's quite well, thank you. It is a fine day, and good for the harvest, I hope. If the wheat is well got in, we shall have a brisk trade next year, whatever you doctors have. Aye, aye, each man for himself. Your bad weather and your bad times are my good ones. When trade is bad, there's more undermining of health and preparation for death going on among you Milton men than you're aware of." "Not with me, doctor. I'm made of iron. The news of the worst bad debt I ever had never made my pulse vary. This strike, which affects me more than any one else in Milton, more than hamper, never comes near my appetite. You must go elsewhere for a patient, doctor." "By the way, you've recommended me a good patient, poor lady. Not to go on talking in this heartless way, I seriously believe that Mrs. Hale, that lady in Crampton, you know, hasn't many weeks to live. I never had any hope of cure, as I think I told you, but I've been seeing her today, and I think very badly of her." Mr. Thornton was silent. The vaunted steadiness of pulse failed him for an instant. "Can I do anything, doctor?" he asked in an altered voice. "You know, you would see that money is not very plentiful. Are there any comforts or dainties she ought to have?" "No," replied the doctor, shaking his head. "She craves for fruit. She has a constant fever on her, but jargonelle pears will do as well as anything, and there are quantities of them in the market." "You will tell me if there is anything I can do, I'm sure," replied Mr. Thornton. "I rely upon you." "Oh, never fear. I'll not spare your purse. I know it's deep enough. I wish you'd give me carte blanche for all my patients and all their wants." But Mr. Thornton had no general benevolence, no universal philanthropy. Few even would have given him credit for strong affections. But he went straight to the first fruit shop in Milton, and chose out the bunch of purple grapes with the most delicate bloom upon them, the richest coloured peaches, the freshest vine leaves. They were packed into a basket, and the shopman awaited the answer to his inquiry. "Where shall we send them to, sir?" There was no reply. "To Marlborough Mills, I suppose, sir?" "No," Mr. Thornton said. "Give the basket to me. I'll take it." It took up both his hands to carry it, and he had to pass through the busiest part of the town for feminine shopping. Many a young lady of his acquaintance turned to look after him, and thought it strange to see him occupied just like a porter or an errand boy. He was thinking, "I will not be daunted from doing as I choose by the thought of her. I like to take this fruit to the poor mother, and it is simply right that I should. She shall never scorn me out of doing what I please. A pretty joke indeed, if for fear of a haughty girl I failed in doing a kindness to a man I liked. I do it for Mr. Hale. I do it in defiance of her." He went at an unusual pace, and was soon at Crampton. He went upstairs 2 steps at a time, and entered the drawing-room before Dickson could announce him, his face flushed, his eyes shining with kindly earnestness. Mrs. Hale lay on the sofa, heated with fever. Mr. Hale was reading aloud. Margaret was working on a low stool by her mother's side. Her heart fluttered, if his did not, at this interview. But he took no notice of her, hardly of Mr. Hale himself. He went up straight with his basket to Mrs. Hale, and said in that subdued and gentle tone which is so touching when used by a robust man in full health, speaking to a feeble invalid, "I met Dr. Donaldson, ma'am, and as he said fruit would be good for you, I have taken the liberty, the great liberty, of bringing you some that seemed to me fine." Mrs. Hale was excessively surprised, excessively pleased, quite in a tremble of eagerness. Mr. Hale, with fewer words, expressed a deeper gratitude. "Fetch a plate, Margaret, a basket, anything." Margaret stood up by the table, half afraid of moving or making any noise to arouse Mr. Thornton into a consciousness of her being in the room. She thought it would be awkward for both to be brought into conscious collision, and fancied that, from her being on a low seat at first, and now standing behind her father, he had overlooked her in his haste. As if he did not feel the consciousness of her presence all over, though his eyes had never rested on her. "I must go," said he. "I cannot stay. If you will forgive this liberty, my rough ways. Too abrupt, I fear, but I will be more gentle next time. You will allow me the pleasure of bringing you some fruit again if I should see any that is tempting. Good afternoon, Mr. Hale. Good-bye, ma'am." He was gone. Not one word, not one look to Margaret. She believed that he had not seen her. She went for a plate in silence, and lifted the fruit out tenderly with the points of her delicate taper fingers. It was good of him to bring it, and after yesterday too. "Oh, it is so delicious," said Mrs. Hale in a feeble voice. "How kind of him to think of me. Margaret, love, only taste these grapes. Was it not good of him?" "Yes," said Margaret quietly. "Margaret," said Mrs. Hale rather querulously, "you won't like anything Mr. Thornton does. I never saw anybody so prejudiced." Mr. Hale had been peeling a peach for his wife, and cutting off a small piece for himself, he said, "If I had any prejudices, the gift of such delicious fruit as this would melt them all away. I have not tasted such fruit, no, not even in Hampshire, since I was a boy, and to boys, I fancy, all fruit is good. I remember eating sloes and crabs with a relish. Do you remember the matted-up currant bushes, Margaret, at the corner of the west wall at the garden at home?" Did she not? Did she not remember every weather stain on the old stone wall, the grey and yellow lichens that marked it like a map, the little cranesbill that grew in the crevices? She had been shaken by the events of the last 2 days. Her whole life just now was a strain upon her fortitude. And somehow these careless words of her father's, touching on the remembrances of the sunny times of old, made her start up, and dropping her sewing on the ground, she went hastily out of the room into her own little chamber. She had hardly given way to the first choking sob when she became aware of Dickson standing at her drawers and evidently searching for something. "Bless me, miss, how you startled me! Missus is not worse, is she? Is anything the matter?" "No, nothing. Only I'm silly, Dickson, and want a glass of water. What are you looking for? I keep my muslins in that drawer." Dickson did not speak, but went on rummaging. The scent of lavender came out and perfumed the room. At last Dickson found what she wanted, What it was Margaret could not see. Dixon faced round and spoke to her. "Now I don't like telling you what I wanted, because you've fretting enough to go through, and I know you'll fret about this. I meant to have kept it from you till night, maybe, or such times as that." "What is the matter? Pray tell me, Dixon, at once." "That young woman you go to see, Higgins, I mean." "Well?" "Well, she died this morning, and her sister is here, come to beg a strange thing. It seems the young woman who died had a fancy for being buried in something of yours, and so the sister's come to ask for it, and I was looking for a nightcap that wasn't too good to give away." "Oh, let me find one," said Margaret in the midst of her tears. "Poor Bessie, I never thought I should not see her again." "Why, that's another thing. This girl downstairs wanted me to ask you if you would like to see her." "But she's dead," said Margaret, turning a little pale. "I never saw a dead person. No, I would rather not. I should never have asked you if you hadn't come in. I told her you wouldn't." "I will go down and speak to her," said Margaret, afraid lest Dixon's harshness of manner might wound the poor girl. So taking the cap in her hand, she went to the kitchen. Mary's face was all swollen with crying, and she burst out afresh when she saw Margaret. "Oh, ma'am, she loved you. She loved you, she did indeed." And for a long time Margaret could not get her to say anything more than this. At last her sympathy and Dixon's scolding forced out a few facts. Nicholas Higgins had gone out in the morning, leaving Bessie as well as on the day before, but in an hour she was taken worse. Some neighbour ran to the room where Mary was working. They did not know where to find her father. Mary had only come in a few minutes before she died. "It were a day or two ago she axed to be buried in somewhat o' yourn. She were never tired of talking of you. She used to say you were the prettiest thing she'd ever clapped eyes on. She loved you dearly. Her last words were, 'Give her my affectionate respects, and keep father for drink.' You'll come and see her, ma'am. She would have thought it a great compliment, I know." Margaret shrank a little from answering. "Yes, perhaps I may. Yes, I will. I'll come before tea. But where's your father, Mary?" Mary shook her head and stood up to be going. "Miss Hale," said Dixon in a low voice, "where's the use of your going to see the poor thing laid out? I'd never say a word against it if it could do the girl any good, and I wouldn't mind a bit going myself if that would satisfy her. They've just a notion, these common folks, of its being a respect to the departed. Here," said she, turning sharply round, "I'll come and see you, sister. Miss Hale is busy, and she can't come, or else she would." The girl looked wistfully at Margaret. Dixon's coming might be a compliment, but it was not the same thing to the poor sister, who had had her little pangs of jealousy during Bessie's lifetime at the intimacy between her and the young lady. "No, Dixon," said Margaret with decision, "I will go. Mary, you shall see me this afternoon." And for fear of her own cowardice she went away, in order to take from herself any chance of changing her determination. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hi, this is Cassie. I'm in Chicago, and I will be reading Chapter 28 of North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Through cross to crown, and though thy spirit's life, trials untold assail with giant strength. Good cheer, soon ends the bitter strife, and thou shalt reign in peace with Christ at length. Rose Garden. Ah, sooth, we feel too strong in will to need thee on that road, but woe being come, the soul is dumb, that crieth not on God. Mrs. Browning. That afternoon she walked swiftly to the Higgins house. Mary was looking out for her with a half-distrustful face. Margaret smiled into her eyes to reassure her. They passed quickly through the house-place, upstairs, and into the quiet presence of the dead. Then Margaret was glad that she had come. The face, often so weary with pain, so restless with troublous thought, had now the faint, soft smile of eternal rest upon it. The slow tears gathered into Margaret's eyes, but a deep calm entered into her soul, and that was death.
It looked more peaceful than life. All beautiful scriptures came into her mind. They rest from their labors. The weary are at rest. He giveth his beloved sleep. Slowly, Margaret turned away from the bed. Mary was humbly sobbing in the background. They went downstairs without a word. Resting his hand upon the house table, Nicholas Higgins stood in the midst of the floor, his great eyes startled open by the news he had heard as he came along the court from many busy tongues. His eyes were dry and fierce, studying the reality of her death, bringing himself to understand that her place should know her no more, for she had been sickly, dying so long that he had persuaded himself she would not die, that she would pull through. Margaret felt as if she had no business to be there, familiarly acquainting herself with the surroundings of death which he, the father, had only just learned. There had been a pause of an instant on the steep, crooked stair when she first saw him, but now she tried to steal past his abstracted gaze and to leave him in the solemn circle of his household misery. Mary sat down on the first step she came to, and throwing her apron over her head, began to cry. The noise appeared to rouse him. He took sudden hold of Margaret's arm and held her till he could gather words to speak. His throat seemed dry. They came up thick and choked and hoarse. "Were you with her? Did you see her die?" "No," replied Margaret, standing still with the utmost patience. Now she found herself perceived. It was some time before he spoke again, but he kept his hold on her arm. "All men must die," said he at last, with a strange sort of gravity, which first suggested to Margaret the idea that he had been drinking, not enough to intoxicate himself, but enough to make his thoughts bewildered. "But she were younger than me." Still he pondered over the event, not looking at Margaret, though he grasped her tight. Suddenly he looked up at her with a wild, searching inquiry in his glance. "You're sure and certain she's dead? Not in a dwing? A faint? She's been so before, often." "She is dead," replied Margaret. She felt no fear in speaking to him, though he hurt her arm with his grip, and the wild gleams came across the stupidity of his eyes. "She is dead," she said. He looked at her still with that searching look which seemed to fade out of his eyes as he gazed, and then he suddenly let go of his hold on Margaret, and throwing his body half across the table, he took in every piece of furniture in the room with his violent sobs. Mary came trembling towards him. Get thee gone, he cried, striking wildly and blindly at her. "What do I care for thee?" Margaret took her hand and held it softly in hers. He tore his hair, he beat his head against the hard wood, then he lay exhausted and stupid. Still his daughter and Margaret did not move. Mary trembled from head to foot. At last, it might have been a quarter of an hour, it might have been an hour, he lifted himself up. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot, and he seemed to have forgotten that any one was by. He scowled at the watchers when he saw them. He shook himself heavily, gave them one more sullen look, spoke never a word, but made for the door. "Oh, father, father," said Mary, throwing herself upon his arm. "Not tonight, any night but tonight. Oh, help me, he's going out to drink again. Father, I'll not leave you. You may strike, but I'll not leave you. She told me last of all to keep you from drink." But Margaret stood in the doorway, silent yet commanding. He looked up at her defiantly. "It's my own house. Stand out of the way, wench, or I'll make you." He had shaken off Mary with violence. He looked ready to strike Margaret, but she never moved a feature, never took her deep, serious eyes off him. He stared back at her with gloomy fierceness. If she had stirred hand or foot, he would have thrust her aside with even more violence than he had used to his own daughter, whose face was bleeding from her fall against the chair. "What are you looking at me in that way for?" asked he at last, daunted and awed by her severe calm. "If you think for to keep me from going what I gade I choose, because she loved you, and in my own house too, where I never asked you to come, you're mistaken. It's very hard upon a man that he can't go to the only comfort left." Margaret felt that he acknowledged her power. What could she do next? He had seated himself on a chair, closed the door, half conquered, half resenting, intending to go out as soon as she left her position, but unwilling to use the violence he had threatened not 5 minutes before. Margaret laid her hand on his arm. "Come with me," she said. "Come and see her." The voice in which she spoke was very low and solemn, but there was no fear or doubt expressed in it, either of him or his compliance. He sullenly rose up. He stood uncertain, with dogged irresolution upon his face. She waited him there, quietly and patiently waited for his time to move. He had a strange pleasure in making her wait, but at last he moved towards the stairs. She and he stood by the corpse. Her last words to Mary were, "Keep my father from drink." "Cannot hurt her now," muttered he. Knocking hurt her now. Then raising his voice to a wailing cry, he went on. We may quarrel and fall out. We may make peace and be friends. We may cling to skin and bone, and not all our griefs will ever touch her more. How's her portion on 'em? Will we hard work first and sickness at last? How's led the life of a dog, and to die without knowing one good piece of rejoicing in all her days? Nay, wench, whatever who said, who can know naught about it now, and sup drink just to steady me against sorrow. No, said Margaret, softening with his softened manner, you shall not. If her life had been what you say, at any rate, she did not fear death as some do. Oh, you should have heard her speak of the life to come, the life hidden with God, that she is now gone to. He shook his head, glancing sideways up at Margaret as he did so. His pale, haggard face struck her painfully. You are sorely tired. Where have you been all day? Not at work? Not at work, sure enough, said he with a short, grim laugh. Not at work you call work? I were at the committee till I were sickened out with trying to make fools hear reason. I were fetched to Boucher's wife afore 7 this morning. She's bedfast, but she was raving and raging to know where her dunder-headed brute of a chap was, as if I had to keep him, as if I were fit to be ruled by me. That fool who has put his foot in all our plans, and I've walked my feet sore going about for him to see who men wouldn't be seen. Now the law is raised against us, and I were sore-hearted too, which is worse than sore-footed. And if I did see a friend who else to treat me, I never knew who'd lie dying here. Best lass, they believe me, thou wouldn't thou? Turning to poor dumb form with wild appeal. I am sure, said Margaret, I am sure you did not know. It was quite sudden. But now, you see, it will be different. You do know. You do see her lying here. You hear what she said with her last breath. You will not go. No answer. In fact, where was he to look for comfort? Come home with me, she said at last with a bold venture, half trembling at her own proposal as she made it. At least you shall have some comfortable food, which I'm sure you need. Your father's a parson, asked he with a sudden turn in his ideas. He was, said Margaret shortly. I'll go and take a dish and tea with him, since you ask me. Many a thing I often wish to say to a parson, and I'm not particular as to whether he's preaching now or not. Margaret was perplexed. His drinking tea with her father, who would be totally unprepared for his visitor, her mother so ill, seemed utterly out of the question, and yet if she drew back now, it would be worse than ever, sure to drive him to the gin shop. She thought that if she could only get him to their own house, it was so great a step gained that she would trust to the chapter of Acquaintance for the next. Goodbye, old wench. We've parted company at last, we have, but thou'st been a blessing to thy father ever since thou were born. Bless thy white lips, has there a smile on 'em now, and I'm glad to see it once again, though I'm alone and forlorn for evermore. He stooped down and fondly kissed his daughter, covered up her face, and turned to follow Margaret. She had hastily gone downstairs to tell Mary of the arrangement, to say it was the only way she could think of to keep him from the gin palace. To urge Mary to come too, for her heart smote her at the idea of leaving the poor affectionate girl alone. But Mary had friends among the neighbours, she said, who would come in and sit a bit with her. It was all right. But father. He was there by them, as she would have spoken more. He had shaken off his emotion as if he was ashamed of having ever given way to it, and had ever overleaped himself so much that he assumed a sort of bitter mirth, like the crackling of thorns under a pot. I'm going to take my tea with her, father, I am. But he slouched his cap low down over his brow as he went out into the street, and looked neither to the right nor to the left, while he tramped along by Margaret's side. He feared of being upset by the words, still more the looks, of sympathizing neighbours, so he had Margaret walking in silence. As he got near the street in which he knew she lived, he looked down at his clothes, his hands, and shoes. I shouldn't have happened clean myself first. It certainly would have been desirable, but Margaret assured him he should be allowed to go into the yard and have a soap and towel provided. She could not let him slip out of her hands just then. While he followed the house servant along the passage and through the kitchen, stepping cautiously on every dark mark in the pattern of the oilcloth, in order to conceal his dirty footprints, Margaret ran upstairs. She met Dixon on the landing. "How's mamma? Where's papa?" Mrs. was tired and gone to her own room. She had wanted to go to bed, but Dixon had persuaded her to lie down on the sofa and have her tea brought to her there. It would be better than getting restless by being too long in bed. So far so good, but where was Mr. Hale? In the drawing-room. Margaret went in half breathless with the hurried story she had to tell. Of course she told it incompletely, and her father was rather taken aback by the idea of a drunken weaver awaiting him in his quiet study, with whom he was expected to drink tea, and on whose behalf Margaret was anxiously pleading. The meek, kind-hearted Mr. Hale would have readily tried to console him in his grief, but unluckily the point Margaret dwelt upon most forcibly was the fact that of his having been drinking, and her having brought him home with her as a last expedient to keep him from the gin shop. One little event had come out of another so naturally that Margaret was hardly conscious of what she had done till she saw the slight look of repugnance on her father's face. "Oh, papa, he really is a man you would not dislike, if you won't be shocked, to begin with." "But, Margaret, to bring a drunken man home, and your mother so ill." Margaret's countenance fell. "I am sorry, papa. He is very quiet. He is not tipsy at all. He was only rather strange at first, but that might be a shock of poor Betsy's death." Margaret's eyes filled with tears. Mr. Hale took hold of her sweet pleading face in both his hands and kissed her forehead. "It's all right, dear. I'll go and make him as comfortable as I can, and do you attend to your mother. Only if you can come in and make a third in the study I shall be glad." "Oh, yes, thank you." But as Mr. Hale was leaving the room, she ran after him. "Papa, you must not wonder at what he says. He does not believe in much of what we do." "Oh, dear, a drunken infidel weaver," said Mr. Hale to himself in dismay. But to Margaret he only said, "If your mother goes to sleep, be sure you come directly." Margaret went into her mother's room. Mrs. Hale lifted herself up from a doze. "When did you write to Frederick, Margaret? Yesterday or the day before?" "Yesterday, mamma." "Yesterday. And the letter went?" "Yes, I took it myself." "Oh, Margaret, I'm so afraid of his coming. If he should be recognized, if he should be taken, if he should be executed, after all these years that he has kept away and lived in safety. I keep falling asleep and dreaming that he is caught and being tried." "Oh, mamma, don't be afraid. There will be some risk, no doubt, but we will lessen it as much as ever we can. And it is so little. Now, if I were at Helston, there would be 20, 100 times as much. There everybody will remember him, and if there was a stranger known to be in the house, they would be sure to guess it was Frederick. While here, nobody knows or cares for us enough to notice what we do. Dixon will keep the door like a dragon, won't you, Dixon, while he is here?" "They'll be clever if they come in past me," said Dixon, showing her teeth at the bare idea. "And he need not go out except in the dusk, poor fellow." "Poor fellow," echoed Mrs. Hale. "But I almost wish you had not written. Would it be too late to stop him if he wrote again, Margaret?" "I'm afraid it would, mamma," said Margaret, remembering the urgency with which she had entreated him to come directly if he wished to see his mother alive. "I always dislike that doing things in such a hurry," said Mrs. Hale. Margaret was silent. "Come now, ma'am," said Dixon, with a kind of cheerful authority. "You know seeing Master Frederick is just the very thing of all others you're longing for, and I'm glad Miss Margaret wrote off straight without shilly-shallying. I've had a great mind to do it myself, and we'll keep him snug, depend upon it. There's only Martha in the house that would not do a good deal to save him on a pension. I've been thinking she might go and see her mother just at that very time. She's been saying once or twice she would like to go, for her mother has had a stroke since she came here, only she didn't like to ask. But I'll see about her being safe off as soon as we know when he comes. God bless him. So take your tea, ma'am, and comfort and trust to me." Mrs. Hale did trust in Dixon more than in Margaret. Dixon's words quieted her for the time. Margaret poured out the tea in silence, trying to think of something agreeable to say, but her thoughts made answer something like Daniel O'Rourke when the man in the moon asked him to get off his reaping hook. "The more you ax us, the more we won't stir." The more she tried to think of something, anything, besides the danger to which Frederick would be exposed, the more closely her imagination clung to the unfortunate idea presented to her. Her mother prattled with Dixon, and seemed to have utterly forgotten the possibility of Frederick being tried and executed, utterly forgotten that at her wish, if by Margaret's deed, he was summoned into his danger. Her mother was one of those who throw out terrible possibilities, miserable possibilities, unfortunate chances of all kinds, as a rocket throws out sparks. But if the sparks light on some combustible matter, that smolder first and burst out into a frightful flame at last. Margaret was glad when, her filial duties gently and carefully performed, she could go down into the study. She wondered how her father and Higgins had got out. In the first place, the decorous, kind-hearted, simple, old-fashioned gentleman had unconsciously called out, but his own refinement and courteousness of manner, all the latent courtesy in the other. Mr. Hale treated all his fellow creatures alike. It never entered into his head to make any difference because of their rank. He placed a chair for Nicholas, stood up till he, at Mr. Hale's request, took a seat, and called him invariably Mr. Higgins instead of the curt Nicholas or Higgins to which the drunken infidel weaver had been accustomed. But Nicholas was neither an habitual drunkard nor a thorough infidel. He drank to drown care, as he would have himself expressed it, and he was infidel so far as he had never yet found any form of faith to which he could attach himself heart and soul. Margaret was a little surprised and very much pleased when she found her father and Higgins in earnest conversation, each speaking with gentle politeness to the other, however their opinions might clash. Nicholas, clean, tidy, if only at the pump trowel, and quiet-spoken, was a new creature to her, who had only seen him in the rough independence of his own hearthstone. He had slicked his hair down with the fresh water, he had adjusted his neck handkerchief, and borrowed an old candle end to polish his clogs with. And there he sat enforcing some opinion on her father with a strong Darkshire accent, it is true, but with a lowered voice and a good earnest composure on his face. Her father, too, was interested in what his companion was saying. He looked around as she came in, smiled, and quietly gave her his chair, and then sat down afresh as quickly as possible, and with a little bow of apology to his guest for the interruption. Dickens nodded to her as a sign of greeting, and she softly adjusted her working materials on the table and prepared to listen. As I was saying, sir, I reckon you had much belief in you if you lived here, if you been bred here. Ax your pardon if I use wrong words, but what I mean by belief just now is the thinking on sayings and maxims and promises made by folks you never saw about things in the life you never saw, nor one else. Nor you say there are true things and true sayings in a true life. I just say, where's the proof? There's many and many a one wiser and scores better learned than I am around me. Folk who have had time to think on these things, while my time has had to be given up to get my bread. Well, I see these people. Their lives is pretty much open to me. They're real folk. They don't believe in the Bible, not they. They may say they do for form's sake, but Lord, sir, you think their first cry in the morning is, what shall I do to get hold of eternal life, or what shall I do to fill my purse this blessed day? Where shall I go? What bargain shall I strike? The purse and the gold and the nose is real things. Things can be felt and touched. Them's realities. And eternal life is all a talk, very fit for. I ask your pardon, sir. You're a parson out of work, I believe. Well, I never speak disrespectful of a man in the same fix as I am in myself, but I'll just ask you another question, sir, and I don't want you to answer it only to put in your pipe and smoke it afore you go for to set down who only believes in what we see as fools and naughties. If salvation and life to come and what not was true, not in men's words, but in men's heart's core, don't you think that it is as they do with political economy? They're mighty anxious to come around us with that piece of wisdom, but their other would be a greater conversion if it were true. But the masters have nothing to do with your religion. All that are connected with you is your trade. So they think, now that it's concerned them, therefore to rectify your opinion, and it's the silence of trade. I'm glad, sir, said Higgins with a curious wink in his eye, that you put in so they think. I had thought you a hypocrite. I'm afraid if you hadn't for all your parson, or rather because you're a parson. You see, if you spoken of religion as a thing that if it was true, it didn't concern all men to press on all men's attentions above everything else in this varsal earth, I should have thought you not for a parson, I'd rather you a fool than a knave. No offense, I hope, sir. None at all. You consider me mistaken. I consider you far more fatally mistaken. I don't expect to convince you in a day, not in one conversation, but let us know each other and speak freely to each other about these things, and the truth will prevail. I should not believe in God if I did not believe that. Mr. Higgins, I trust whatever else you have given up, you believe. Mr. Hill's voice dropped low in reverence. You believe in him. Nicholas Higgins suddenly stood straight, stiff up. Margaret started to her feet, for she thought by the working of his face he was going into convulsions. Mr. Hill looked at her dismayed. At last Higgins found words. Man, I could fell you to the ground for tempting me. What business have you to try with my doubts? Think of her lying there, after the life who's led, and think how they deny me the one sole comfort left, that there is a God, and that he set her life. I don't believe she'll ever live again, said he, sitting down, and drearily going on as if to unsympathizing fire. I do not believe in any other life than this, in which she dreaded such trouble, and has such never-ending care, and I cannot bear to think it were all a set of chances that might have been altered with a breath of wind. There was many a time when I thought I didn't believe in God, but I never put it fair out before me in words, as many men do. I may laugh at those who did to brave it out like, but I have looked round and after to see if he heard me. If so be there was a he, but today when I'm left desolate, I want to listen to your questions and your doubts. There's but one thing steady and quiet, all these really world and reason or no reason, I cling to that. It's a very well for happy folk. Margaret touched his arm very softly. She had not spoken before, nor had she heard her rise. Nicholas, we do not want to reason. You understand my father. We do not reason, we believe. And so do you. This is the one sole comfort in such times. He turned around and caught her hand. Aye, it is, brushing away the tears from the back of his hand. But you know, she's lying dead at home, and I'm willy dazed with sorrow, and at times I hardly know what I'm saying. It's as if speechless folks had made clever and smart things as I've thought at the time. Come up now, my heart's willy broken. Those strikes fail as well, don't you know that, miss? I were coming home to ask her, like a beggar as I am, for a bit of comfort. I had that trouble, and I were knocked down by one who told me she were dead, just dead. That were all, but that were enough for me. Mr. Hale blew his nose and got up to snuff the candles in order to conceal his emotion. He's not an infidel, Margaret. How could you say so? Muttered he reproachfully. I've a good mind to read him the 14th chapter of Job. Not yet, Papa, I think. Perhaps not at all. Let us ask him about the strike and give him all the sympathy he needs, and to hope to have from poor Bessie. So they questioned and listened. The workmen's calculations were based, like too many of the masters, on false premises. They reckoned on their fellow man as if they possessed the calculable powers of machines, no more, no less, no allowance for human passions getting the better of reason, as in the case of Boucher and the rioters, in believing that their representations of their injuries would have the same effect on strangers far away as the injuries fancied or real had upon themselves. They were consequently surprised and indignant at the poor Irish who had allowed themselves to be imported and brought over to take their places. This indignation was tempered in some degree by the contempt for them Irishers, and by pleasure at the idea of the bungling way in which they would set to work and perplex their new masters with their ignorance and stupidity, strange exaggerated stories of which were already spreading throughout the town. But the most cruel cut of all was that of the Milton workmen, who had defied and disobeyed the commands of the Union to keep the peace, whatever came, who had originated discord in the camp and spread the panic of the law being arrayed against them. And so the strike is at an end, said Margaret. Ah, miss, it's save as save can. Factory doors we need open wide tomorrow to let all who be asking for work. It's only just to show they'll not to do with measure which have been made. The right stuff would have brought wages up to a point that had not been at this 10 year. You get work, shan't you? Asked Margaret. You're a famous workman, are not you? Hamper let me work at his mill when he cuts off his right hand, not before, and not after, said Higginson quietly. Margaret was silenced and said, About the wages, said Mr. Hale. You'll not be offended, but I think you made some sad mistakes. I should like to read you some remarks in a book I have. He got up and went to his bookshelves. You needn't trouble yourself, sir, said Nicholas. Their book stuff goes in one ear and out the other. I can make naught of it. After Hamper and me had this split, the overlooker told me I were stirring up the men to ask for higher wages, and Hamper met me one day in the yard. He had a thin book in his hand and says, Higgins, I'm told you're one of those damn fools that think you can get higher wages for asking for 'em, and keep 'em up too when you're forced 'em up. Now I'll give you a chance to try if you've any sense in you. Here's a book written by a friend of mine, and if you read it, you'll see how wages find their own level, without either master or men having aught to do with them. Except the men cut their own throats with striking like the confounded noodles they are. Well now, sir, I put it you being a parson, having been in the preaching line and having to try and bring folk to what you thought was a right way of thinking. Did you begin by calling 'em fools and such like, or did you rather give 'em some kind words at first to make 'em ready for you to listen and be convinced if they could? And your preaching, did you stop every now and then and say half to them and half to yours? But you're such a pack of fools, and I've a strong notion it's no use my trying to put sense into you. I were now his best state, I'll own, for taking in what Hamper's friends had to say. I were so vexed at the way it were put to me, but I thought, come, I'll see what these chaps has to say, and try if it's them or me as is the noodle. So I took the book and tugged at it. But Lord bless you, went on about capital and labor and capital till it fair sent me off to sleep. I never could rightly fix my mind which was which, and I spoken as if they were virtues or vices, and what I wanted for to know were the rights of men, whether they were rich or poor, so be the only were meant. But for all that, said Mr. Hale, and granting to the full the offensiveness, the folly, the unchristianness of Mr. Hamper's ways of speaking to you and recommending his friend's book, yet If it told you what he said it did, that wages find their own level, and that the most successful strike can only force them up for a moment to sink in far greater proportion afterwards, in consequences of that very strike, the book would have told you the truth. Well, sir, said Higgins, rather doggedly, it might, or it might not. There's two opinions go to selling that point. But suppose it was truth double strong. It were no truth to me if I could have taken it in. I dare say there's a truth to you, Latin book on your shelf, but it's gibberish and not truth to me, unless I know the meaning of the words. If you, sir, or any other knowledgeable, patient man come to me and says he'll learn me what the words mean, and not blow me up if I'm a bit stupid or forget one thing hangs on another, why in time I may get to see the truth of it, or I may not. I'll not be bound to say I shall end in thinking the same as any man, and I'm not one who think truth can be shaped down in words all neat and clean as thy man on the foundry cut out sheet iron. Same bones won't go down with every one. I'll stick here as I this man's throat, and there as I as others. Let alone that, one down and maybe too strong for his one, too weak for that. Folk who sets up the doctors in the world, their truth must suit different for different minds, and a bit tender in the way of giving it to, or the poor sick fools may spit it out in their faces. Now Hamper first gets me a box on my ear, and then he throws his big bolus at me and says he reckons it'll do me no good. Such a fool, but there it is. I wish some of the kindest and wisest of the masters would meet some of the men and have a good talk on these things. It would surely be the best way of getting over the difficulties which I do believe arise from your ignorance, excuse me, Mr. Higgins, on subjects which it is for the mutual interest of both masters and men should be well understood by both, I wonder. Half to his daughter. If Mr. Thornton might not be induced to do such a thing. Remember, Papa, she said in a very low voice, what he said one day about government. You know, she was unwilling to make any clear allusion to the conversation they had had on the mode of governing work-people, by giving men intelligence enough to rule themselves, or by a wide despotism on the part of the master, for she saw that Higgins had caught Mr. Thornton's name, if not the whole of the speech. Indeed, he began to speak of him. Thornton! He's the chap as rode off at once for these Irishers, and led the riot that ruined the strike. Even Hamper, with all his bullying, would have hated a while, but it's a word and a blow we Thornton. And now when the Union would be thanked for him following up the chase after Boucher, and then chaps as went right again our commands. Thornton, who steps forward and coolly says that as the strike at an end, he, as partly injured, doesn't want to press the charges against the rioters. I thought he had more pluck. I thought he had carried his point and his revenge in an open way, but says he, one at court tell me his very words, they are well known, they will find the natural punishment of their conduct, and the difficulty they will meet when getting employment. That will be severe enough. I only wish they'd couched Boucher and had him up before Hamper. I see a tiger setting on him. Would he have let him off? Not he. Mr. Thornton was right, said Margaret. You are angry against Boucher, Nicholas, or else you would be the first to see that where the natural punishment would be severe enough for the offence, any further punishment would be something like revenge. My daughter is no great friend of Mr. Thornton, said Mr. Hill, smiling at Margaret, while she, as red as any carnation, began to work with double diligence. But I believe what she says is the truth. I like him for it. Well, sir, this strike has been a weary piece of business to me, and you'll not wonder if I'm a bit put out with seeing it fail just for a few men who would have suffered in silence and had brave and firm. You forget, said Margaret, I don't know much of Boucher, but the only time I saw him it was not his own sufferings he spoke of, but those of his sick wife, his little children. True, but he was not made of iron himself. He'd have cried out for his own sorrows next. He were not one to bear. How come he came into the Union? Asked Margaret innocently. You don't seem to have much respect for him, nor gain much good from having him in. Higgins' brow clouded. He was silent for a minute or two. Then he said shortly enough, not for me to speak of the Union. When they does, they does. Them that is of a trade men hung together, and if they're not willing to take their chances along with the rest, the Union has ways and means. Mr. Hill saw that Higgins was vexed at the turn the conversation had taken, and was silent. Not so, Margaret thought. She saw Higgins feeling as clearly as he did. By instinct she felt that if he could but be brought to express himself in plain words, something clear would be gained on which to argue for the right and the just. And what are the Union's ways and means? He looked up at her as if on the point of dogged resistance to her wish for information, but her calm face fixed on his, patient and trustful, compelled him to answer. Well, If a man doesn't belong to the union, then his work next looms has orders not to speak to him. If he's sorry or ill, it's the same. He's out of bounds. He's none of us. He comes among us. He works among us, but he's none of us. In some places, them's finds who speaks to him. You try that, miss. Try living a year or two among them as looks away if you look at them. Try working within 2 yards of crowds of men who, have a grinding grudge on you in their hearts, to whom you say you're glad not an eye brightens nor a lip moves, to whom if your heart's heavy you never say naught, because they never take notice of your sighs or sad looks, and a man's no man who'll groan out loud while folk ask him what's the matter. Just try that, miss. 10 hours for 300 days, and you'll know a bit of what the union is. Why? Said Margaret. What tyranny this is. Nay, Higgins, I don't care one straw for your anger. I know you can't be angry with me if you would, and I must tell you the truth that I never read in all the history I have a more slow, lingering torture than this. And you belong to the union, and you talk of the tyranny of the masters. Nay, said Higgins, you may say what you like. The dead stand between you and every angry word of mine. Do you think I forgot who's lying there, and who loved you, and it's the masters as is made sin? If the union is a sin, not this generation maybe, but their fathers ground our fathers to the very dust, ground us to powder. Parson, I reckon I've heard my mother read out a text. The fathers had eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. So with them, in those days of sore oppression, the unions began as a necessity. It's a necessity now, according to me, as a withstanding of justice past, present, or to come. It may be like war. Along with it comes crimes, but I think it were a greater crime to let it alone. Our only chance is binding men together in one common interest, and if some are cowards and some are fools, they mum come along and join the great march, whose only strength is in numbers. Oh, said Mr. Hale, sighing, your union in itself will be beautiful, glorious. It would be Christianity itself, if it were but for an end which effected the good of all, instead of that of merely one class as opposed to another. I reckon it's time for me to be going, sir, said Higgins, as the clock struck 10. Home, said Margaret very softly. He understood her, and took her offered hand. Home, miss. You may trust me. I am of the union. I do trust you most thoroughly, Higgins. Stay, said Mr. Hale, hurrying to the bookshelves. Mr. Higgins, I'm sure you'll join us in family prayer. Higgins looked at Margaret doubtfully. Her grave, sweet eyes met his. There was no compassion, only deep interest in them. He did not speak, but he kept his pace. Margaret the churchwoman, her father the dissenter, Higgins the infidel, knelt down together. It did them no harm. End of chapter 28. Comfort and Sorrow.
Chapter 29. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roos, also known as Robas. Amsterdam, the Netherlands. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 29. A Ray of Sunshine. Some wishes crossed my mind and dimly cheered it, and one or two poor melancholy pleasures, each in the pale unwarming light of hope, silvering its flimsy wing, flew silent by, moths in the moonbeam. Coleridge. The next morning brought Margaret a letter from Edith. It was affectionate and inconsequent like the writer, but the affection was charming to Margaret's own affectionate nature, and she had grown up with the inconsequence, so she did not perceive it. It was as follows. Oh, Margaret, it is worth a journey from England to see my boy. He is a superb little fellow, especially in his caps, and most especially in one you sent him, you good dainty-fingered, persevering little lady. Having made all the mothers here envious, I want to show him to somebody new, and hear a fresh set of admiring expressions, perhaps. That's all the reason. Perhaps it is not. Nay, possibly, there is just a little cousinly love mixed with it. But I do want you so much to come here, Margaret. I'm sure it would be the very best thing for Aunt Hale's health. Everybody here is young and well, and our skies are always blue, and our sun always shines, and the band plays deliciously from morning till night. and to come back to the burden of my ditty, my baby always smiles. I am constantly wanting you to draw him for me, Margaret. It does not signify what he is doing. That very thing is prettiest, gracefulest, best. I think I love him a great deal better than my husband, who is getting stout and grumpy. What he calls busy. No, he is not. He has just come in with news of such a charming picnic given by the officers of the Hazard, at anchor in the bay below. Because he has brought in such a pleasant piece of news, I reject all that I said just now. Did not somebody burn his hand for having said or done something he was sorry for? Well, I can't burn mine, because it would hurt me, and the scar would be ugly. But I'll retract all I said as fast as I can. Cosmo is quite as great a darling as baby, and not a bit stout, and as ungrumpy as ever her husband was. Only, sometimes he is very, very busy. I may say that without lees, wifely duty. Where was I? I had something very particular to say, I know, once. Oh, it is this, dearest Margaret. You must come and see me. It would do Aunt Hale good, as I said before. Get the doctor to order it for her. Tell him that it's the smoke of Milton that does her harm. I have no doubt that it is that, really. 3 months, you must not come for less, of this delicious climate. All sunshine and grapes and common as blackberries would quite cure her. I don't ask my uncle. Here the letter became more constrained and better written. Mr. Hale was in the corner, like a naughty child for having given up his living. Because, I dare say, he disapproves of war, and soldiers, and bands of music, at least. I know that many dissenters are members of the Peace Society, and I am afraid he would not like to come. But if he would, dear, pray say that Cosmo and I will do our best to make him happy. And I'll hide up Cosmo's red coat and sword, and make the band play all sorts of grave, solemn things. Or if they do play pomp and vanities, it shall be in double slow time. Dear Margaret, if he would like to accompany you and Aunt Hale, we will try and make it pleasant, though I'm rather afraid of anyone who has done something for conscience' sake. You never did, I hope. Tell Aunt Hale not to bring many warm clothes, though I am afraid it will be late in the year before you can come. But you have no idea of the heat here. I tried to wear my great beauty Indian shawl at the picnic. I kept myself up with proverbs as long as I could. Pride must abide, and such wholesome pieces of pith, but it was of no use. I was like mamma's little dog Tiny with an elephant trapping on, smothered, hidden, killed with my finery. So I made it into a capital carpet for us all to sit upon. Here's this boy of mine, Margaret. If you don't pack up your things as soon as you get this letter and come straight to see him, I shall think you're descended from King Herod. Margaret did long for a day of Edith's life, her freedom from care, her cheerful home, her sunny skies. If a wish could have transported her, she would have gone off, just for one day. She yearned for the strength which such a change would give, even for a few hours to be in the midst of that bright life, and to feel young again. Not yet 20, and she had had to bear up against such hard pressure that she felt quite old. That was her first feeling after reading Edith's letter. Then she read it again, and forgetting herself, was amused at its likeness to Edith's self, and was laughing merrily over it when Mrs. Hale came into the drawing-room, leaning on Dixon's arm. Margaret flew to adjust the pillows. Her mother seemed more than usually feeble. "What were you laughing at, Margaret?" asked she, as soon as she had recovered from the exertion of settling herself on the sofa. "A letter I have had this morning from Edith. Shall I read it to you, mamma?" She read it aloud, and for a time it seemed to interest her mother, who kept wondering what name Edith had given to her boy, and suggesting all probable names, and all possible reasons why each and all of these names should be given. Into the very midst of these wonders Mr. Thornton came, bringing another offering of fruit for Mrs. Hale. He could not, say rather he would not, deny himself the chance of the pleasure of seeing Margaret. He had no end in this but the present gratification. It was the sturdy wilfulness of a man usually most reasonable and self-controlled. He entered the room, taking in at a glance the fact of Margaret's presence. After the first cold distant bow, he never seemed to let his eye fall on her again. He only stayed to present his speeches, to speak some gentle kind words, and then his cold offended eyes met Margaret's, with a grave farewell, as he left the room. She sat down silent and pale. "Do you know, Margaret, I really begin quite to like Mr. Thornton." No answer at first. Then Margaret forced out an icy, "Do you?" "Yes, I think he is really getting quite polished in his manners." Margaret's voice was more in order now. She replied, "He is very kind and attentive, there is no doubt of that. I wonder Mrs. Thornton never calls. She must know I'm ill, because of the waterbed. I dare say she hears how you are from her son. Still, I should like to see her. You have so few friends here, Margaret." Margaret felt what was in her mother's thoughts, a tender craving to bespeak the kindness of some woman towards the daughter that might be so soon left motherless. But she could not speak. "Do you think," says Mrs. Hale after a pause, "that you could go and ask Mrs. Thornton to come and see me? Only once. I don't want to be troublesome." "I will do anything if you wish it, mamma. But when Frederick comes—" "Ah, to be sure. We must keep our doors shut. We must let no one in. I hardly know whether I dare wish him to come or not. Sometimes I think I would rather not. Sometimes I have such frightful dreams about him." "Oh, mamma, we'll take good care. I will put my arm in the bolt sooner than he should come to the slightest harm. Trust the care of him to me, mamma. I will watch over him like a lioness over her young. When can we hear from him?" "Not for a week yet, certainly, perhaps more. We must send Martha away in good time. It would never do to have her here when he comes and then send her off in a hurry. Dixon is sure to remind us of that. I was thinking that, if you wanted any help in the house while he is here, we could perhaps get Mary Higgins. She is very slack of work and is a good girl, and would take pains to do her best, I'm sure, and would sleep at home and need never come upstairs, so as to know who is in the house." "As you please, as Dixon pleases. But, Margaret, don't get used to these horrid Milton words. Slack of work, it is a provincialism. What will your Aunt Shaw say if she hears you use it on her return?" "Oh, mamma, don't try and make a bugbear out of Aunt Shaw," said Margaret, laughing. "Edith picked up all sorts of military slang from Captain Lennox, and Aunt Shaw never took any notice of it. But yours is factory slang. And if I live in a factory town, I must speak factory language when I want it. Why, mamma, I could astonish you with a great many words you never heard in your life. I don't believe you know what a knobstick is." "Not I, child. I only know it has a very vulgar sound, and I don't want to hear you using it." "Very well, dearest mother, I won't. Only I shall have to use a whole explanatory sentence instead." "I don't like this Milton," said Mrs. Hale. "Edith is right enough in saying it's the smoke that has made me so ill." Margaret started up as her mother said this. Her father had just entered the room, and she was most anxious that the faint impression she had seen on his mind that the Milton air had injured her mother's health should not be deepened, should not receive any confirmation. She could not tell whether he had heard what Mrs. Hale had said or not, but she began speaking hurriedly of other things, unaware that Mr. Thornton was following him. "Mamma is accusing me of having picked up a great deal of vulgarity since we came to Milton." The vulgarity Margaret spoke of referred purely to the use of local words, and the expression arose out of the conversation they had just been holding. But Mr. Thornton's brow darkened, and Margaret suddenly felt how her speech might be misunderstood by him. So, in the natural sweet desire to avoid giving unnecessary pain, she forced herself to go forwards with a little greeting and continue what she was saying, addressing herself to him expressly. "Now, Mr. Thornton, though knobstick has not a very pretty sound, is it not expressive? Could I do without it in speaking of the thing it represents? If using local words is vulgar, I was very vulgar in the forest, was I not, mamma?" It was unusual of Margaret to obtrude her own subject of conversation on others, but in this case she was so anxious to prevent Mr. Thornton from feeling annoyance at the words he had accidentally overheard, that it was not until she had done speaking that she coloured all over with consciousness, more especially as Mr. Thornton seemed hardly to understand the exact gist or bearing of what she was saying, but passed her by, with a cold reserve of ceremonious movement, to speak to Mrs. Hale. The sight of him reminded her of the wish to see his mother, and commend Margaret to her care. Margaret, sitting in burning silence, vexed and ashamed of her difficulty in keeping her right place, and her calm unconsciousness of heart, when Mr. Thornton was by, heard her mother's slow entreaty that Mrs. Thornton would come and see her soon, tomorrow if it were possible. Mr. Thornton promised that she should, conversed a little, and then took his leave, and Margaret's movement and voice seemed at once released from some invisible chains. He never looked at her, and yet the careful avoidance of his eyes betokened that in some way he knew exactly where, if they fell by chance, they would rest on her. If she spoke, he gave no sign of attention, and yet his next speech to anyone else was modified by what she had said. Sometimes there was an express answer to what she had remarked, but given to another person as though unsuggested by her. It was not the bad manners of ignorance, it was the wilful bad manners arising from deep offence. It was wilful at the time, repented of afterwards. But no deep plan, no careful cunning could have stood him in such good stead. Margaret thought about him more than she had ever done before, not with any tinge of what is called love, but with regret that she had wounded him so deeply, and with a gentle, patient striving to return to their former position of antagonistic friendship, for a friend's position was what she found that he had held in her regard, as well as in that of the rest of the family. There was a pretty humility in her behaviour to him, as if mutely apologizing for the overstrong words which were the reaction from the deeds of the day of the riot. But he resented those words bitterly. They rung in his ears, and he was proud of the sense of justice which made him go on in every kindness he could offer to her parents. He exulted in the power he showed in compelling himself to face her, whenever he could think of any action which might give her father or mother pleasure. He thought that he disliked seeing one who had mortified him so keenly, but he was mistaken. It was a stinging pleasure to be in the room with her and feel her presence. But he was no great analyzer of his own motives, and was mistaken, as I have said. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tesora Stevenson, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 30. Home at Last. The saddest birds a season find to sing, Southwell. Never to fold the robe o' secret pain again, never, weighed down by memory's clouds again, to bow thy head, thou art gone home. Mrs. Hemans. Mrs. Thornton came to see Mrs. Hale the next morning. She was much worse. One of those sudden changes, those great visible strides towards death, had been taken in the night, and her own family was startled by the grey, sunken look her features had assumed in that 12 hours of suffering. Mrs. Thornton, who had not seen her for weeks, was softened all at once. She had come because her son asked it from her as a personal favour, but with all the proud, bitter feelings of her nature in arms against that family of which Margaret formed one. She doubted the reality of Mrs. Hale's illness. She doubted any want beyond a momentary fancy on that lady's part, which should take her out of her previously settled course of employment for the day. She told her son that she wished they had never come near the place, that he had never got acquainted with them, that there had been no such useless languages as Latin and Greek ever invented. He bore all this pretty silently, but when she had ended her invective against the dead languages, he quietly returned to the short, curt, decided expression of his wish that she should go and see Mrs. Hale at the time appointed, as most likely to be convenient to the invalid. Mrs. Thornton submitted with as bad a grace as she could to her son's desire, all the time liking him the better for having it, and exaggerating in her own mind the same notion that he had of extraordinary goodness on his part in so perseveringly keeping up with the Hales. His goodness verging on weakness, as all the softer virtues did in her mind, and her own contempt for Mr. and Mrs. Hale, and positive dislike to Margaret, were the ideas which occupied Mrs. Thornton, till she was struck into nothingness before the dark shadow of the wings of the angel of death. There lay Mrs. Hale, a mother like herself, a much younger woman than she was, on the bed from which there was no sign of hope that she might ever rise again. No more variety of light and shade for her in that darkened room, no power of action, scarcely change of movement, faint alternations of whispered sound and studious silence, and yet that monotonous life seemed almost too much. When Mrs. Thornton, strong and prosperous with life, came in, Mrs. Hale lay still, although from the look on her face she was evidently conscious of who it was. But she did not even open her eyes for a minute or two. The heavy moisture of tears stood on the eyelashes before she looked up. Then, with her hand groping feebly over the bedclothes for the touch of Mrs. Thornton's large firm fingers, she said, scarcely above her breath — Mrs. Thornton had to stoop from her erectness to listen — "Margaret, you have a daughter. My sister is in Italy. My child will be without a mother, in a strange place. If I die, will you?" And her filmy, wandering eyes fixed themselves with an intensity of wistfulness on Mrs. Thornton's face. For a minute there was no change in its rigidness. It was stern and unmoved. Nay, but that the eyes of the sick woman were growing dim with the slow gathering tears, she might have seen a dark cloud cross the cold features. And it was no thought of her son, or of her living daughter Fanny, that stirred her heart at last, but a sudden remembrance, suggested by something in the arrangement of the room, of a little daughter dead in infancy long years ago, that like a sudden sunbeam melted the icy crust, behind which there was a real tender woman. "You wish me to be a friend to Miss Hale," said Mrs. Thornton in her measured voice, that would not soften with her heart, but came out distinct and clear. Mrs. Hale, her eyes still fixed on Mrs. Thornton's face, pressed the hand that lay below hers on the coverlet. She could not speak. Mrs. Thornton sighed. "I will be a true friend, if circumstances require it. Not a tender friend, that I cannot be," to her she was on the point of adding, but she relented at the sight of the poor anxious face. "It's not my nature to show affection, even where I feel it, nor do I volunteer advice in general. Still, at your request, if it will be any comfort to you, I'll promise you." Then came a pause. Mrs. Thornton was too conscientious to promise what she did not mean to perform, and to perform anything in the way of kindness on behalf of Margaret, more disliked at this moment than ever, was difficult, almost impossible. "I promise," said she with grave severity, which after all inspired the dying woman with faith, as in something more stable than life itself, flicking, flitting, wavering life. "I promise that in any difficulty in which Miss Hale—" "Call her Margaret," gasped Mrs. Hale. "In which she comes to me for help, I will help her with every power I have, as if she were my own daughter. I also promise that if I see her doing what I think is wrong—" "But Margaret never does wrong, not wilfully wrong," pleaded Mrs. Hale. Mrs. Thornton went on as before, as if she had not heard. "If ever I see her doing what I believe to be wrong, such wrong not touching me or mine, in which case I might be supposed to have an interested motive, I will tell her of it, faithfully and plainly, as I should wish my own daughter to be told." There was a long pause. Mrs. Hale felt that this promise did not include all, and yet it was much. It had reservations in it which she did not understand, but that she was weak, dizzy, and tired. Mrs. Thornton was reviewing all the probable cases in which she had pledged herself to act. She had a fierce pleasure in the idea of telling Margaret unwelcome truths in the shape of performance of duty. Mrs. Hale began to speak. "I thank you. I pray God to bless you. I shall never see you again in this world. But my last words are, I thank you for your promise of kindness to my child." "Not kindness," testified Mrs. Thornton, ungraciously truthful to the last. But having eased her conscience by saying these words, she was not sorry that they were not heard. She pressed Mrs. Hale's soft, languid hand, and rose up and went her way out of the house without seeing a creature. During the time that Mrs. Thornton was having this interview with Mrs. Hale, Margaret and Dixon were laying their heads together, and consulting how they should keep Frederick's coming a profound secret to all out of the house. A letter from him might now be expected any day, and he would assuredly follow quickly on its heels. Martha must be sent away on her holiday. Dixon must keep stern guard on the front door, only admitting the few visitors that ever came to the house into Mr. Hale's rooms downstairs, Mrs. Hale's extreme illness giving her a good excuse for this. If Mary Higgins was required as a help to Dixon in the kitchen, she was to hear and see as little of Frederick as possible, and he was, if necessary, to be spoken of to her under the name of Mr. Dickinson, but her sluggish and incurious nature was the greatest safeguard of all. They resolved that Martha should leave them that very afternoon for this visit to her mother. Margaret wished that she had been sent away on the previous day, as she fancied it might be thought strange to give a servant a holiday when her mistress's state required so much attendance. Poor Margaret! All that afternoon she had to act the part of a Roman daughter, and give strength out of her own scanty stock to her father. Mr. Hale would hope, would not despair, between the attacks of his wife's malady. He buoyed himself up in every respite from her pain, and believed that it was the beginning of ultimate recovery. And so, when the paroxysms came on, each more severe than the last, there were fresh agonies and greater disappointments to him. This afternoon he sat in the drawing-room, unable to bear the solitude of his study or to employ himself in any way. He buried his head in his arms, which lay folded on the table. Margaret's heart ached to see him, yet as he did not speak, she did not like to volunteer any attempt at comfort. Martha was gone. Dickson sat with Mrs. Hale while she slept. The house was very still and quiet, and darkness came on, without any movement to procure candles. Margaret sat at the window, looking out at the lamps in the street, but seeing nothing, only alive to her father's heavy sighs. She did not like to go down for lights, lest the tacit restraint of her presence being withdrawn, he might give way to more violent emotion, without her being at hand to comfort him. Yet she was just thinking that she ought to go and see after the well-doing of the kitchen fire, which there was nobody but herself to attend to, when she heard the muffled door ring with so violent a pull that the wires jingled all through the house, though the positive sound was not great. She started up, passed her father, who had never moved at the veiled dull sound, returned and kissed him tenderly, and still he never moved, nor took any notice of her fond embrace. Then she went down softly, through the dark, to the door. Dickson would have put the chain on before she opened it, but Margaret had not a thought of fear in her preoccupied mind. A man's tall figure stood between her and the luminous street. He was looking away, but at the sound of the latch he turned quickly round. "Is this Mr. Hale?" said he, in a clear, full, delicate voice. Margaret trembled all over. At first she did not answer. In a moment she sighed out, "Frederick!" and stretched out both her hands to catch his and draw him in. "Oh, Margaret!" said he, holding her off by her shoulders after they had kissed each other, as if, even in that darkness, he could see her face, and read in its expression a quicker answer to his questions than words could give. "My mother, is she alive?" "Yes, she is alive, dear, dear brother. She, as ill as she can be, she is, but alive, she is alive." "Thank God!" said he. "Papa is utterly prostrate with this great grief." "You expect me, don't you?" "No, we have had no letter." "Then I have come before it, but my mother knows I am coming." "Oh, we all knew you would come. But wait a little. Step in here. Give me your hand. What is this? Oh, your carpet bag. Dickson has shut the shutters, but this is papa's study, and I can take you to a chair to rest yourself for a few minutes, while I go and tell him." She groped her way to the taper and the lucifer matches. She suddenly felt shy when the little feeble light made them visible. All she could see was that her brother's face was unusually dark in complexion, and she caught the stealthy look of a pair of remarkably long-cut blue eyes that suddenly twinkled up with a droll consciousness of their mutual purpose of inspecting each other. But though the brother and sister had an instant of sympathy in the reciprocal glances, they did not exchange a word. Only Margaret felt sure that she should like her brother as a companion as much as she already loved him as a near relation. Her heart was wonderfully lighter as she went upstairs. The sorrow was no less in reality, but it became less oppressive from having someone in precisely the same relation to it as that in which she stood. Not her father's desponding attitude had power to damp her down. He lay across the table, helpless as ever, but she had the spell by which to rouse him. She used it, perhaps too violently, in her own great relief. "Papa," said she, throwing her arms fondly around his neck, pulling his weary head up, in fact with her gentle violence, till it rested in her arms, and she could look into his eyes, and let them gain strength and assurance from hers. "Papa, guess who is here?" He looked at her. She saw the idea of the truth glimmer into their filmy sadness, and be dismissed thence as a wild imagination. He threw himself forward and hid his face once more in his stretched out arms, resting upon the table as heretofore. She heard him whisper. She bent tenderly down to listen. "I don't know. Don't tell me it's Frederick. Not Frederick. I cannot bear it. I am too weak, and his mother is dying." He began to cry and wail like a child. It was so different to all which Margaret had hoped and expected, that she turned sick with disappointment, and was silent for an instant. Then she spoke again, very differently, not so exultingly, far more tenderly and carefully. "Papa, it is Frederick. Think of mamma, how glad she will be. And oh, for her sake, how glad we ought to be. For his sake too. Ah, poor, poor boy." Her father did not change his attitude, but he seemed to be trying to understand the fact. "Where is he?" asked he at last, his face still hidden in his prostrate arms. "In your study, quite alone. I lighted the taper and ran up to tell you. He's quite alone and will be wondering why." "I will go to him," broke in her father, and he lifted himself up and leant on her arm as on that of a guide. Margaret led him to the study door, but her spirits were so agitated that she felt she could not bear to see the meeting. She turned away and ran upstairs, and cried most heartily. It was the first time she had dared to allow herself this relief for days. The strain had been terrible, as she now felt. But Frederick was come. He, the one precious brother, was there, safe amongst them again. She could hardly believe it. She stopped her crying and opened her bedroom door. She heard no sound of voices, and almost feared she might have dreamt. She went downstairs and listened at the study door. She heard the buzz of voices, and that was enough. She went into the kitchen and stirred up the fire, and lighted the house, and prepared for the wanderer's refreshment. How fortunate it was that her mother slept! She knew that she did, from the candle light thrust through the keyhole of her bedroom door. The traveller could be refreshed and bright, and the first excitement of the meeting with his father all be over, before her mother became aware of anything unusual. When all was ready, Margaret opened the study door, and went in like a serving maiden with a heavy tray, held in her extended arms. She was proud of serving Frederick, but he, when he saw her, sprang up in a minute, and relieved her of her burden. It was a type, a sign, of all the coming relief which his presence would bring. The brother and sister arranged the table together, saying little, but their hands touching, and their eyes speaking the natural language of expression, so intelligible to those of the same blood. The fire had gone out, and Margaret applied herself to light it, for the evenings had begun to be chilly, and it was desirable to make all noises as distant as possible from Mrs. Hale's room. "Dickson says it is a gift to light a fire, not an art to be acquired." "Poeta nascitur non fit," murmured Mr. Hale, and Margaret was glad to hear a quotation once more, however languidly given. "Dear old Dickson, how we shall kiss each other," said Frederick. "She used to kiss me, and then look in my face to be sure I was the right person, and then set to again. But, Margaret, what a bungler you are! I never saw such a little awkward, good-for-nothing pair of hands. Run away and wash them, ready to cut bread and butter for me, and leave the fire. I'll manage it. Lighting fires is one of my natural accomplishments." So Margaret went away, and returned, and passed in and out of the room, in a glad restlessness that could not be satisfied with sitting still. The more wants Frederick had, the better she was pleased, and he understood all this by instinct. It was a joy snatched in the house of mourning, and the zest of it was all the more pungent, because they knew in the depths of their hearts what irremediable sorrow awaited them. In the middle they heard Dickson's foot on the stairs. Mr. Hale started from his languid posture in his great armchair, from which he had been watching his children in a dreamy way, as if they were acting some drama of happiness, which was pretty to look at, but which was distinct from reality, and in which he had no part. He stood up and faced the door, showing such a strange, sudden anxiety to conceal Frederick from the sight of any person entering, even though it were the faithful Dickson, that a shiver came over Margaret's heart. It reminded her of the new fear in their lives. She caught at Frederick's arm, and clutched it tight, while a stern thought compressed her brows and caused her to set her teeth. And yet they knew it was only Dickson's measured tread. They heard her walk the length of the passage into the kitchen. Margaret rose up. "I will go to her and tell her, and I shall hear how mamma is." Mrs. Hale was awake, She rambled at first, but after they had given her some tea she was refreshed, though not disposed to talk. It was better that the night should pass over before she was told of her son's arrival. Dr. Donaldson's appointed visit would bring nervous excitement enough for the evening, and he might tell them how to prepare her for seeing Frederick. He was there in the house, and could be summoned at any moment. Margaret could not sit still. It was a relief to her to aid Dickson in all her preparations for Master Frederick. It seemed as though she could never be tired again. Each glimpse into the room where he sat by his father, conversing with him about she knew not what, nor cared to know, was increased of strength to her. Her own time for talking and hearing would come at last, and she was too certain of this to feel in a hurry to grasp it now. She took in his appearance and liked it. He had delicate features, redeemed from effeminacy by the swarthiness of his complexion, and his quick intensity of expression. His eyes were generally merry-looking, but at times they and his mouth so suddenly changed, and gave her such an idea of latent passion, that it almost made her afraid. But this look was only for an instant, and had it no doggedness, no vindictiveness. It was rather the instantaneous ferocity of expression that comes over the countenances of all natives of wild or southern countries, a ferocity which enhances the charm of the childlike softness into which such a look may melt away. Margaret might fear the violence of the impulsive nature thus occasionally betrayed, but there was nothing in it to make her distrust or recoil in the least from the new-found brother. On the contrary, all their intercourse was peculiarly charming to her from the very first. She knew then how much responsibility she had had to bear, from the exquisite sensation of relief which she felt in Frederick's presence. He understood his father and mother, their characters and their weaknesses, and went along with a careless freedom, which was yet most delicately careful not to hurt or wound any of their feelings. He seemed to know instinctively when a little of the natural brilliancy of his manner and conversation would not jar on the deep depression of his father, or might relieve his mother's pain. Whenever it would have been out of tune and out of time, his patient devotion and watchfulness came into play, and made him an admirable nurse. Then Margaret was almost touched into tears by the allusions which he often made to their childish days in the New Forest. He had never forgotten her, or Helstone either, all the time he had been roaming among distant countries and foreign people. She might talk to him of the old spot, and never fear tiring him. She had been afraid of him before he came, even while she had longed for his coming. 7 or 8 years had, she felt, produced such great changes in herself, that forgetting how much of the original Margaret was left, she had reasoned that if her tastes and feelings had so materially altered, even in her stay-at-home life, his wild career, with which she was but imperfectly acquainted, might have almost substituted another Frederick for the tall stripling in his middy's uniform, whom she remembered looking up to with such admiring awe. But in their absence they had grown nearer to each other in age, as well as in many other things, and so it was that the weight, this sorrowful time, was lightened to Margaret. Other light than that of Frederick's presence she had none. For a few hours the mother rallied on seeing her son. She sat with his hand in hers. She would not part with it even while she slept, and Margaret had to feed him like a baby, rather than that he should disturb her mother by removing a finger. Mrs. Hale wakened while they were thus engaged. She slowly moved her head round on the pillow, and smiled at her children, as she understood what they were doing and why it was done. "I am very selfish," said she, "but it will not be for long." Frederick bent down and kissed the feeble hand that imprisoned his. This state of tranquillity could not endure for many days, nor perhaps for many hours, so Dr. Donaldson assured Margaret. After the kind doctor had gone away, she stole down to Frederick, who during the visit had been adjured to remain quietly concealed in the back parlour, usually Dickson's bedroom, but now given up to him. Margaret told him what Dr. Donaldson had said. "I don't believe it," he exclaimed. "She's very ill. She may be dangerously ill, and immediate danger too, but I can't imagine that she could be as she is, if she were on the point of death. Margaret, she should have some other advice, some London doctor. Have you never thought of that?" "Yes," said Margaret, "more than once, but I don't believe it would do any good, and you know we have not the money to bring any great London surgeon down, and I am sure Dr. Donaldson is only second in skill to the very best, if he is, indeed, he is to them." Frederick began to walk up and down the room impatiently. "I have credit in Cadiz," said he, "but none here, owing to this wretched change of name. Why did my father leave Helston? That was the blunder." "It was no blunder," said Margaret gloomily, "and above all possible chances, avoid letting papa hear anything like what you have just been saying. I can see that he is tormenting himself already with the idea that mamma would never have been ill if we'd stayed at Helstone, and you don't know papa's agonizing power of self-reproach." Frederick walked away as if he were on the quarter-deck. At last he stopped, right opposite to Margaret, and looked at her drooping and desponding attitude for an instant. "My little Margaret," said he, caressing her, "let us hope as long as we can. Poor little woman! What, is this face all wet with tears? I will hope. I will, in spite of 1,000 doctors. Bear up, Margaret, and be brave enough to hope." Margaret choked in trying to speak, and when she did it was very low. "I must try to be meek enough to trust. Oh, Frederick, mamma was getting to love me so, and I was getting to understand, and now comes death to snap her asunder. Come, 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 let us go upstairs and do something, rather than waste time that may be so precious. Thinking has many a time made me sad, darling, but doing never did in all my life. My theory is a sort of parody on the maxim of, 'Get money, my son, honestly if you can, but get money.' My precept is, 'Do something, my sister, do good if you can, but at any rate do something.'" "Not excluding mischief," said Margaret, smiling faintly through her tears. "By no means. What I do exclude is the remorse afterwards. Blot your misdeeds out, if you are particularly conscientious, by a good deed as soon as you can, just as we did a correct sum at school on the slate, where an incorrect one was only half rubbed out. It was better than wetting a sponge with our tears. Both less loss of time where tears had to be waited for, and a better effect at last." If Margaret thought Frederick's theory rather a rough one at first, she saw how he worked it out into continual production of kindness in fact. After a bad night with his mother, for he insisted on taking his turn as a sitter-up, he was busy next morning before breakfast, contriving a leg rest for Dixon, who was beginning to feel the fatigues of watching. At breakfast time he interested Mr. Hale with vivid, graphic, rattling accounts of the wild life he had led in Mexico, South America, and elsewhere. Margaret would have given up the effort in despair to rouse Mr. Hale out of his dejection. It would even have affected herself and rendered her incapable of talking at all. But Fred, true to his theory, did something perpetually, and talking was the only thing to be done, besides eating, at breakfast. Before the night of that day, Dr. Donaldson's opinion was proved to be too well founded. Convulsions came on, and when they ceased, Mrs. Hale was unconscious. Her husband might lie by her shaking the bed with his sobs. Her son's strong arms might lift her tenderly up into a comfortable position. Her daughter's hands might bathe her face, but she knew them not. She would never recognize them again till they met in heaven. Before the morning came, all was over. Then Margaret rose from her trembling and despondency, and became as a strong angel of comfort to her father and brother, for Frederick had broken down now, and all his theories were of no use to him. He cried so violently when shut up alone in his little room at night, that Margaret and Dixon came down in a fright to warn him to be quiet, for the house partitions were but thin, and the next-door neighbours might easily hear his youthful passionate sobs, so different from the slower trembling agony of after-life, when we become inured to grief, and dare not be rebellious against the inexorable doom, knowing who it is that decrees. Margaret sat with her father in the room with the dead. If he had cried, she would have been thankful, but he sat by the bed quite quietly, only, from time to time, he uncovered the face and stroked it gently, making a kind of soft, inarticulate noise, like that of some mother animal caressing her young. He took no notice of Margaret's presence. Once or twice she came up to kiss him, and he submitted to it, giving her a little push away when she had done, as if her affection disturbed him from his absorption in the dead. He started when he heard Frederick's cries, and shook his head. Poor boy," he said, and took no more notice. Margaret's heart ached within her. She could not think of her own loss in thinking of her father's case. The night was wearing away, and the day was at hand, when, without a word of preparation, Margaret's voice broke upon the stillness of the room, with a clearness of sound that startled even herself. "Let not your heart be troubled," it said, and she went steadily on through all that chapter of unspeakable consolation. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 North and South. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 31 Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot. Show not that manner, and these features all, the serpent's cunning, and the sinner's fall. George Crabbe. The chill, shivery October morning came, not the October morning of the country, with soft, silvery mists clearing off before the sunbeams that bring out all the gorgeous beauty of colouring, but the October morning of Milton, whose silvery mists were heavy fogs, and where the sun could only show long dusky streets when he did break through and shine. Margaret went languidly about, assisting Dickson in her task of arranging the house. Her eyes were continually blinded with tears, but she had no time to give way to regular crying. The father and brother depended upon her. While they were giving way to grief, she must be working, planning, considering. Even the necessary arrangements for the funeral seemed to devolve upon her. When the fire was bright and crackling, when everything was ready for breakfast and the tea kettle was singing away, Margaret gave a last look around the room before going to summon Mr. Hale and Frederick. She wanted everything to look as cheerful as possible, and yet, when it did so, the contrast between it and her own thoughts forced her into sudden weeping. She was kneeling by the sofa, hiding her face in the cushions that no one might hear her cry, when she was touched on the shoulder by Dickson. "Come, Miss Howe, come, my dear, you must not give way, or where shall we all be? There is not another person in the house fit to give a direction of any kind, and there is so much to be done. There's who's to manage the funeral, and who's to come to it, and where's it to be, and all to be settled. And Master Frederick's like one crazed with crying, and Master was never a good one for settling. And, poor gentleman, he goes about now as if he was lost. It's bad enough, my dear, I know, but death comes to us all, and you're well off never to have lost a friend till now." Perhaps so, but this seemed a loss by itself, not to bear comparison with any other event in the world. Margaret did not take any comfort from what Dickson said, but the unusual tenderness of the prim old servant's manner touched her to her heart, and, more from a desire to show her gratitude for this than for any other reason, she roused herself up, and smiled in answer to Dickson's anxious look at her, and went to tell her father and brother that breakfast was ready. Mr. Howe came, as if in a dream, or rather with the unconscious motion of a sleepwalker whose eyes and mind perceive other things than what are present. Frederick came briskly in, with a forced cheerfulness, grasped her hand, looked into her eyes, and burst into tears. She had to try and think of little nothings to say all breakfast time in order to prevent the recurrence of her companion's thoughts too strongly to the last meal they had taken together, when there had been a continual strained listening for some sound or signal from the sick-room. After breakfast, she resolved to speak to her father about the funeral. He shook his head, and assented to all she proposed, though many of her propositions absolutely contradicted one another. Margaret gained no real decision from him, and was leaving the room languidly to have a consultation with Dickson, when Mr. Howe motioned her back to his side. "Ask Mr. Bell," said he in a hollow voice. "Mr. Bell?" said she, a little surprised. "Mr. Bell of Oxford?" "Mr. Bell," he repeated. "Yes, he was my groomsman." Margaret understood the association. "I will write to-day," said she. He sank again into listlessness. All morning she toiled on, longing for rest, but in a continual whirl of melancholy business. Towards evening, Dickson said to her, "I've done it, miss. I was really afraid for master that he'd have a stroke with grief. He's been all this day with poor missus, and when I've listened at the door, I've heard him talking to her, and talking to her, as if she was alive. When I went in, he would be quite quiet, but all in a maze like. So I thought to myself he ought to be roused, and if it gives him a shock at first, it will, maybe, be the better afterwards. So I've been and I've told him that I don't think it's safe for Master Frederick to be here, and I don't. It was only on Tuesday, when I was out, that I met a Southampton man, the first I've seen since I came to Milton. They don't make their way up here much, I think. Well, it was young Leonard's, old Leonard's the draper's son, as great a scamp as ever lived, who plagued his father almost to death, and then ran off to sea. I never could abide him. He was in the Orion the same time as Master Frederick, I know, though I don't recollect if he was there at the mutiny.
Did he know you? Said Margaret eagerly. Why, that's the worst of it. I don't believe he would have known me but for my being such a fool as to call his name. You're a Southampton man, in a strange place, or else I should never been so ready to call cousins with him. A nasty good-for-nothing fella. Says he, Miss Dixon, who would have thought of seeing you here? But perhaps I mistake, and you are Miss Dixon no longer. So I told him he might still address me as an unmarried lady, though if I hadn't been so particular, I'd had good chances of matrimony. He was polite enough. He couldn't look at me and doubt me. I were not to be caught with such chaff from such a feller as him, and so I told him, and by way of being even, I asked him after his father, who I knew had turned him out of doors, as if they was the best friends as ever was. So then, to spite me, for you see we were getting savage for all we were so civil to each other, he began to inquire after Master Frederick, and said what scrape he'd gotten into. As if Master Frederick's scrapes could ever wash George Leonard's white, or make him otherwise than nasty, dirty black. And how he'd be hung for mutiny if ever he were caught. And how £100 reward had been offered for catching him, and what a disgrace he'd been to his family. All to spite me, you see, my dear, because before now I've helped Mr. Leonard's give George a good rating down in Southampton. So I said, there were other families as I knew who had far more cause to blush for their sons, and to be thankful if they could think they were earning an honest living far away from home. To which he made answer, like the impudent chap he is, that he were in a confidential situation, and if I knew any young man who had been so unfortunate as to leave vicious courses and wanted to turn steady, he'd have no objection to lend him his patronage. He indeed! Why, he'd corrupt a saint. I've not felt so bad myself for years as when I was standing there with him the other day. I could have cried to think I couldn't spite him better, for he kept smiling in my face, as if he knew all my compliments for earnest, and I couldn't see that he minded what I said in the least, while I was mad with all his speeches. But you didn't tell him anything about us? About Frederick? Not I, said Dixon. He never had grace to ask where I was staying, and I wouldn't have told him if he had asked. Nor did I ask him what his precious situation was. He was waiting for a bus, and just as it drove up he hailed it. But to plague me to the last, he turned back before he got in and said, if you can help me to trap Lieutenant Howe, Miss Dixon, we'll go partners in the reward. I know you'd like to be my partner, now wouldn't you? Don't be shy, but say yes. He jumped on the bus, and I saw his ugly face leering at me with a wicked smile to think how he'd got the last word of plaguing. Margaret was made very uncomfortable by this account of Dixon's. Have you told Frederick? Asked she. No, said Dixon. I were uneasy in mind at knowing that bad Leonards was in town, but there was so much else to think about that I did not dwell on it at all. When I saw Master sitting so stiff, with his eyes so glazed and sad, I thought it might rouse him to have to think of Master Frederick's safety a bit. So I told him all, though I blushed to say how a young man had been speaking to me, and it has done the master good. And if we're to keep Master Frederick in hiding, he would have to go, poor fella, before Mr. Bell came. Oh, I'm not afraid of Mr. Bell, but I am afraid of this Leonards. I must tell Frederick. What did Leonards look like? Bad-looking fella, I can assure you, miss. Whiskers such as I'd be ashamed to wear, they're so red. And for all he said he'd got a confidential situation, he was dressed in fustian, just like a working man. It was evident that Frederick must go. Go, too, when he had so completely vaulted into his place in the family, and promised to be such a stay and staff to his father and sister. Go, when his cares for the living mother and sorrow for the dead seemed to make him one of those peculiar people who are bound to us by a fellow love for them that are taken away. Just as Margaret was thinking all this, sitting over the drawing-room fire, her father restless and uneasy under the pressure of this newly aroused fear, of which he had not as yet spoken, Frederick came in, his brightness dimmed,
the extreme violence of his grief passed away, he came up to Margaret and kissed her forehead. "How wan you look, Margaret," said he in a low voice. "You have been thinking of everybody, and no one has thought of you. Lie on this sofa, there is nothing for you to do." "That is the worst," said Margaret in a sad whisper. She went and lay down, and her brother covered her feet with a shawl, and then sat on the ground by her side, and the two began to talk in a subdued tone. Margaret told all that Dickson had related of her interview with young Leonards. Frederick's lips closed in a long view of dismay. "I should just like to have it out with that young fellow. A worse sailor was never on board, nor much worse man either. I declare, Margaret, you know the circumstances of the whole affair?" "Yes, mamma told me." "Well, when all the soldiers who were good for anything were indignant with our captain, this fellow, to curry favour, pah, and to think of his being here, oh, if he'd a notion I was within 20 miles of him, he'd ferret me out to pay off old grudges. I'd rather anyone had the £100 they think I am worth than that rascal. What a pity poor old Dickson could not be persuaded to give me up and make a provision for her old age. Oh, Frederick, hush, don't talk so." Mr. Hale came towards them, eager and trembling. He had overheard what they were saying. He took Frederick's hand in both of his. "My boy, you must go. It is very bad, but I see you must. You have done all you could. You have been a comfort to her." "Oh, papa, must he go?" said Margaret, pleading against her own conviction of necessity. "I declare I have a good mind to face it out and stand my trial. If I could only pick up my evidence. I cannot endure the thought of being in the power of such a blackguard as that Leonards. I could almost have enjoyed, in other circumstances, this stolen visit. It has had all the charm which the Frenchwoman attributed to forbidden pleasures." "One of the earliest scenes I can remember," said Margaret, "was your being in some great disgrace, Fred, for stealing apples. We had plenty of trees of our own, trees loaded with them. Someone had told you that stolen fruit tasted sweetest, which you took au pied de la lettre, and off you went a-robbing. You have not changed your feelings much since then." "Yes, you must go," repeated Mr. Hale, answering Margaret's question, which she had asked some time ago. His thoughts were fixed on one subject, and it was an effort to him to follow the zigzag remarks of his children, an effort which he did not make. Margaret and Frederick looked at each other. That quick momentary sympathy would be theirs no longer if he went away. So much was understood through eyes that could not be put into words. Both coursed the same thought till it was lost in sadness. Frederick shook it off first. "Do you know, Margaret, I was very nearly giving both Dickson and myself a good fright this afternoon. I was in my bedroom. I had heard a ring at the front door, but I thought the ringer must have done his business and gone away long ago, so I was on the point of making my appearance in the passage, when, as I opened my front door, I saw Dickson coming downstairs, and she frowned and kicked me into hiding again. I kept the door open, and heard a message given to some man that was in my father's study, and that then went away. Who could it have been? Some of the shopmen? Very likely," said Margaret indifferently. "There was a quiet little man who came up for orders about 2 o'clock. But this was not a little man, a great powerful fellow, and it was past 4 when he was here." "It was Mr. Thornton," said Mr. Hale. They were glad to have drawn him into the conversation. "Mr. Thornton?" said Margaret, a little surprised. "I thought—" "Well, little one, what did you think?" asked Frederick, as she did not finish her sentence. "Oh, only," said she, reddening and looking straight at him, "I fancied you meant someone of a different class, not a gentleman, someone come on an errand." "He looked like someone of that kind," said Frederick carelessly. "I took him for a shopman, and he turns out to be a manufacturer." Margaret was silent. She remembered how at first, before she knew his character, she had spoken and thought of him just as Frederick was doing. It was but a natural impression that was made upon him, and yet she was a little annoyed by it. She was unwilling to speak. She wanted to make Frederick understand what kind of person Mr. Thornton was, but she was tongue-tied. Mr. Hale went on. He came to offer any assistance in his power, I believe, but I could not see him. I told Dixon to ask him if he would like to see you. I think I asked her to find you, and you would go to him. I don't know what I said. He has been a very agreeable acquaintance, has he not? Asked Frederick, throwing the question like a ball for anyone to catch who chose. A very kind friend, said Margaret, when her father did not answer. Frederick was silent for a time. At last he spoke. Margaret, it is painful to think I can never thank those who have shown you kindness. Your acquaintances and mine must be separate, unless, indeed, I run the chances of a court-martial, or unless you and father would come to Spain. He threw out this last suggestion as a kind of feeler, and then suddenly made the plunge. You don't know how I wish you would. I have a good position, the chance of a better, continued he, reddening like a girl. That Dolores Barber I was telling you of, Margaret, I only wish you knew her. I'm sure you would no, love is the right word, like is so poor. You would love her, father, if you knew her. She is not 18, but if she is in the same mind another year, she is to be my wife. Mr. Barber won't let us call it an engagement, but if you would come, you would find friends everywhere besides Dolores. Think of it, father. Margaret, be on my side. No, no more removals for me, said Mr. Hale. One removal has cost me my wife. No more removals for me in this life. She will be here, and here I will stay out my appointed time. Oh, Frederick, said Margaret, tell us more about her. I never thought of this, but I am so glad. You will have someone to love and care for you out there. Tell us all about it. In the first place, she is a Roman Catholic. That is the only objection I anticipated. But my father's change of opinion... Nay, Margaret, don't sigh. Margaret had reason to sigh a little before the conversation ended. Frederick himself was Roman Catholic, in fact, though not in profession as yet. This was, then, the reason why his sympathy in her extreme distress at her father's leaving the church had been so faintly expressed in his letters. She had thought it the carelessness of a sailor, but the truth was that even then he was himself inclined to give up the form of religion into which he had been baptized, only that his opinions were tending in exactly the opposite direction to those of his father. How much love had to do with this change, not even Frederick himself could have told. Margaret gave up talking about this branch of the subject at last, and, returning to the fact of the engagement, she began to consider it in some fresh light. But for her sake, Fred, you will surely try and clear yourself of the exaggerated charges brought against you, even if the charge of mutiny itself is true. If there were to be a court-martial, and you could find your witnesses, you might, at any rate, show how your disobedience to authority was because that authority was unworthily exercised. Mr. Hale roused himself up to listen to his son's answer. In the first place, Margaret, who is to hunt up my witnesses? All of them are sailors, drafted off to other ships, except those whose evidence would go for very little, as they took part or sympathized in the affair. In the next place, allow me to tell you, you don't know what a court-martial is, and consider it as an assembly where justice is administered instead of what it really is, a court where authority weighs 9/10 in the balance and evidence forms only the other 10th. In such cases, evidence itself can hardly escape being influenced by the prestige of authority. But is it not worth trying to see how much evidence might be discovered and arrayed on your behalf? At present, all those who knew you formerly believe you guilty without any shadow of excuse. You have never tried to justify yourself, and we have never known where to seek for proofs of your justification. Now, for Miss Barber's sake, make your conduct as clear as you can in the eye of the world. She may not care for it. She has, I am sure, that trust in you that we all have. But you ought not to let her ally herself to one under such a serious charge without showing the world exactly how it is that you stand. You disobeyed authority. That was bad. But to have stood by without word or act while the authority was brutally used would have been infinitely worse. People know what you did, but not the motives that elevate it out of a crime into a heroic protection of the weak. For Dolores' sake, they ought to know. But how must I make them know? I'm not sufficiently sure of the purity and justice of those who would be my judges to give myself up to a court-martial, even if I could bring a whole array of truth-speaking witnesses. I can't send a bellman out to cry aloud and proclaim in the streets what you have pleased to call my heroism. No one would read a pamphlet of self-justification so long after the deed, even if I put one out. Will you consult a lawyer as to your chances of exculpation? Asked Margaret, looking up and turning very red. I must first catch my lawyer and have a good look at him and see how I like him before I make him into my confidant. Many a briefless barrister might twist his conscience into thinking that he could earn £100 very easily by doing a good action and giving me, a criminal, up to justice. Nonsense, Frederick. Because I know a lawyer on whose honour I could rely, of whose cleverness in his profession people speak very highly, and who would, I think, take a good deal of trouble for any of Aunt Shaw's relations. Mr. Henry Lennox, Papa. I think it a very good idea, said Mr. Hale. But don't propose anything which will detain Frederick in England. Don't, for your mother's sake. You could go to London tomorrow evening by night train, continued Margaret, warming up to her plan. He must go tomorrow, I'm afraid, Papa, said she tenderly. We fixed that because of Mr. Bell and Dixon's disagreeable acquaintance. Yes, I must go tomorrow, said Frederick decidedly. Mr. Hale groaned. I can't bear to part with you, and yet I am miserable with anxiety as long as you stop here. Well, then, said Margaret, listen to my plan. He gets to London on Friday morning. I will. You might. No, it would be better for me to give him a note to Mr. Lennox. You will find him at his chambers in the Temple. I will write down a list of all the names I can remember on board the Orion. I could leave it with him to ferret them out. He is Edith's husband's brother, isn't he? I remember your naming him in your letters. I have money in Barbara's hands. I can pay a pretty long bill if there is any chance of success. Money, dear father, that I had meant for a different purpose, so I shall consider it only as borrowed from you and Margaret. Don't do that, said Margaret. You won't risk it if you do. And it will be a risk, only it is worth trying. You can sail from London as well as from Liverpool. To be sure, little goose, wherever I feel water heaving under a plank, there I feel at home. I'll bring up some craft or other to take me off, never fear. I won't stay 24 hours in London, away from you on the one hand, and from somebody else on the other. It was rather a comfort to Margaret that Frederick took it into his head to look over her shoulder as she wrote to Mr. Lennox. If she had not been thus compelled to write steadily and concisely on, she might have hesitated over many a word, and been puzzled to choose between many an expression in the awkwardness of being the first to resume the intercourse of which the concluding event had been so unpleasant to both sides. However, the note was taken from her before she had even time to look it over, and treasured up in a pocket-book, out of which fell a long lock of black hair, the sight of which caused Frederick's eyes to glow with pleasure. Now, you would like to see that, wouldn't you? Said he. No, you must wait until you see her yourself. She is too perfect to be known by fragments. No mean brick shall be a specimen of the building of my palace. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Penelope. USA. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 32 Mischances. What remain to be denounced, drag it may be in chains. Werner. All the next day they sat together, day 3. Mr. Hale hardly ever spoke, but when his children asked him questions and forced him, as it were, into the present. Frederick's grief was no more to be seen or heard. The first paroxysm had passed over, and now he was ashamed of having been so battered down by emotion. And though his sorrow for the loss of his mother was a deep, real feeling, and would last out his life, it was never to be spoken of again. Margaret, not so passionate at first, was more suffering now. At times she cried a good deal, and her manner, even when speaking on indifferent things, had a mournful tenderness about it, which was deepened whenever her looks fell on Frederick, and she thought of his rapidly approaching departure. She was glad he was going on her father's account, however much she might grieve over it on her own. The anxious terror in which Mr. Hale lived, lest his son should be detected and captured, far outweighed the pleasure he derived from his presence. The nervousness had increased since Mrs. Hale's death, probably because he dwelt upon it more exclusively. He started at every unusual sound, and was never comfortable unless Frederick sat out of the immediate view of anyone entering the room. Towards evening he said, "You will go with Frederick to the station, Margaret? I shall want to know he is safely off. You will bring me word that he is clear of Milton, at any rate." "Certainly," said Margaret. "I shall like it if you won't be lonely without me, Papa." "No, no. I should always be fancying someone had known him and that he had been stopped, unless you could tell me you had seen him off. And go to the Auld station. It is quite as near, and not so many people about. Take a cab there. There is less risk of his being seen. What time is your train, Fred?" 10 minutes past 6. Very nearly dark. So, what will you do, Margaret?" "Oh, I can manage. I am getting very brave and very hard. It is a well-lighted road all the way home, if it should be dark. But I was out last week, much later." Margaret was thankful when the parting was over, the parting from the dead mother and the living father. She hurried Frederick into the cab in order to shorten a scene which she saw was so bitterly painful to her father, who would accompany his son as he took his last look at his mother. Partly in consequence of this, and partly owing to one of the very common mistakes in the railway guide as to the times when trains arrive at the smaller stations, they found, on reaching Outwood, that they had nearly 20 minutes to spare. The booking office was not open, so they could not even take the ticket. They accordingly went down the flight of steps that led to the level of the ground below the railway. There was a broad cinder path diagonally crossing a field which lay alongside of the carriage road, and they went there to walk backwards and forwards for the few minutes they had to spare. Margaret's hand lay in Frederick's arm. He took hold of it affectionately. "Margaret, I am going to consult Mr. Lennox as to the chance of exculpating myself, so that I may return to England whenever I choose, more for your sake than for the sake of anyone else. I can't bear to think of your lonely position if anything should happen to my father. He looks sadly changed, terribly shaken. I wish you could get him to think of the Cadiz plan, for many reasons. What could you do if you were taken away? You have no friend near. We're curiously bare of relations." Margaret could hardly keep from crying at the tender anxiety with which Frederick was bringing before her an event which she herself felt was not very improbable, so severely had the cares of the last few months told upon Mr. Hale. But she tried to rally as she said, "There have been such strange, unexpected changes in my life during these last 2 years, that I feel more than ever that it is not worth while to calculate too closely what I should do if any future event took place. I try to think only upon the present." She paused. They were standing still for a moment, close on the field side of the stile leading into the road. The setting sun fell on their faces. Frederick held her hand in his, and looked with wistful anxiety into her face, reading there more care and trouble than she would betray by words. She went on, "We shall write often to one another, and I will promise, for I see it will set your mind at ease, to tell you every worry I have. Papa is—" She started a little, a hardly visible start, but Frederick felt the sudden motion of the hand he held, and turned his full face to the road, along which a horseman was slowly riding, just passing the very stile where they stood. Margaret bowed. Her bow was stiffly returned. "Who is that?" said Frederick, almost before he was out of hearing. Margaret was a little drooping, a little flushed, as she replied, "Mr. Thornton. You saw him before, you know. Only his back. He's an unprepossessing-looking fellow. What a scowl he has!" "Something has happened to vex him," said Margaret apologetically. "You would not have thought him unprepossessing if you had seen him with Mamma." "I fancy it must be time to go and take my ticket. If I had known how dark it would be, we wouldn't have sent back the cab, Margaret." "Oh, don't fidget about that. I can take a cab here if I like, or go back by the railroad, when I should have shops and people and lamps all the way from the Milton station house. Don't think of me. Take care of yourself. I am sick with the thought that Leonard may be in the same train with you. Look well into the carriage before you get in." They went back to the station. Margaret insisted upon going to the full light of the flaring gas inside to take the ticket. Some idle-looking young men were lounging about with the station master. Margaret thought she had seen the face of one of them before, and returned him a proud look of offended dignity for his somewhat impertinent stare of undisguised admiration. She went hastily to her brother, who was standing outside, and took hold of his arm. "Have you got your bag? Let us walk about here on the platform," said she, a little flurried at the idea of so soon being left alone, and her bravery oozing out rather faster than she liked to acknowledge even to herself. She heard a step following them along the flags. It stopped when they stopped, looking out along the line and hearing the whiz of the coming train. They did not speak. Their hearts were too full. Another moment, and the train would be here. A minute more, and he would be gone. Margaret almost repented the urgency with which she had entreated him to go to London. It was throwing more chances of detection in his way. If he had sailed for Spain by Liverpool, he might have been off in 2 or 3 hours. Frederick turned round, right facing the lamp, where the gas started up in vivid anticipation of the train. A man in the dress of a railway porter started forward, a bad-looking man who seemed to have drunk himself into a state of brutality, although his senses were in perfect order. "By your leave, miss," said he, pushing Margaret rudely on one side and seizing Frederick by the collar. "Your name is Hale, I believe?" In an instant, how, Margaret did not see, for everything danced before her eyes, but by some sleight of wrestling, Frederick had tripped him up, and he fell from the height of 3 or 4 feet, which the platform was elevated above the space of soft ground by the side of the railroad. There he lay. "Run! Run!" gasped Margaret. "The train is here." It was Leonard, was it? "Oh, run! I will carry your bag." And she took him by the arm to push him along with all her feeble force. A door was open in a carriage. He jumped in, and as he leant out to say, "God bless you, Margaret," the train rushed past her, and she was left standing alone. She was so terribly sick and faint that she was thankful to be able to turn into the ladies' waiting room and sit down for an instant. At first she could do nothing but gasp for breath. It was such a hurry, such a sickening alarm, such a near chance. If the train had not been there at the moment, the man would have jumped up again and called for assistance to arrest him. She wondered if the man had got up. She tried to remember if she had seen him move. She wondered if he could have been seriously hurt. She ventured out. The platform was all alight, but still quite deserted. She went to the end and looked over somewhat fearfully. No one was there, and then she was glad she had made herself go and inspect, for otherwise terrible thoughts would have haunted her dreams. And even as it was, she was so trembling and affrighted that she felt she could not walk home along the road, which did indeed seem lonely and dark, as she gazed down upon it from the blaze of the station. She would wait till the down train passed and take her seat in it. But what if Leonard recognized her as Frederick's companion? She peered about before venturing into the booking office to take her ticket. There were only some railway officials standing about and talking loud to one another. "So Leonard has been drinking again," said one, seemingly in authority. "He'll need all his boasted influence to keep his place this time." "Where is he?" asked another, while Margaret, her back towards them, was counting her change with trembling fingers, not daring to turn round until she heard the answer to this question. "I don't know. He came in out 5 minutes ago, with some long story wild about a fall he'd heard, swearing awfully, and wanted to borrow some money from me to go to London by the next up train. He made all sorts of tipsy promises, but I had something else to do than listen to him. I told him to go about his business, and he went off at the front door." "He's at the nearest vault, I'd be bound," said the first speaker. "Your money would have gone there too, if you'd been such a fool as to lend it." "Catch me! I knew better what his London meant." "Why, he has never paid me off that 5 shillings." And so they went on. And now all Margaret's anxiety was for the train to come. She hid herself once more in the ladies' waiting room, and fancied every noise was Leonard's step, every loud and boisterous voice was his. But no one came near her until the train drew up, when she was civilly helped into a carriage by a porter, into whose face she durst not look till they were in motion, and then she saw that it was not Leonard's. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 33. Peace. Sleep on, my love, in thy cold bed, never to be disquieted. My last good night. Thou wilt not wake till I thy fate shall overtake. Dr. King. Home seemed unnaturally quiet after all this terror and noisy commotion. Her father had seen all due preparation made for her refreshment on her return, and then sat down again in his accustomed chair to fall into one of his sad waking dreams. Dixon had got Mary Higgins to scold and direct in the kitchen, and her scolding was not the less energetic because it was delivered in an angry whisper, for, speaking above her breath, she would have thought irreverent as long as there was anyone dead lying in the house. Margaret had resolved not to mention the crowning and closing affright to her father. There was no use in speaking about it. It had ended well. The only thing to be feared was lest Leonard should in some way borrow money enough to effect his purpose of following Frederick to London and hunting him out there. But there were immense chances against the success of any such plan, and Margaret determined not to torment herself by thinking of what she could do nothing to prevent. Frederick would be as much on his guard as she could put him, and in a day or two at most he would be safely out of England. "I suppose we shall hear from Mr. Bell to-morrow," said Margaret. "Yes," replied her father, "I suppose so. If he can come, he will be here to-morrow evening, I should think. If he cannot come, I shall ask Mr. Thornton to go with me to the funeral. I cannot go alone. I should break down utterly." "Don't ask Mr. Thornton, papa. Let me go with you," said Margaret impetuously. "You? My dear, women do not generally go." "No, because they can't control themselves. Women of our class don't go, because they have no power over their emotions, and yet are ashamed of showing them. Poor women go, and don't care if they are seen overwhelmed with grief. But I promise you, papa, that if you will let me go I will be no trouble. Don't have a stranger and leave me out. Dear papa, if Mr. Bell cannot come, I shall go. I won't urge my wish against your will if he does." Mr. Bell could not come. He had the gout. It was a most affectionate letter, and expressed great and true regret for his inability to attend. He hoped to come and pay them a visit soon, if they would have him. His Milton property required some looking after, and his agent had written to him to say that his presence was absolutely necessary, or else he had avoided coming near Milton as long as he could. And now the only thing that would reconcile him to this necessary visit was the idea that he should see and might possibly be able to comfort his old friend. Margaret had all the difficulty in the world to persuade her father not to invite Mr. Thornton. She had an indescribable repugnance to this step being taken. The night before the funeral came a stately note from Mrs. Thornton to Miss Hale, saying that, at her son's desire, their carriage should attend the funeral, if it would not be disagreeable to the family. Margaret tossed the note to her father. "Oh, don't let us have these forms," said she. "Let us go alone, you and me, papa. They don't care for us, or else he would have offered to go himself, and not have proposed this sending an empty carriage." "I thought you were so extremely averse to his going, Margaret," said Mr. Hale in some surprise. "And so I am. I don't want him to come at all, and I should especially dislike the idea of our asking him. But this seems such a mockery of mourning that I did not expect it from him." She startled her father by bursting into tears. She had been so subdued in her grief, so thoughtful for others, so gentle and patient in all things, that he could not understand her impatient ways to-night. She seemed agitated and restless, and at all the tenderness which her father in his turn now lavished upon her, she only cried the more. She passed so bad a night that she was ill prepared for the additional anxiety caused by a letter received from Frederick. Mr. Lennox was out of town. His clerk said that he would return by the following Tuesday at the latest, that he might possibly be at home on Monday. Consequently, after some consideration, Frederick had determined upon remaining in London a day or two longer. He had thought of coming down to Milton again. The temptation had been very strong, but the idea of Mr. Bell domesticated in his father's house, and the alarm he had received at the last moment at the railway station, had made him resolve to stay in London. Margaret might be assured he would take every precaution against being tracked by Leonards. Margaret was thankful that she received this letter while her father was absent in her mother's room. If he had been present, he would have expected her to read it aloud to him, and it would have raised in him a state of nervous alarm which she would have found it impossible to soothe away. There was not merely the fact, which disturbed her excessively, of Frederick's detention in London, but there were allusions to the recognition at the last moment at Milton, and the possibility of a pursuit which made her blood run cold. And how then would have affected her father? Many a time did Margaret repent of having suggested and urged on the plan of consulting Mr. Lennox. At the moment it had seemed as if it would occasion so little delay, add so little to the apparently small chances of detection, and yet everything that had since occurred had tended to make it so undesirable. Margaret battled hard against this regret of hers for what could not now be helped, this self-reproach for having said what had at the time appeared to be wise, but which after events were proving to have been so foolish. But her father was in too depressed a state of mind and body to struggle healthily. He would succumb to all these causes for morbid regret over what could not be recalled. Margaret summoned up all her forces to her aid. Her father seemed to have forgotten that they had any reason to expect a letter from Frederick that morning. He was absorbed in one idea, that the last visible token of the presence of his wife was to be carried away from him and hidden from his sight. He trembled pitifully as the undertaker's man was arranging his crape draperies around him. He looked wistfully at Margaret, and, when released, he tottered towards her, murmuring, "Pray for me, Margaret. I have no strength left in me. I cannot pray. I give her up because I must. I try to bear it. Indeed I do. I know it is God's will. But I cannot see why she died. Pray for me, Margaret, that I may have faith to pray. It is a great strait, my child." Margaret sat by him in the coach, almost supporting him in her arms, and repeating all the noble verses of holy comfort, or texts expressive of faithful resignation, that she could remember. Her voice never faltered, and she herself gained strength by doing this. Her father's lips moved after her, repeating the well-known texts as her words suggested them. It was terrible to see the patient, struggling effort to obtain the resignation which he had not the strength to take into his heart as a part of himself. Margaret's fortitude nearly gave way as Dickson,
with a slight motion of her hand, directed her notice to Nicholas Higgins and his daughter, standing a little aloof, but deeply attentive to the ceremonial. Nicholas wore his usual fustian clothes, but had a bit of black stuff sewn round his hat, a mark of mourning which he had never shown to his daughter Bessie's memory. But Mr. Hale saw nothing. He went on repeating to himself, mechanically as it were, all the funeral service as it was read by the officiating clergyman. He sighed twice or thrice when all was ended, and then, putting his hand on Margaret's arm, he mutely entreated to be led away, as if he were blind, and she his faithful guide. Dickson sobbed aloud. She covered her face with her handkerchief, and was so absorbed in her own grief that she did not perceive that the crowd, attracted on such occasions, was dispersing, till she was spoken to by some one close at hand. It was Mr. Thornton. He had been present all the time, standing, with bent head, behind a group of people, so that, in fact, no one had recognized him. "I beg your pardon, but can you tell me how Mr. Hale is? And Miss Hale too? I should like to know how they both are." "Of course, sir, they are much as is to be expected. Master is terribly broke down. Miss Hale bears up better than likely." Mr. Thornton would rather have heard that she was suffering the natural sorrow. In the first place, there was selfishness enough in him to have taken pleasure in the idea that his great love might come in to comfort and console her. Much the same kind of strange, passionate pleasure which comes stinging through a mother's heart when her drooping infant nestles close to her, and is dependent upon her for everything. But this delicious vision of what might have been, in which, in spite of all Margaret's repulse, he would have indulged only a few days ago, was miserably disturbed by the recollection of what he had seen near the outward station. Miserably disturbed, that is not strong enough. He was haunted by the remembrance of the handsome young man with whom she stood in an attitude of such familiar confidence, and the remembrance shot through him like an agony, till it made him clench his hands tight in order to subdue the pain. At that late hour, so far from home! It took a great moral effort to galvanize his trust, erewhile so perfect, in Margaret's pure and exquisite maidenliness into life. As soon as the effort ceased, his trust dropped down dead and powerless, and all sorts of wild fancies chased each other like dreams through his mind. Here was a little piece of miserable, gnawing confirmation. She bore up better than likely under this grief. She had then some hope to look to, so bright that even in her affectionate nature it could come in to lighten the dark hours of a daughter newly made motherless. Yes, he knew how she would love. He had not loved her without gaining that instinctive knowledge of what capabilities were in her. Her soul would walk in glorious sunlight, if any man was worthy, by his power of loving, to win back her love. Even in her mourning, she would rest with a peaceful faith upon his sympathy. His sympathy. Whose? That other man's. And that it was another man was enough to make Mr. Thornton's pale, grave face grow doubly worn and stern at Dickson's answer. "I suppose I may call," said he coldly. "On Mr. Hale, I mean. He will perhaps admit me after tomorrow or so." He spoke as if the answer were a matter of indifference to him, but it was not so. For all his pain, he longed to see the author of it. Although he hated Margaret at times, when he thought of that gentle, familiar attitude and all the attendant circumstances, he had a restless desire to renew her picture in his mind, a longing for the very atmosphere she breathed. He was in the Charybdis of passion, and must perforce circle and circle ever nearer round the fatal centre. "I dare say, sir, master will see you. He was very sorry to have to deny you the other day, but circumstances was not agreeable just then." For some reason or other, Dickson never named this interview that she had had with Mr. Thornton to Margaret. It might have been mere chance, but so it was that Margaret never heard that he had attended her poor mother's funeral. Chapter 33.
Chapter 34 North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andromeda, Germany. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 34 False and True. Truth will fail thee never, never, though thy bark be tempest-driven, though each plank be rent and riven, truth will bear thee on for ever. Anonymous. The bearing up better than likely was a terrible strain upon Margaret. Sometimes she thought she must give way and cry out with pain, as the sudden sharp thought came across her, even during her apparently cheerful conversations with her father, that she had no longer a mother. About Frederick, too, there was great uneasiness. The Sunday post intervened and interfered with their London letters, and on Tuesday Margaret was surprised and disheartened to find that there was still no letter. She was quite in the dark as to his plans, and her father was miserable at all this uncertainty. It broke in upon his lately acquired habit of sitting still in one easy chair for half a day together. He kept pacing up and down the room, then out of it, and she heard him upon the landing opening and shutting the bedroom doors without any apparent object. She tried to tranquilize him by reading aloud, but it was evident he could not listen for long together. How thankful she was, then, that she had kept to herself the additional cause for anxiety produced by their encounter with Lennox. She was thankful to hear Mr. Thornton announced. His visit would force her father's thoughts into another channel. He came up straight to her father, whose hands he took and wrung without a word, holding them in his for a minute or two, during which time his face, his eyes, his look told of more sympathy than could be put into words. Then he turned to Margaret. Not better than likely did she look. Her stately beauty was dimmed with much watching and with many tears. The expression on her countenance was of gentle patient sadness, nay, of positive present suffering. He had not meant to greet her otherwise than with his late studied coldness of demeanour, but he could not help going up to her, as she stood a little aside, rendered timid by the uncertainty of his manner of late, and saying the few necessary commonplace words in so tender a voice that her eyes filled with tears, and she turned away to hide her emotion. She took her work and sat down very quiet and silent. Mr. Thornton's heart beat quick and strong, and for the time he utterly forgot the outward lane. He tried to talk to Mr. Hale, and, his presence always a certain kind of pleasure to Mr. Hale, as his power and decision made him, and his opinions a safe, sure port, was unusually agreeable to her father, as Margaret saw. Presently Dickson came to the door and said, "Miss Hale, you're wanted." Dickson's manner was so flurried that Margaret turned sick at heart. Something had happened to Fred. She had no doubt of that. It was well that her father and Mr. Thornton were so much occupied by their conversation. "What is it, Dickson?" asked Margaret the moment she had shut the drawing-room door. "Come this way, miss," said Dickson, opening the door of what had been Mrs. Hale's bedchamber, now Margaret's, for her father refused to sleep there again after his wife's death. "It's nothing, miss," said Dickson, choking a little. "Only a police inspector. He wants to see you, miss, but I dare say it's about nothing at all." "Did he name?" asked Margaret, almost inaudibly. "No, miss. He named nothing. He only asked if you lived here and if he could speak to you. Mother went to the door and let him in. She has shown him into master's study. I went to him myself to try if that would do. But no, it's you, miss, he wants." Margaret did not speak again till her hand was on the lock of the study door. Here she turned round and said, "Take care papa does not come down. Mr. Thornton is with him now." The inspector was almost daunted by the haughtiness of her manner as she entered. There was something of indignation expressed in her countenance, but so kept down and controlled that it gave her a superb air of disdain. There was no surprise, no curiosity. She stood awaiting the opening of his business there. Not a question did she ask.
"I beg your pardon, ma'am, but my duty obliges me to ask you a few plain questions. A man has died at the infirmary in consequence of a fall received at Outwood Station between the hours of 5 and 6 on Thursday evening, the 26th instant. At the time, this fall did not seem of much consequence, but it was rendered fatal, the doctors say, by the presence of some internal complaint and the man's own habit of drinking."
The large dark eyes, gazing straight into the inspector's face, dilated a little. Otherwise there was no motion perceptible to his experienced observation. Her lips swelled out into a richer curve than ordinary, owing to the enforced tensions of the muscles, but he did not know what was their usual appearance, so as to recognize the unwonted sullen defiance of the firm sweeping lines. She never blenched or trembled. She fixed him with her eye. Now, as he paused before going on, she said, almost as if she would encourage him in telling his tale, "Well, go on."
"It is supposed that an inquest will have to be held. There is some slight evidence to prove that the blow, or push, or scuffle that caused the fall was provoked by this poor fellow's half-tipsy impertinence to a young lady walking with the man who pushed the deceased over the edge of the platform. This much was observed by someone on the platform, who, however, thought no more about the matter, as the blow seemed of slight consequence. There is also some reason to identify the lady with yourself, in which case—"
"I was not there," said Margaret, still keeping her expressionless eyes fixed on his face with the unconscious look of a sleep-walker. The inspector bowed, but did not speak. The lady standing before him showed no emotion, no fluttering fear, no anxiety, no desire to end the interview. The information he had received was very vague. One of the porters, rushing out to be in readiness for the train, had seen a scuffle at the other end of the platform between Leonards and a gentleman accompanied by a lady, but heard no noise. And before the train had got to its full speed after starting, he had been almost knocked down by the headlong run of the enraged, half-intoxicated Leonards, swearing and cursing awfully. He had not thought any more about it till his evidence was rooted out by the inspector, who, on making some farther inquiry at the railroad station, had heard from the station-master that a young lady and gentleman had been there about that hour, the lady remarkably handsome, and said by some grocer's assistant present at the time to be a Miss Hale, living at Crampton, whose family dealt at his shop. There was no certainty that the one lady and gentleman were identical with the other pair, but there was great probability. Leonards himself had gone, half mad with rage and pain, to the nearest gin palace for comfort, and his tipsy words had not been attended to by the busy waiters there. They, however, remembered his starting up and cursing himself for not having sooner thought of the electric telegraph for some purpose unknown, and they believed that he left with the idea of going there. On his way, overcome by pain or drink, he had lain down in the road, where the police had found him and taken him to the infirmary. There he had never recovered sufficient consciousness to give any distinct account of his fall, although once or twice he had had glimmerings of sense sufficient to make the authorities send for the nearest magistrate, in hopes that he might be able to take down the dying man's deposition of the cause of his death. But when the magistrate had come, he was rambling about being at sea, and mixing up names of captains and lieutenants in an indistinct manner with those of his fellow porters at the railway, and his last words were a curse on the Cornish trick, which had, he said, made him £100 poorer than he ought to have been. The inspector ran all this over in his mind. The vagueness of the evidence to prove that Margaret had been at the station, the unflinching calm denial which she gave to such a supposition. She stood awaiting his next word with a composure that appeared supreme.
"Then, madam, I have your denial that you were the lady accompanying the gentleman who struck the blow, or gave the push which caused the death of this poor man."
A quick, sharp pain went through Margaret's brain. "Oh, God, that I knew Frederick was safe!" A deep observer of human countenances might have seen the momentary agony shoot out of her great gloomy eyes, like the torture of some creature brought to bay. But the inspector, though very keen, was not a very deep observer. He was a little struck, notwithstanding, by the form of the answer, which sounded like a mechanical repetition of her first reply, not changed and modified in shape so as to meet his last question. "I was not there," said she, slowly and heavily. And all this time she never closed her eyes or ceased from that glassy, dreamlike stare. His quick suspicions were aroused by this dull echo of her former denial. It was as if she had forced herself to one untruth, and had been stunned out of all power of varying it. He put up his book of notes in a very deliberate manner. Then he looked up. She had not moved any more than if she had been some great Egyptian statue.
"I hope you will not think me impertinent when I say that I may have to call on you again. I may have to summon you to appear on the inquest and prove an alibi if my witnesses—"
It was but one who had recognized her.
"persist in deposing to your presence at the unfortunate event."
He looked at her sharply. She was still perfectly quiet. No change of color or darker shadow of guilt on her proud face. He thought to have seen her wince. He did not know Margaret Hale. He was a little abashed by her regal composure. It must have been a mistake of identity. He went on.
"It is very unlikely, ma'am, that I shall have to do anything of the kind. I hope you will excuse me for doing what is only my duty, although it may appear impertinent."
Margaret bowed her head as he went towards the door. Her lips were stiff and dry. She could not speak even the common words of farewell. But suddenly she walked forwards and opened the study door, and preceded him to the door of the house, which she threw wide open for his exit. She kept her eyes upon him in the same dull, fixed manner until he was fairly out of the house. She shut the door and went half-way into the study, then turned back as if moved by some passionate impulse, and locked the door inside. Then she went into the study, paused, tottered forward, paused again, swayed for an instant where she stood, and fell prone on the floor in a dead swoon. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35, North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bestel, Budapest. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 35, Expiation. There's note so finely spun, but it connects to the sun. Mr. Thornton sat on and on. He felt that his company gave pleasure to Mr. Hale, and was touched by the half-spoken wishful entreaty that he would remain a little longer, the plaintive "Don't go yet," which his poor friend put forth from time to time. He wondered Margaret did not return, but it was with no view of seeing her that he lingered. For the hour, and in the presence of one who was so thoroughly feeling the nothingness of earth, he was reasonable and self-controlled. He was deeply interested in all her father said, of death and of the heavy love, and of the brain that has grown dull. It was curious how the presence of Mr. Thornton had power over Mr. Hale to make him unlock the secret thoughts which he kept shut up even from Margaret. Whether it was that her sympathy would be so keen and show itself in so lively a manner that he was afraid of the reaction upon himself, or whether it was that to his speculative mind all kinds of doubts presented themselves at such a time, pleading and crying aloud to be resolved into certainties, and that he knew she would have shrunk from the expression of any such doubts, nay, from him himself as capable of conceiving them. Whatever was the reason, he could unburden himself better to Mr. Thornton than to her, of all the thoughts and fancies and fears that had been frost-bound in his brain till now. Mr. Thornton said very little, but every sentence he uttered added to Mr. Hale's reliance and regard for him. Was it that he paused in the expression of some remembered agony? Mr. Thornton's 2 or 3 words would complete the sentence, and show how deeply its meaning was entered into. Was it a doubt, a fear, a wandering uncertainty seeking rest but finding none, so tear-blinded were its eyes? Mr. Thornton, instead of being shocked, seemed to have passed through that very stage of thought himself, and could suggest where the exact ray of light was to be found, which should make the dark places plain. Man of action as he was, busy in the world's great battle, there was a deeper religion binding him together in his heart, in spite of his strong wilfulness, through all his mistakes, than Mr. Hale had ever dreamed. They never spoke of such things again as it happened, but this one conversation made them peculiar people to each other, knit them together in a way which no loose indiscriminate talking about sacred things can ever accomplish. When all are admitted, how can there be a holy of holies? And all this while Margaret lay as still and white as death on the study floor. She had sunk under her burden. It had been heavy in weight and long carried, and she had been very meek and patient till all at once her faith had given way, and she had groped in vain for help. There was a pitiful contraction of suffering upon her beautiful brows, although there was no other sign of consciousness remaining. The mouth, a little while ago so sullenly projected in defiance, was relaxed and livid. E par che della sua labbia si muova uno spirito suave e pien d'amore, che va dicendo all'anima, sospira. The first symptom of returning life was a quivering about the lips, a little mute soundless attempt at speech, but the eyes were still closed, and the quivering sank into stillness. Then, feebly leaning on her arms for an instant to steady herself, Margaret gathered herself up and rose. Her comb had fallen out of her hair, and with an intuitive desire to efface the traces of weakness and bring herself into order again, she sought for it, although from time to time in the course of the search she had to sit down and recover strength. Her head drooped forward, her hands meekly laid one upon the other. She tried to recall the force of her temptation by endeavouring to remember the details which had thrown her into such deadly fright. But she could not. She only understood 2 facts: that Frederick had been in danger of being pursued and detected in London, as not only guilty of manslaughter, but as the more unpardonable leader of the mutiny, and that she had lied to save him. There was one comfort: her lie had saved him, if only by gaining some additional time. If the inspector came again tomorrow, after she had received the letter she longed for to assure her of her brother's safety, she would brave shame, and stand in her bitter penance, she, the lofty Margaret, acknowledging before a crowded justice-room, if need were, that she had been as a dog and done this thing. But if he came before she heard from Frederick, if he returned as he had half threatened in a few hours, why, she would tell that lie again. Though how the words would come out after all this terrible pause for reflection and self-reproach without betraying her falsehood, she did not know. She could not tell. But her repetition of it would gain time for Frederick. She was roused by Dixon's entrance into the room. She had just been letting out Mr. Thornton. He had hardly gone 10 steps in the street before a passing omnibus stopped close by him, and the man got down and came up to him, touching his hat as he did so. It was the police inspector. Mr. Thornton had obtained for him his first situation in the police, and had heard from time to time of the progress of his protégé, but they had not often met, and at first Mr. Thornton did not remember him. "My name is Watson, George Watson, sir, that you got—" "Ah, yes, I recollect. Why, you are getting on famously, I hear." "Yes, sir, I ought to thank you, sir, but it is on a little matter of business I made so bold as to speak to you now. I believe you were the magistrate who attended to take down the deposition of a poor man who died in the infirmary last night." "Yes," replied Mr. Thornton. "I went and heard some kind of a rambling statement which the clerk said was of no great use. I'm afraid he was but a drunken fellow, though there is no doubt he came to his death by violence at last. One of my mother's servants was engaged to him, I believe, and she is in great distress to-day." "What about him?" "Why, sir, his death is oddly mixed up with somebody in the house I saw you coming out of just now. It was a Mr. Hale's, I believe." "Yes," said Mr. Thornton, turning sharp round and looking into the inspector's face with sudden interest. "What about it?" "Why, sir, it seems to me that I've got a pretty distinct chain of evidence inculpating a gentleman who was walking with Miss Hale that night at the Auld station as the man who struck or pushed Leonards off the platform and so caused his death. But the young lady denies that she was there at the time." "Miss Hale denies she was there?" repeated Mr. Thornton in an altered voice. "Tell me, what evening was it? What time?" "About 6 o'clock, on the evening of Thursday, the 26th. They walked on, side by side, in silence for a minute or two. The inspector was the first to speak. "You see, sir, there is like to be a coroner's inquest, and I've got a young man who is pretty positive. At least, he was at first, since he has heard of the young lady's denial. He says he should not like to swear, but still he's pretty positive that he saw Miss Hale at the station, walking about with a gentleman, not 5 minutes before the time when one of the porters saw a scuffle, which is set down to some of Leonard's impudence, but which led to the fall which caused his death. And seeing you come out of the very house, sir, I thought I might make bold to ask you. You see, it's always awkward having to do with cases of disputed identity, and one doesn't like to doubt the word of a respectable young woman unless one has strong proof to the contrary." "And she denied having been at the station that evening?" repeated Mr. Thornton in a low, brooding tone. "Yes, sir, twice over, as distinct as could be. I told her I should call again, but seeing you just as I was on my way back from questioning the young man who said it was her, I thought I would ask your advice, both as the magistrate who saw Leonard on his deathbed, and as the gentleman who got me my berth in the force." "You were quite right," said Mr. Thornton. "Don't take any steps till you have seen me again. The young lady will expect me to call from what I said. I only want to delay you an hour. It's now 3. Come to my warehouse at 4. "Very well, sir." And they parted company. Mr. Thornton hurried to his warehouse, and sternly forbidding his clerks to allow anyone to interrupt him, he went his way to his own private room and locked the door. Then he indulged himself in the torture of thinking it all over and realizing every detail. How could he have lulled himself into the unsuspicious calm in which her tearful image had mirrored itself not 2 hours before, till he had weakly pitied her and yearned towards her, and forgotten the savage, distrustful jealousy with which the sight of her, and that unknown to him at such an hour and in such a place, had inspired him? How could one so pure have stooped from her decorous and noble manner of bearing? But was it decorous, was it? He hated himself for the idea that forced itself upon him, just for an instant, no more, and yet, while it was present, thrilled him with its old potency of attraction towards her image. And then this falsehood! How terrible must be some dread of shame to be revealed, for after all, the provocation given by such a man as Leonard was, when excited by drinking, might in all probability be more than enough to justify anyone who came forward to state the circumstances openly and without reserve. How creeping and deadly that fear which could bow down the truthful Margaret to falsehood! He could almost pity her. What would be the end of it? She could not have considered all she was entering upon if there was an inquest and the young man came forward. Suddenly he started up. There should be no inquest. He would save Margaret. He would take the responsibility of preventing the inquest, the issue of which, from the uncertainty of the medical testimony, which he had vaguely heard the night before from the surgeon in attendance, could be but doubtful. The doctors had discovered an internal disease far advanced, and sure to prove fatal. They had stated that death might have been accelerated by the fall, or by the subsequent drinking and exposure to cold. If he had but known how Margaret would have become involved in the affair, if he had but foreseen that she would have stained her whiteness by a falsehood, he could have saved her by a word. For the question of inquest or no inquest had hung trembling in the balance only the night before. Miss Hale might love another. It was indifferent and contemptuous to him, but he would yet do her faithful acts of service of which she should never know. He might despise her, but the woman whom he had once loved should be kept from shame, and shame it would be to pledge herself to a lie in a public court, or otherwise to stand and acknowledge her reason for desiring darkness rather than light. Very grey and stern did Mr. Thornton look as he passed out through his wondering clerks. He was away about half an hour, and scarcely less stern did he look when he returned, although his errand had been successful. He wrote 2 lines on a slip of paper, put it in an envelope, and sealed it up. This he gave to one of the clerks, saying, "I appointed Watson, he who was a packer in the warehouse and who went into the police, to call on me at 4 o'clock. I have just met with a gentleman from Liverpool, who wishes to see me before he leaves town. Take care to give this note to Watson when he calls." The note contained these words: "There will be no inquest. Medical evidence not sufficient to justify it. Take no further steps. I have not seen the coroner, but I will take the responsibility." "Well," thought Watson, "it relieves me from an awkward job. None of my witnesses seem certain of anything except the young woman. She was clear and distinct enough. The porter at the railroad had seen a scuffle, or when he found it was likely to bring him in as a witness, then it might not have been a scuffle, only a little larking, and Leonards might have jumped off the platform himself. He would not have stick firm to anything. And Jennings, the grocer's shopman, well, he was not quite so bad, but I doubt if I could have got him up to an oath after he heard that Miss Hale flatly denied it. It would have been a troublesome job, and no satisfaction. And now I must go and tell them they won't be wanted." He accordingly presented himself again at Mr. Hale's that evening. Her father and Dickson would have fain persuaded Margaret to go to bed, but they neither of them knew the reason for her low continued refusals to do so. Dickson had learned part of the truth, but only part. Margaret would not tell any human being of what she had said, and she did not reveal the fatal termination to Leonard's fall from the platform. So Dickson's curiosity combined with her allegiance to urge Margaret to go to rest, which her appearance as she lay on the sofa showed but too clearly that she looked tired. She did not speak, except when spoken to. She tried to smile back in reply to her father's anxious looks and words of tender inquiry, but instead of a smile, the wan lips resolved themselves into a sigh. He was so miserably uneasy that at last she consented to go into her own room and prepare for going to bed. She was indeed inclined to give up the idea that the inspector would call again that night, as it was already past 9 o'clock. She stood by her father, holding on to the back of his chair. "You will go to bed soon, papa, won't you? Don't sit up alone." What his answer was she did not hear. The words were lost in the far smaller point of sound that magnified itself to her fears and filled her brain. There was a low ring at the door-bell. She kissed her father and glided downstairs, with a rapidity of motion of which no one would have thought her capable who had seen her the minute before. She put aside Dickson. "Don't come. I will open the door. I know it is him. I can. I must manage it all myself." "As you please, miss," said Dickson testily, but in a moment afterwards she added, "But you are not fit for it. You are more dead than alive." "Am I?" said Margaret, turning round and showing her eyes, all aglow with strange fire, her cheeks flushed, though her lips were baked and livid still. She opened the door to the inspector, and preceded him into the study. She placed the candle on the table and snuffed it carefully, before she turned round and faced him. "You are late," said she. "Well?" She held her breath for the answer. "I'm sorry to have given any unnecessary trouble, ma'am, for, after all, they've given up all thoughts of holding an inquest. I have had other work to do and other people to see, or I should have been here before now." "Then it is ended," said Margaret. "There is to be no further inquiry." "I believe I've got Mr. Thornton's note about me," said the inspector, fumbling in his pocket-book. "Mr. Thornton's?" said Margaret. "Yes, he's a magistrate. Ah, here it is." She could not see to read it. No, not although she was close to the candle. The words swam before her, but she held it in her hand and looked at it as if she were intently studying it. "I'm sure, ma'am, it's a great weight off my mind, for the evidence was so uncertain, you see, that the man had received any blow at all, and if any question of identity came in, it so complicated the case. As I told Mr. Thornton—" "Mr. Thornton!" said Margaret again. "I met him this morning, just as he was coming out of this house, and, as he's an old friend of mine besides being the magistrate who saw Leonards last night, I made bold to tell him of my difficulty." Margaret sighed deeply. She did not want to hear any more. She was afraid alike of what she had heard and of what she might hear. She wished that the man would go. She forced herself to speak. "Thank you for calling. It is very late. I dare say it is past 10 o'clock. Oh, here is the note," she continued, suddenly interpreting the meaning of the hand held out to receive it. He was putting it up when she said, "I think it is a cramped, dazzling sort of writing. I could not read it. Will you just read it to me?" He read it aloud to her. "Thank you. You told Mr. Thornton that I was not there." "Oh, of course, ma'am. I'm sorry now that I acted upon information. which seems to have been so erroneous. At first the young man was so positive, and now he says that he doubted all along, and hopes that his mistake won't have occasioned you such annoyance as to lose their shop you custom. Good night, ma'am." "Good night." She rang the bell for Dickson to show him out. As Dickson returned up the passage, Margaret passed her swiftly. "It is all right," said she, without looking at Dickson, and before the woman could follow her with further questions she had sped upstairs and entered her bedchamber and bolted her door. She threw herself, dressed as she was, upon her bed. She was too much exhausted to think. Half an hour or more elapsed before the cramped nature of her position and the chilliness, supervening upon her great fatigue, had the power to rouse her numbed faculties. Then she began to recall, to combine, to wonder. The first idea that presented itself to her was that all this sickening alarm on Frederick's behalf was over, that the strain was past. The next was a wish to remember every word of the inspector's which related to Mr. Thornton. When had he seen him? What had he said? What had Mr. Thornton done? What were the exact words of his note? And until she could recollect, even to the placing or omitting an article, the very expressions which he had used in the note, her mind refused to go on with its progress. But the next conviction came too, was clear enough. Mr. Thornton had seen her close to Outwood station on the fatal Tuesday night, and had been told of her denial that she was there. She stood as a liar in his eyes. She was a liar. But she had no thought of penitence before God. Nothing but chaos and night surrounded the one lurid fact that in Mr. Thornton's eyes she was degraded. She cared not to think, even to herself, of how much of excuse she might plead. That had nothing to do with Mr. Thornton. She never dreamed that he or anyone else could find cause for suspicion in what was so natural as her accompanying her brother, but what was really false and wrong was known to him, and he had a right to judge her. "Oh, Frederick, Frederick!" she cried, "what have I not sacrificed for you!" Even when she fell asleep, her thoughts were compelled to travel the same circle, only with exaggerated and monstrous circumstances of pain. When she awoke, a new idea flashed upon her with all the brightness of the morning. Mr. Thornton had learned her falsehood before he went to the coroner. That suggested the thought that he had possibly been influenced so to do with a view of sparing her the repetition of her denial. But she pushed this notion on one side with the sick wilfulness of a child. If it were so, she felt no gratitude to him, as it only showed her how keenly he must have seen that she was disgraced already, before he took such unwonted pains to spare her any further trial of truthfulness, which had already failed so signally. She would have gone through the whole. She would have perjured herself to save Frederick, rather, far rather, than Mr. Thornton should have had the knowledge that prompted him to interfere to save her. What ill fate brought him in contact with the inspector? What made him be the very magistrate sent for to receive Leonard's deposition? What had Leonard said? How much of it was intelligible to Mr. Thornton, who might already, for aught she knew, be aware of the old accusation against Frederick through their mutual friend Mr. Bell? If so, he had striven to save the son, who came in defiance of the law to attend his mother's deathbed, and under this idea she could feel grateful. Not yet, if ever she should, if his interference had been prompted by contempt. Oh, had anyone such just cause to feel contempt for her? Mr. Thornton, above all people, on whom she had looked down from her imaginary heights till now. She suddenly found herself at his feet, and was strangely distressed at her fall. She shrank from following out the premises to their conclusion, and so acknowledging to herself how much she valued his respect and good opinion. Whenever this idea presented itself to her at the end of a long avenue of thoughts, she turned away from following that path. She would not believe in it. It was later than she fancied, for in the agitation of the previous night she had forgotten to wind up her watch, and Mr. Hale had given special orders that she was not to be disturbed by the usual awakening. By and by the door opened cautiously, and Dickson put her head in. Perceiving that Margaret was awake, she came forwards with a letter. "Here's something to do you good, miss. Letter from Master Frederick." "Thank you, Dickson. How late it is." She spoke very languidly, and suffered Dickson to lay it on the counterpane before her, without putting out a hand to take it. "You want your breakfast, I'm sure. I will bring it you in a minute. Master has got the tray already, I know." Margaret did not reply. She let her go. She felt that she must be alone before she could open that letter. She opened it at last. The first thing that caught her eye was the date 2 days earlier than she received it. He had then written when he had promised, and the alarm might have been spared. But she would read the letter and see. It was hasty enough, but perfectly satisfactory. He had seen Henry Lennox, who knew enough of the case to shake his head over it in the first instance, and tell him he had done a very daring thing in returning to England, with such an accusation, backed by such powerful influence, hanging over him. But when they had come to talk it over, Mr. Lennox had acknowledged that there might be some chance of his acquittal, if he could but prove his statements by credible witnesses; that in such case it might be worth while to stand his trial, otherwise it would be a great risk. He would examine, he would take every pains. "It struck me," said Frederick, "that your introduction, little sister of mine, went a long way. Is it so? He made many inquiries, I can assure you. He seemed a sharp, intelligent fellow, and in good practice too, to judge from the signs of business and the number of clerks about him. But these may be only lawyers' dodges. I have just caught a packet on the point of sailing. I am off in 5 minutes. I may have to come back to England again on this business, so keep my visit secret. I shall send my father some rare old sherry, such as you cannot buy in England, such stuff as I've got in the bottle before me. He needs something of the kind, my dear love to him. God bless him. I'm sure. Here's my cab. P.S. What an escape that was. Take care you don't breathe of my having been, not even to the shows." Margaret turned to the envelope. It was marked "Too late." The letter had probably been entrusted to some careless waiter who had forgotten to post it. Oh, what slight gobets of chances stand between us and temptation! Frederick had been safe and out of England 20, nay, 30 hours ago, and it was only about 17 hours since she had told a falsehood to baffle pursuit, which even then would have been vain. How faithless she had been! Where now was her proud motto, "Fais ce que doit, advienne que pourra"? If she had but dared to bravely tell the truth as regarded herself, defying them to find out what she refused to tell concerning another, how light of heart she would now have felt! Not humbled before God as having failed in trust towards him, not degraded and debased in Mr. Thornton's sight. She caught herself up at this with a miserable tremor. Here was she classing his low opinion of her alongside with the displeasure of God. How was it that he haunted her imagination so persistently? What could it be? Why did she care for what he thought, in spite of all her pride, in spite of herself? She believed that she could have borne the sense of almighty displeasure, because he knew all, and could read her penitence, and hear her cries for help in time to come. But Mr. Thornton, why did she tremble and hide her face in the pillow? What strong feeling had overtaken her at last? She sprang out of bed, and prayed long and earnestly. It soothed her and comforted her so to open her heart. But as soon as she reviewed her position, she found the sting was still there, that she was not good enough, nor pure enough to be indifferent to the lowered opinion of a fellow creature, that the thought of how he might be looking upon her with contempt stood between her and her sense of wrongdoing. She took her letter in to her father as soon as she was dressed. There was so slight an allusion to their alarm at the railway station that Mr. Hale passed over it without paying any attention to it. Indeed, beyond the mere fact of Frederick having sailed undiscovered and unsuspected, he did not gather much from the letter at the time. He was so uneasy about Margaret's pallid looks. She seemed continually on the point of weeping. "You are sadly overdone, Margaret. It is no wonder. But you must let me nurse you now." He made her lie down on the sofa, and went for a shawl to cover her with. His tenderness released her tears, and she cried bitterly. Poor child," said he, looking fondly at her as she lay with her face to the wall, shaking with her sobs. After a while they ceased, and she began to wonder whether she durst give herself the relief of telling her father of all her trouble. But there were more reasons against it than for it. The only one for it was the relief to herself, and against it was the thought that it would add materially to her father's nervousness, if it were indeed necessary for Frederick to come to England again, that he would dwell on the circumstance of his son's having caused the death of a man, however unwittingly and unwillingly. that this knowledge would perpetually recur to trouble him in various shapes of exaggeration and distortion from the simple truth, and about her own great fault he would be distressed beyond measure at her want of courage and faith, yet perpetually troubled to make excuses for her. Formerly Margaret would have come to him as priest as well as father, to tell him of her temptation and her sin, but latterly they had not spoken much on such subjects, and she knew not how, in his change of opinions, he would reply if the depth of her soul called down to his. No, she would keep her secret and bear the burden alone. Alone she would go before God and cry for his absolution. Alone she would endure her disgraced position in the opinion of Mr. Thornton. She was unspeakably touched by the tender efforts of her father to think of cheerful subjects on which to talk, and so to take her thoughts away from dwelling on all that had happened of late. It was some months since he had been so talkative as he was this day. He would not let her sit up, and offended Dickson desperately by insisting on waiting upon her himself. At last she smiled, a poor weak little smile, but it gave him the truest pleasure. "It seems strange to think that what gives us most hope for the future should be called Dolores," said Margaret. The remark was more in character with her father than with her usual self, but today they seemed to have changed natures. "Her mother was a Spaniard, I believe. That accounts for her religion. Her father was a stiff Presbyterian when I knew him, but it is a very soft and pretty name. How young she is! Younger by 14 months than I am. Just the age that Edith was when she was engaged to Captain Lennox. Papa, we will go and see them in Spain." He shook his head, but he said, "If you wish it, Margaret. Only let us come back here. It would seem unfair, unkind to your mother, who always, I'm afraid, disliked Milton so much, if we left it now she is lying here and cannot go with us. No, dear, you shall go and see them, and bring me back a report of my Spanish daughter." "No, papa, I won't go without you. Who is to take care of you when I am gone?" "I should like to know which of us is taking care of the other. But if you went, I should persuade Mr. Thornton to let me give him double lessons. We would work up the classics famously. That would be a perpetual interest. You might go on and see Edith at Corfu, if you liked." Margaret did not speak all at once. Then she said rather gravely, "Thank you, papa, but I don't want to go. We will hope that Mr. Lennox will manage so well that Frederick may bring Dolores to see us when they are married. And as for Edith, the regiment won't remain much longer in Corfu. Perhaps we shall see both of them here before another year is out." Mr. Hale's cheerful subjects had come to an end. Some painful recollections had stolen across his mind and driven him into silence. By and by Margaret said, "Papa, did you see Nicholas Higgins at the funeral? He was there, and Mary too. Poor fellow! It was his way of showing sympathy. He has a good warm heart under his bluff abrupt ways." "I'm sure of it," replied Mr. Hale. "I saw it all along, even while you tried to persuade me that he was all sorts of bad things. We will go and see them tomorrow if you are strong enough to walk so far." "Oh yes, I want to see them. We did not pay Mary, or rather she refused to take it, Dickson says. We will go so as to catch him just after his dinner, and before he goes to his work." Towards evening Mr. Hale said, "I half expected Mr. Thornton would have called. He spoke of a book yesterday which he had, and which I wanted to see. He said he would try and bring it today." Margaret sighed. She knew he would not come. He would be too delicate to run the chance of meeting her, while her shame must be so fresh in his memory. The very mention of his name renewed her trouble and produced a relapse into the feeling of depressed, preoccupied exhaustion. She gave way to listless languor. Suddenly it struck her that this was a strange manner to show her patience, or to reward her father for his watchful care of her all through the day. She sat up and offered to read aloud. His eyes were failing, and he gladly accepted her proposal. She read well, she gave the due emphasis, but had anyone asked her when she had ended, the meaning of what she had been reading she could not have told. She was smitten with the feeling of ingratitude to Mr. Thornton, inasmuch as, in the morning, she had refused to accept the kindness he had shown her in making further inquiry from the medical man, so as to obviate any inquest being held. Oh, she was grateful! She had been cowardly and false, and had shown her cowardliness and falsehood in action that could not be recalled, but she was not ungrateful. It sent a glow to her heart to know how she could feel towards one who had reason to despise her. His cause for contempt was so just that she should have respected him less if she had thought he did not feel contempt. It was a pleasure to feel how thoroughly she respected him. He could not prevent her doing that. It was the one comfort in all this misery. Late in the evening the expected book arrived, with Mr. Thornton's kind regards and wishes to know how Mr. Hale is. "Say that I am much better, Dickson, but that Miss Hale—" "No, papa," said Margaret eagerly. "Don't say anything about me." He does not ask. "My dear child, how you are shivering," said her father a few minutes afterwards. "You must go to bed directly. You have turned quite pale." Margaret did not refuse to go, though she was loath to leave her father alone. She needed the relief of solitude after a day of busy thinking and busier repenting. But she seemed much as usual the next day. The lingering gravity and sadness, and the occasional absence of mind, were not unnatural symptoms in the early days of grief, and almost in proportion to her re-establishment in health was her father's relapse into his abstracted musing upon the wife he had lost, and the past era in his life that was close to him forever. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 36. Union, not always strength. The steps of the bearers, heavy and slow, the sobs of the mourners, deep and low. Shelley. At the time arranged the previous day, they set out on their walk to see Nicholas Higgins and his daughter. They were both reminded of their recent loss by a strange kind of shyness in their new habiliments, and in the fact that it was the first time for many weeks that they had deliberately gone out together. They drew very close to each other in unspoken sympathy. Nicholas was sitting by the fireside in his accustomed corner, but he had not his accustomed pipe. He was leaning his head upon his hand, his arm resting on his knee. He did not get up when he saw them, though Margaret could read the welcome in his eye. Sit ye down, fire's welly out," said he, giving it a vigorous poke, as if to turn attention away from himself. He was rather disorderly, to be sure, with a black, unshaven beard of several days' growth, making his pale face look yet paler, and a jacket which would have been all the better for patching. "We thought we should have a good chance of finding you just after dinner-time," said Margaret. "We have had our sorrow too since we saw you," said Mr. Hale. Aye, sorrows is more plentiful than dinners just now. I reckon my dinner hour stretches all o'er day. You're pretty sure of finding me." "Are you out of work?" asked Margaret. "Aye," he replied shortly. Then, after a moment's silence, he added, looking up for the first time, "I'm not wanting brass. Dunna you think it. Bess, poor lass, had a little stock under her pillow ready to slip into my hand last moment, and Mary's fustian cutting, but I'm out of work all the same." "We owe Mary some money," said Mr. Hale, before Margaret's sharp pressure on his arm could arrest the words. "If hoo takes it, I'll turn her out o' doors. I'll bide inside these four walls, and she'll bide out. That's all." "But we owe her many thanks for her kind service," began Mr. Hale again. "I ne'er thank your daughter theer for her deeds o' love to my poor wench. I ne'er could find words. I'se have to begin and try now if you start making an ado about what little Mary could serve you." "Is it because of the strike you're out of work?" asked Margaret gently. "Strike's ended. It's o'er for this time. I'm out of work because I ne'er asked for it, and I ne'er asked for it because good words is scarce and bad words is plentiful."
He was in a mood to take a surly pleasure in giving answers that were like riddles, but Margaret saw that he would like to be asked for the explanation. "And good words are?" "Asking for work. I reckon them's almost best words that men can say. Gimme work means, and I'll do it like a man. Them's good words." "And bad words are refusing you work when you ask for it." "Aye, bad words is saying, 'Aha, my fine chap, you've been true to your order and I'll be true to mine. You did the best you could for them as wanted help. That's your way of being true to your kind, and I'll be true to mine. You've been a poor fool as knowed no better nor be a true faithful fool, so go and be damned to you. There's no work for you here.' Them's bad words. I'm not a fool, and if I was, folk ought to have taught me how to be wise after their fashion. I could m'appen have learnt if anyone had tried to teach me." "Would it not be worth while," said Mr. Hale, "to ask your old master if he would take you back again? It might be a poor chance, but it would be a chance." He looked up again with a sharp glance at the questioner, and then tittered a low and bitter laugh. "Master, if it's no offence, I'll ask you a question or two in my turn." "You're quite welcome," said Mr. Hale. "I reckon you've some way of earning your bread. Folk seldom lives in Milton just for pleasure if they can live anywhere else." "You are quite right. I have some independent property, but my intention in settling in Milton was to become a private tutor." "To teach folk? Well, I reckon they pay you for teaching 'em, don't they?" "Yes," replied Mr. Hale, smiling. "I teach in order to get paid." "And them that pays you, don't they tell you what'n to do or what'n not to do with the money they gives you in just payment for your pains, in fair exchange like?" "No, to be sure not." "They dunnot say, 'You may have a brother, or a friend as dear as a brother, who wants this here brass for a purpose both you and he think right, but you mun promise not to give it to him. You may see a good use, as you think, to put your money to, but we don't think it good, and so if you spend it at thatens, we'll just leave off dealing with you.' They dunnot say that, dun they?" "No, to be sure not." "Would you stand it if they did?" "It would be some very hard pressure that would make me even think of submitting to such dictation." "There's not the pressure on all the broad earth that would make me," said Nicholas Higgins. "Now you've got it, you've hit the bull's eye. Hampers, that's where I worked, makes their men pledge themselves they'll not give a penny to help Union or keep turnouts for clemming. They may pledge and make pledge," continued he scornfully, "they nobbut make liars and hypocrites, and that's a less sin to my mind to making men's hearts so hard that they'll not do a kindness to them as needs it, or help on the right and just cause, though it goes again the strong hand. But I'll ne'er forswear myself for all the work the king could give me. I'm a member of the Union, and I think it's the only thing to do the workmen any good, and I've been a turnout and known what it were to clem, so if I get a shilling, 6pence shall go to them if they ax it from me. Consequence is, I dunnot see where I'm to get a shilling." "Is that rule about not contributing to the Union in force at all the mills?" asked Margaret. "I cannot say. It's a new regulation at ourn, and I reckon they'll find that they cannot stick to it. But it's in force now. By and by they'll find out. Tyrants make liars." There was a little pause. Margaret was hesitating whether she should say what was in her mind. She was unwilling to irritate one who was already gloomy and despondent enough. At last out it came, but in her soft tones and with her reluctant manner, showing that she was unwilling to say anything unpleasant. It did not seem to annoy Higgins, only to perplex him. "Do you remember poor Boucher saying that the Union was a tyrant? I think he said it was the worst tyrant of all, and I remember at the time I agreed with him." It was a long while before he spoke. He was resting his head on his 2 hands and looking down into the fire, so she could not read the expression on his face. I'll not deny but what union finds it necessary to force a man into his own good. I'll speak truth. A man leads a dree life who's not at union, but once in union his interests are taken care on better nor he could do it for himself or by himself for that matter. It's the only way working men can get their rights, by all joining together. More the members, more chance for each one separate man having justice done him. Government takes care of fools and madmen, and if any man is inclined to do himself or his neighbour a hurt, it puts a bit of a check on him, whether he likes it or no. That's all we do at union. We can't clap folk into prison, but we can make a man's life so heavy to be borne that he's obliged to come in and be wise and helpful in spite of himself. Boucher were a fool all along, and ne'er a worse fool than at last." "He did you harm?" asked Margaret. "Ay, that did he. We had public opinion on our side till he and his sort began rioting and breaking laws. It were all o'er wi' strike then." "Then would it not have been far better to have left him alone, and not forced him to join the Union? He did you no good, and you drove him mad." "Margaret," said her father, in a low and warning tone, for he saw the cloud gathering on Higgins's face. "I like her," said Higgins suddenly. "Who speaks plain out what's in her mind. Who doesn't comprehend union for all that. It's a great power. It's our only power. I read a bit of poetry about a plough going over a daisy, as made tears come into my eyes, afore I'd other cause for crying. But the chap ne'er stopped driving the plough, I's a warrant, for all he were pitiful about Daisy. He'd too much mother wit for that. Union's the plough, making ready the land for harvest time. Such as Boucher, 'twould be setting him up too much to liken him to a daisy, he's liker a weed lounging o'er the ground, must just make up their mind to be put out at way. I'm sore vexed wi' him just now, so m'appen I dunna speak him fair. I could go o'er him with a plough myself, wi' all the pleasure in life." "Why, what has he been doing? Anything fresh?" "Ay, to be sure, he's now out of mischief, that man. First of all he must go raging like a mad fool and kick up yon riot. Then he to go into hiding, where he'd ha' been yet if Thornton had followed him out as I hoped he would ha' done. But Thornton, having got his own purpose, didn't care to go on with prosecution for the riot. So Boucher slunk back again to his house. He ne'er showed himself abroad for a day or two, he had that grace. And then, where think ye that he went? Why, to Hampers, damn him. He went wi' his mealy-mouthed face that turns me sick to look at, asking for work, though he knowed well enough the new rule o' pledging themselves to give nowt to unions, nowt to help starving turnouts. Why, he'd ha' clemmed to death if union hadn't helped him in his pinch. There he went, ossing to promise out and pledge himself to out, to tell all he knowed on our proceedings, the good-for-nothing Judas. But I'll say this for Hamper, and thank him for it at my dying day, he drove Boucher away and wouldn't listen to him, ne'er a word, though folk standing by said the traitor cried like a babby." "Oh, how shocking! How pitiful!" exclaimed Margaret. "Higgins, I don't know you to-day. Don't you see how you've made Boucher what he is, by driving him into the Union against his will, without his heart going with it? You have made him what he is." Made him what he is. What was he? Gathering, gathering along the narrow street came a hollow, measured sound, now forcing itself on their attention. Many voices were hushed and low, many steps were heard, not moving onwards, at least not with any rapidity or steadiness of motion, but as if circling round one spot. Yes, there was one distinct, slow tramp of feet, which made itself a clear path through the air, and reached their ears. The measured, laboured walk of men carrying a heavy burden. They were all drawn towards the house door by some irresistible impulse, impelled thither not by a poor curiosity, but as if by some solemn blast. 6 men walked in the middle of the road, 3 of them being policemen. They carried a door taken off its hinges upon their shoulders, on which lay some dead human creature, and from each side of the door there were constant droppings. All the street turned out to see, and seeing, to accompany the procession, each one questioning the bearers, who answered almost reluctantly at last, so often had they told the tale. "We found him at brook in field beyond there." "Brook? Why, there's not water enough to drown him." "He was a determined chap. He lay with his face downwards. He was sick enough of living, choose what cause he had for it." Higgins crept up to Margaret's side and said in a weak, piping kind of voice, "It's not John Boucher. He hadna spunk enough. Sure it's not John Boucher. Why, they're all looking this way. Listen, I've a singing in my head, and I cannot hear." They put the door down carefully upon the stones, and all might see the poor drowned wretch, his glassy eyes one half open, staring right upwards to the sky. Owing to the position in which he had been found lying, his face was swollen and discoloured. Besides, his skin was stained by the water in the brook, which had been used for dyeing purposes. The fore part of his head was bald, but the hair grew thin and long behind, and every separate lock was a conduit for water. Through all these disfigurements, Margaret recognised John Boucher. It seemed to her so sacrilegious to be peering into that poor, distorted, agonized face, that by a flash of instinct she went forwards and softly covered the dead man's countenance with her handkerchief. The eyes that saw her do this followed her as she turned away from her pious office, and were thus led to the place where Nicholas Higgins stood, like one rooted to the spot. The men spoke together, and then one of them came up to Higgins, who would have fain shrunk back into his house. "Higgins, thou knowed him. Thou mun go tell the wife. Do it gently, man, but do it quick, for we canna leave him here long." "I canna go," said Higgins. "Dunnot ask me, I canna face her." "Thou knows her best," said the man. "We'n done a deal in bringing him here. Thou take thy share." "I canna do it," said Higgins. "I'm welly felled with seeing him. We wasn't friends, and now he's dead." "Well, if thou wunnot, thou wunnot. Some one mun, though. It's a dree task, but it's a chance every minute as she doesn't hear on it some rougher way, nor a person going to make her let on by degrees, as it were." "Papa, do you go?" said Margaret in a low voice. "If I could, if I had time to think of what I had better say, but all at once—" Margaret saw that her father was indeed unable. He was trembling from head to foot. "I will go," said she. "Bless you, miss, it will be a kind act, for she's been but a sickly sort of body, I hear, and few hereabouts know much on her." Margaret knocked at the closed door, but there was such a noise, as of many little-ordered children, that she could hear no reply. Indeed, she doubted if she was heard, and as every moment of delay made her recoil from her task more and more, she opened the door and went in, shutting it after her, and even, unseen to the woman, fastening the bolt. Mrs. Boucher was sitting in a rocking-chair on the other side of the ill-read-up fireplace. It looked as if the house had been untouched for days by any effort at cleanliness. Margaret said something, she hardly knew what, her throat and mouth were so dry, and the children's noise completely prevented her from being heard. She tried again. "How are you, Mrs. Boucher? But very poorly, I'm afraid." "I've no chance of being well," said she querulously. "I'm left alone to manage these children, and nought for to give 'em for to keep 'em quiet. John shouldn't ha' left me and me so poorly." "How long is it since he went away?" "4 days sin'. No one would give him work here, and he'd to go on tramp towards Greenfield. But he might have been back afore this, has sent me some word if he'd getten work. He might—" "Oh, don't blame him," said Margaret. "He felt it deeply, I'm sure." "Wilt hold thy din and let me at lady speak?" addressing herself in no very gentle voice to a little urchin of about a year old. She apologetically continued to Margaret, "He's always mithering me for Daddy and Butty, and I have no Buttys to give him, and Daddy's away and forgotten us all, I think." "He's his father's darling, he is," said she with a sudden turn of mood, and dragging the child up to her knee, she began kissing it fondly. Margaret laid her hand on the woman's arm to arrest her attention. Their eyes met. "Poor little fellow," said Margaret slowly. "He was his father's darling." "He is his father's darling," said the woman, rising hastily and standing face to face with Margaret. Neither of them spoke for a moment or two. Then Mrs. Boucher began in a low, growling tone, gathering in wildness as she went on. "He is his father's darling, I say. Poor folk can love their children as well as rich. Why dunna you speak? Why dunna you stare at me with your great pitiful eyes? Where's John?" Weak as she was, she shook Margaret to force out an answer. "Oh, my God!" said she, understanding the meaning of that tearful look. She sank back into the chair. Margaret took up the child and put him into her arms. "He loved him," said she. "Aye," said the woman, shaking her head. "He loved us all. We had someone to love us once. It's a long time ago, but when he were in life and with us, he did love us, he did. He loved this babby mappen the best on us. But he loved me, and I loved him, though I was calling him 5 minutes agone. Are you sure he's dead?" said she, trying to get up. "If it's only that he's ill and like to die, they may bring him round yet. I'm but an ailing creature mysel'. I've been ailing this long time." "But he is dead. He is drowned." "Folk are brought round after they're dead drowned. What was I thinking of to sit still when I should be stirring mysel'? Here, wish thee, child, wish thee. Tak this, tak out to play with, but dunnot cry while my heart's breaking. Oh, where is my strength gone to? Oh, John, husband." Margaret saved her from falling by catching her in her arms. She sat down in the rocking chair and held the woman upon her knees, her head lying on Margaret's shoulder. The other children, clustered together in affright, began to understand the mystery of the scene, but the ideas came slowly, for their brains were dull and languid of perception. They set up such a cry of despair as they guessed the truth, that Margaret knew not how to bear it. Johnny's cry was loudest of them all, though he knew not why he cried, poor little fellow. The mother quivered as she lay in Margaret's arms. Margaret heard a noise at the door. Open it quick," said she to the eldest child. "It's bolted. Make no noise, be very still." "Oh, papa, let them go upstairs very softly and carefully, and perhaps she will not hear them. She's fainted, that's all." "It's as well for her, poor creature," said a woman following in the wake of the bearers of the dead. "But you're not fit to hold her. Stay, I'll run fetch a pillow and we'll let her down easy on floor." This helpful neighbour was a great relief to Margaret. She was evidently a stranger to the house, a newcomer in the district indeed, but she was so kind and thoughtful that Margaret felt she was no longer needed, and that it would be better perhaps to set an example of clearing the house, which was filled with idle if sympathising gazers. She looked round for Nicholas Higgins. He was not there. So she spoke to the woman who had taken the lead in placing Mrs. Boucher on the floor. "Can you give all these people a hint that they'd better leave in quietness, so that when she comes round she should only find 1 or 2 that she knows about her? Papa, will you speak to the men and get them to go away? She cannot breathe, poor thing, with this crowd about her." Margaret was kneeling down by Mrs. Boucher and bathing her face with vinegar, but in a few minutes she was surprised at the gush of fresh air. She looked round and saw a smile pass between her father and the woman. "What is it?" asked she. "Only our good friend here," replied her father, "hit on a capital expedient for clearing the place. I bid 'em be gone and each take a child wi' 'em, and to mind that they were orphans and their mother a widow. It was who could do most, and the childer are sure of a bellyful to-day and of kindness too. Does who know how he died?" "No," said Margaret. "I could not tell her all at once." "Who mun be told because at th' inquest. See who's coming round. Shall you or I do it? Or m'appen your father would be best." "No, you, said Margaret. They awaited her perfect recovery in silence. Then the neighbour woman sat down on the floor and took Mrs. Boucher's head and shoulders on her lap. "Neighbour," said she, "your man is dead. Guess you how he died?" "He were drowned," said Mrs. Boucher feebly, beginning to cry for the first time at this rough probing of her sorrows. "He were found drowned. He were coming home very hopeless about on earth. He thought God couldna be harder than men, m'appen not so hard, m'appen as tender as a mother, m'appen tenderer. I'm not saying he did right, and I'm not saying he did wrong. All I say is, may neither me nor mine ever have his sore heart, or we may do like things." "He's left me alone wi' all these children," moaned the widow, less distressed at the manner of the death than Margaret expected. But it was of a piece with her helpless character to feel his loss as principally affecting herself and her children. "Not alone," said Mr. Hale solemnly. "Who is with you? Who will take up your cause?" The widow opened her eyes wide and looked at the new speaker, of whose presence she had not been aware till then. "Who has promised to be a father to the fatherless?" continued he. "But I've getten 6 children, sir, and the eldest not 8 years of age. I'm not meaning for to doubt his power, sir, only it needs a deal of trust." And she began to cry afresh. "Who'll be better able to talk to-morrow, sir?" said the neighbour. "Best comfort now would be the feel of a child at her heart. I'm sorry they took the babby." "I'll go for it," said Margaret, and in a few minutes she returned carrying Johnny, his face all smeared with eating and his hands loaded with treasures in the shape of shells and bits of crystal and the head of a plaster figure. She placed him in his mother's arms. "There," said the woman. "Now you go. They'll cry together and comfort together better nor any one but a child can do. I'll stop with her as long as I'm needed, and if you come to-morrow you can have a deal of wise talk with her that she's not up to-day." As Margaret and her father went slowly up the street, she paused at Higgins' closed door. "Shall we go in?" asked her father. "I was thinking of him too." They knocked. There was no answer, so they tried the door. It was bolted, but they thought they heard him moving within. "Nicholas!" said Margaret. There was no answer, and they might have gone away, believing the house to be empty, if there had not been some accidental fall, as of a book, within. "Nicholas!" said Margaret again. "It is only us. Won't you let us come in?" "No," said he. "I spoke as plain as I could, about using words, when I bolted door. Let me be, this day." Mr. Hale would have urged their desire, but Margaret placed her finger on his lips. "I don't wonder at it," said she. "I myself long to be alone. It seems the only thing to do one good after a day like this." End of chapter 36.